Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2020. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Section 18. The Substitute, from 10 Tales by François Coppée, copyright 1890, by Harper and Brothers. He was scarcely 10 years old when he was first arrested as a vagabond. He spoke thus to the judge. I am called Jean-François Le Turc, and for 6 months I was with the man who sings and plays upon a cord of catgut between the lanterns at the Place de la Bastille. I sang the refrain with him, and after that I called, Here's all the new songs, 10 centimes, 2 sous. He was always drunk and used to beat me. That is why the police picked me up the other night. Before that I was with the man who sells brushes. My mother was a laundress. Her name was Adèle. At one time she lived with a man on the ground floor at Montmartre. She was a good workwoman and liked me. She made money, because she had for customers waiters in the cafes, and they use a good deal of linen. On Sundays she used to put me to bed early so that she could go to the ball. On weekdays she sent me to Les Frères, where I learned to read. Well, the sergeant de ville, whose beat was in our street, used always to stop before our windows to talk with her, a good-looking chap with a medal from the Crimea. They were married. And after that everything went wrong. He didn't take to me and turned mother against me. Everyone had a blow for me, and so to get out of the house I spent whole days in the Place Clichy, where I knew the mountebanks. My father-in-law lost his place, and my mother her work. She used to go out washing to take care of him. This gave her a cough, the steam. She is dead at Lariboisière. She was a good woman. Since that I have lived with the seller of brushes and the catgut scraper. Are you going to send me to prison? He said this openly, cynically, like a man. He was a little ragged street Arab, as tall as a boot, his forehead hidden under a queer mop of yellow hair. Nobody claimed him, and they sent him to the reform school. Not very intelligent, idle, clumsy with his hands, the only trade he could learn there was not a good one, that of reseating straw chairs. However, he was obedient, naturally quiet and silent, and he did not seem to be profoundly corrupted by that school of vice. But when in his 17th year he was thrown out again on the streets of Paris, he unhappily found there his prison comrades, all great scamps, exercising their dirty professions, teaching dogs to catch rats in the sewers, and blacking shoes on ball nights in the passage of the opera, amateur wrestlers who permitted themselves to be thrown by the Hercules of the booths, or fishing at noontime from rafts. All of these occupations he followed to some extent, and some months after he came out of the House of Correction, he was arrested again for a petty theft, a pair of old shoes prigged from a shop window. Result? A year in the prison of Sainte-Pélagie, where he served as valet to the political prisoners. He lived in much surprise among this group of prisoners, all very young, negligent in dress, who talked in loud voices, and carried their heads in a very solemn fashion. They used to meet in the cell of one of the oldest of them, a fellow of some 30 years, already a long time in prison and quite a fixture at Sainte-Pélagie, a large cell, the walls covered with colored caricatures, and from the window of which one could see all Paris, its roofs, its spires, and its domes, and far away the distant line of hills, blue and indistinct upon the sky. There were upon the walls some shelves filled with volumes and all the old paraphernalia of a fencing room, broken masks, rusty foils, breastplates, and gloves that were losing their toe. It was there that the politicians used to dine together, adding to the everlasting soup and beef, fruit, cheese, and pints of wine, which Jean-François went out and got by the can, a tumultuous repast, interrupted by violent disputes, and where, during the dessert, the Carmagnole and Ça ira were sung in full chorus. They assumed, however, an air of great dignity on those days when a newcomer was brought in among them, at first entertaining him gravely as a citizen, but on the morrow using him with affectionate familiarity and calling him by his nickname. Great words were used there: corporation, responsibility, and phrases quite unintelligible to Jean-François, such as this, for example, which he once heard imperiously put forth by a frightful little hunchback who blotted some writing paper every night. "It is done. This is the composition of the cabinet. Raymond, the Bureau of Public Instruction; Martial, the Interior; and for Foreign Affairs, myself." His time done, he wandered again around Paris, watched afar by the police, after the fashion of cockchafers made by cruel children to fly at the end of a string. He became one of those fugitive and timid beings whom the law, with a sort of coquetry, arrests and releases by turn, something like those Platonic fishers who, in order that they may not exhaust their fish-pond, throw immediately back in the water the fish which has just come out of the net. Without a suspicion on his part that so much honor had been done to so sorry a subject, he had a special bundle of memoranda in the mysterious portfolios of the Rue de Jerusalem. His name was written in round hand on the grey paper of the cover, and the notes and reports, carefully classified, gave him his successive appellations: name, Le Turc; the prisoner Le Turc; and, at last, the criminal Le Turc. He was 2 years out of prison, dining where he could, sleeping in night lodging-houses and sometimes in lime-kilns, and taking part with his fellows in interminable games of pitch-penny on the boulevards near the barriers. He wore a greasy cap on the back of his head, carpet slippers, and a short white blouse. When he had 5 sous, he had his hair curled. He danced at Constance at Montparnasse, bought for 2 sous to sell for 4 at the door of Bobino, the Jack of Hearts or the Ace of Clubs serving as a countermark, sometimes opened the door of a carriage, led horses to the horse market. From the lottery of all sorts of miserable employments he drew a goodly number. Who can say if the atmosphere of honor which one breathes as a soldier, if military discipline might not have saved him? Taken in a cast of the net with some young loafers who robbed drunkards sleeping on the streets, he denied very earnestly having taken part in their expeditions. Perhaps he told the truth, but his antecedents were accepted in lieu of proof, and he was sent for 3 years to Poissy. There he made coarse playthings for children, was tattooed on the chest, learned thieves' slang and the penal code. A new liberation and a new plunge into the sink of Paris, but very short this time, for at the end of 6 months at the most he was again compromised in a night robbery, aggravated by climbing and breaking, a serious affair in which he played an obscure role, half dupe and half fence. On the whole his complicity was evident, and he was sent for 5 years at hard labour. His grief in this adventure was above all in being separated from an old dog which he had found on a dung-heap and cured of the mange. The beast loved him. Toulon, the ball and chain, the work in the harbour, the blows from a stick, wooden shoes on bare feet, soup of black beans dating from Trafalgar, no tobacco money, and a terrible sleep in a camp swarming with convicts, that was what he experienced for 5 broiling summers and 5 winters raw with the Mediterranean wind. He came out from there stunned, was sent under surveillance to Vernon, where he worked some time on the river. Then, an incorrigible vagabond, he broke his exile and came again to Paris. He had his savings, 56 francs, that is to say, time enough for reflection. During his absence his former wretched companions had dispersed. He was well hidden, and slept in a loft at an old woman's, to whom he represented himself as a sailor, tired of the sea, who had lost his papers in a recent shipwreck, and who wanted to try his hand at something else. His tanned face and his calloused hands, together with some sea phrases which he dropped from time to time, made his tale seem probable enough. One day, when he risked a saunter in the streets, and when chance had led him as far as Montmartre, where he was born, an unexpected memory stopped him before the door of Les Frères, where he had learned to read. As it was very warm, the door was open, and by a single glance the passing outcast was able to recognize the peaceable schoolroom. Nothing was changed, neither the bright light shining in at the great windows, nor the crucifix over the desk, nor the rows of benches with the tables furnished with inkstands and pencils, nor the table of weights and measures, nor the map, where pins stuck in still indicated the operations of some ancient war. Heedlessly and without thinking, Jean-François read on the blackboard the words of the evangelist which had been set there as a copy. Joy shall be in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, more than over 99 just persons which need no repentance. It was undoubtedly the hour for recreation, for the brother professor had left his chair, and sitting on the edge of a table he was telling a story to the boys who surrounded him with eager and attentive eyes. What a bright and innocent face he had, that beardless young man, in his long black gown, and a white necktie, and great ugly shoes, and his badly cut brown hair streaming out behind. All the simple figures of the children of the people who were watching him seemed scarcely less childlike than his, above all when, delighted with some of his own simple and priestly pleasantries, he broke out in an open and frank peal of laughter which showed his white and regular teeth, a peal so contagious that all the scholars laughed loudly in their turn. It was such a sweet simple group in the bright sunlight, which lighted their dear eyes and their blonde curls. Jean-François looked at them for some time in silence, and for the first time in that savage nature, all instinct and appetite, there awoke a mysterious, a tender emotion. His heart, that seared and hardened heart, unmoved when the convict's cudgel or the heavy whip of the watchman fell on his shoulders, beat oppressively. In that sight he saw again his infancy, and closing his eyes sadly, the prey to torturing regret, he walked quickly away. Then the words written on the blackboard came back to his mind. "If it wasn't too late after all," he murmured, "if I could again like others eat honestly my own bread and sleep my fill without nightmare. The spy must be sharp who recognizes me. My beard, which I shaved off down there, has grown out thick and strong. One can burrow somewhere in the great ant-hill and work can be found. Whoever is not worked to death in the hell of the galleys comes out agile and robust, and I learned there to climb ropes with loads upon my back. Building is going on everywhere here, and the masons need helpers. 3 francs a day. I never earned so much. Let me be forgotten, and that is all I ask." He followed his courageous resolution, he was faithful to it, and after 3 months he was another man. The master for whom he worked called him his best workman. After a long day upon the scaffolding in the hot sun and the dust, constantly bending and raising his back to take the hod from the man at his feet and pass it to the man over his head, he went for his soup to the cook-shop, tired out, his legs aching, his hands burning, his eyelids stuck with plaster, but content with himself and carrying his well-earned money in a knot in his handkerchief. He went out now without fear, since he could not be recognized in his white mask, and since he had noticed that the suspicious glances of the policemen were seldom turned on the tired workman. He was quiet and sober. He slept the sound sleep of fatigue. He was free. At last, O supreme recompense, he had a friend. He was a fellow workman like himself, named Savignan, a little peasant with red lips, who had come to Paris with his stick over his shoulder and a bundle on the end of it, fleeing from the wine-shops and going to mass every Sunday. Jean-François loved him for his piety, for his candour, for his honesty, for all that he himself had lost, and so long ago. It was a passion, profound and unrestrained, which transformed him by fatherly cares and attentions. Savignon, himself of a weak and egotistical nature, let things take their course, satisfied only in finding a companion who shared his horror of the wine-shop. The two friends lived together in a fairly comfortable lodging, but their resources were very limited. They were obliged to take into their room a third companion, an old Auvergnat, gloomy and rapacious, who found it possible out of his meagre salary to save something with which to buy a place in his own country. Jean-François and Savignon were always together. On holidays they together took long walks in the environs of Paris, and dined under an arbour in one of those small country inns where there are a great many mushrooms in the sauces and innocent rebuses on the napkins. There Jean-François learned from his friend all that lore of which they who are born in the city are ignorant, learned the names of the trees, the flowers, and the plants, the various seasons for harvesting. He heard eagerly the 1,000 details of a laborious country life, the autumn sowing, the winter chores, the splendid celebrations of harvest and vintage days, the sound of the mills at the waterside, and the flails striking the ground, the tired horses led to water, and the hunting in the morning mist, and above all the long evenings, shortened by marvellous stories, around the fire of wine-shoots. He discovered in himself a source of imagination before unknown, and found a singular delight in the recital of events so placid, so calm, so monotonous. One thing troubled him, however. It was the fear lest Savignon might learn something of his past. Something there escaped from him some low word of thieves' slang, a vulgar gesture, vestiges of his former horrible existence, and he felt the pain one feels when old wounds reopen, the more because he fancied that he sometimes saw in Savignon the awakening of an unhealthy curiosity. When the young man, already tempted by the pleasures which Paris offers to the poorest, asked him about the mysteries of the great city, Jean-François feigned ignorance and turned the subject, but he felt a vague inquietude for the future of his friend. His uneasiness was not without foundation. Savignon could not long remain the simple rustic that he was on his arrival in Paris. If the gross and noisy pleasures of the wine-shop always repelled him, he was profoundly troubled by other temptations, full of danger for the inexperience of his 20 years. When spring came, he began to go off alone, and at first he wandered about the brilliant entrance of some dancing hall, watching the young girls who went in with their arms around each other's waists, talking in low tones. Then one evening, when lilacs perfumed the air and the call to quadrilles was most captivating, he crossed the threshold, and from that time Jean-François observed a change, little by little, in his manners and his visage. He became more frivolous, more extravagant. He often borrowed from his friend his scanty savings, and he forgot to repay. Jean-François, feeling that he was abandoned, jealous and forgiving at the same time, suffered and was silent. He felt that he had no right to reproach him, but with the foresight of affection he indulged in cruel and inevitable presentiments. One evening, as he was mounting the stairs to his room, absorbed in his thoughts, he heard, as he was about to enter, the sound of angry voices, and he recognized that of the old Auvergnat who lodged with Savignon and himself. An old habit of suspicion made him stop at the landing-place and listen, to learn the cause of the trouble. "Yes," said the Auvergnat angrily, "I am sure that someone has opened my trunk and stolen from it the 3 louis that I had hidden in a little box, and he who has done this thing must be one of the 2 companions who sleep here, if it were not the servant Maria. It concerns you as much as it does me, since you are the master of the house, and I will drag you to the courts if you do not let me at once break open the valises of the 2 masons. My poor gold! It was here yesterday in its place, and I will tell you just what it was, so that if we find it again, nobody can accuse me of having lied. Ah, I know them, my 3 beautiful gold pieces, and I can see them as plainly as I see you. One piece was more worn than the others. It was of greenish gold with a portrait of the great emperor. The other was a great old fellow with a queue and epaulettes, and the third, which had on it a Philip with whispers, I had marked with my teeth. They don't trick me. Do you know that I only wanted 2 more like that to pay for my vineyard? Come, search these fellows' things with me, or I will call the police. Hurry up." "All right," said the voice of the landlord. "We will go and search with Maria. So much the worse for you if we find nothing and the masons get angry. You have forced me to it." Jean-François' soul was full of fright. He remembered the embarrassed circumstances and the small loans of Savignon, and how sober he had seemed for some days. And yet he could not believe that he was a thief. He heard the Auvergnat panting in his eager search, and he pressed his closed fists against his breast as if to still the furious beating of his heart. "Here they are!" suddenly shouted the victorious miser. "Here they are, my louis, my dear treasure, and in the Sunday vest of that little hypocrite of Limousin. Look, landlord, they are just as I told you. Here is the Napoleon, the man with a queue, and the Philippe that I have bitten. See the dents? Ah, the little beggar with the sanctified air. I should have much sooner suspected the other. Ah, the wretch! Well, he must go to the convict prison." At this moment Jean-François heard the well-known steps of Savignon coming slowly up the stairs. "He is going to his destruction," thought he. 3 stories. I have time. And pushing open the door, he entered the room, pale as death, where he saw the landlord and the servant stupefied in a corner, while the Auvergnat, on his knees in the disordered heap of clothes, was kissing the pieces of gold. "Enough of this," he said in a thick voice. "I took the money and put it in my comrade's trunk. But that is too bad. I am a thief, but not a Judas. Call the police. I will not try to escape. Only I must say a word to Savignon in private. Here he is." In fact, the little Limousin had just arrived, and seeing his crime discovered, believing himself lost, he stood there, his eyes fixed, his arms hanging. Jean-François seized him forcibly by the neck, as if to embrace him. He put his mouth close to Savignon's ear, and said to him in a low, supplicating voice, "Keep quiet." Then turning towards the others, "Leave me alone with him. I tell you I won't go away. Lock us in if you wish, but leave us alone." With a commanding gesture he showed them the door. They went out. Savignon, broken by grief, was sitting on the bed, and lowered his eyes without understanding anything. "Listen," said Jean-François, who came and took him by the hands. "I understand. You have stolen 3 gold pieces to buy some trifle for a girl. That costs 6 months in prison. But one only comes out from there to go back again, and you will become a pillar of police courts and tribunals. I understand it. I have been 7 years at the Reform School, a year at Sainte-Pélagie, 3 years at Poissy, 5 years at Toulon. Now, don't be afraid. Everything is arranged. I have taken it on my shoulders." "It is dreadful," said Savignon, but hope was springing up again in his cowardly heart. "When the elder brother is under the flag, the younger one does not go," replied Jean-François. "I am your substitute, that's all. You care for me a little, do you not? I am paid. Don't be childish, don't refuse. They would have taken me again one of these days, for I am a runaway from exile. And then, do you see, that life will be less hard for me than for you. I know it all, and I shall not complain if I have not done you this service for nothing, and if you swear to me that you will never do it again. Savignon, I have loved you well, and your friendship has made me happy. It is through it that since I have known you I have been honest and pure, as I might always have been. Perhaps if I had had, like you, a father to put a tool in my hands, a mother to teach me my prayers. It was my sole regret that I was useless to you, and that I deceived you concerning myself. Today I have unmasked in saving you. It is all right. Do not cry and embrace me, for already I hear heavy boots on the stairs. They are coming with the posse, and we must not seem to know each other so well before those chaps." He pressed Savignon quickly to his breast, then pushed him from him, when the door was thrown wide open. It was the landlord and the Auvergnat who brought the police. Jean-François sprang forward to the landing-place, held out his hands for the handcuffs, and said, laughing, "Forward, bad lot!" Today he is at Cayenne, condemned for life as an incorrigible. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Modern and Ancient, Volume 10. Section 19. Pierre Corneille, by Frederick Morris Warren. Corneille's life, apart from the performance and publication of his work, is but imperfectly known, owing to the lack of contemporaneous records and allusions. He was born at Rouen, capital of the old province of Normandy, on June 6, 1606. At his christening on June 9th, he received the name of Pierre, after his father and godfather. He was educated in the Jesuit College, Academy, at Rouen, and obtained in 1620 a prize for excellence. Choosing his father's profession, he studied law, and was admitted to the bar on June 18, 1624. The office of Attorney General in the Department of Waters and Forests was purchased by him on December 16, 1628. The year following, Mondoré, who, with a company of actors, was probably playing at Rouen, persuaded him to give his, Mondoré's, troupe a comedy he had already written, and the season of 1629-30 saw the play introduced in Paris, at the newly established Marais Theatre. The success of this comedy, Mélite, confirmed Corneille in his purpose of writing for the stage, and led him to study the principles of dramatic art. While he continued to discharge his legal duties at Rouen, he would frequently visit Paris in order to offer some new play to Mondoré, or mingle in the literary society of the capital. So Mélite, made up entirely of conversations where nothing happened, was followed by Clétendre, a tragicomedy of the popular type, full of bloody episodes. Like Mélite, it was in 12-syllable verse, Alexandrine, and contained 5 acts. It also showed Corneille's first attempt to observe unity of time. When it was published in March 1632, a selection of Corneille's poetry, a part of which antedated Mélite, was put with it. The next 2 years saw the publication of occasional poems by him in French, and some Latin verse in honor of the king and Richelieu. Before March 1634, he also composed 4 more comedies: The Widow, a character study, noticeable for the attempt to compromise on unity of time by allowing a day to each act; The Gallery of the Palace, where the action takes place in the fashionable shops of the day, and in which the modern character of the soubrette displaces the traditional nurse of Renaissance comedy, taken by a man in disguise; The Lady's Maid, a study of this successful substitute, where finally Corneille observes both the unities of time and place, and makes his 5 acts equal, line for line; and The Palais Royal, another topical comedy for Parisians. These 4 plays are much like their predecessors in lack of action and superfluidity of complimentary talk. The same may be said of Corneille's collaboration on Richelieu's Comedy of the Tuileries, 1635. His superiority to his colleagues at the time consisted mainly in his poetic talent and common sense. In the season of 1634-35, he tried a tragedy, Medea, patterned after Seneca's Latin drama of that name. It shows an advance on his previous efforts, yet did not come up to his high standard, and he sought a diversion for his disappointment by eulogizing the theatrical profession in a play within a play, The Dramatic Illusion, which he gave to the actors of the Hôtel de Burgundy, probably in 1635. About this time, Corneille's attention was drawn to the Spanish drama, then at its highest point. The storied deeds of Spain's national hero especially appealed to his temperament, and he selected Guillaume de Castro's First Exploits of the Cid as a model for his imitation. A year or more he may have been busy in adapting its complexity of scene and character to the orderly, simple requirements of the French stage. For it was not until the last days of 1636, after unusual preparations and rehearsals and costuming, that Mondori's company brought out The Cid. Its success was instantaneous. The theatre was crowded for many nights. The stage even was filled in with seats for the nobility, to the great annoyance of the actors and the detriment of the scenery. And 16 years later, Pelisson, the historian of the Academy, could still write, "It is difficult to conceive the approbation with which this play was received by the court and public. People never tired of going to it. You could hear nothing else talked about. Everybody knew some part of it by heart. Children were made to learn it, and in several places in France it gave rise to the proverb, 'That is as beautiful as the Cid.'" The history of modern French drama dates from the first performance of The Cid. The theme here selected became the typical one. It shows the struggle between love and honor on the part of the hero, love and duty on the part of the heroine. Jimena's father has insulted Rodrigo's, enfeebled by his advanced years. He calls upon his son to avenge his honor. In spite of his love for Jimena, Rodrigo shows no hesitation. He challenges the Count and kills him. In the lovers' interview which follows, Jimena is more distracted from her duty by her love than Rodrigo was, but yet resolves on vengeance. She demands a champion of the king, who objects that Rodrigo should be pardoned, having just saved the city from the invading Moors. Jimena insists. A champion appears, is overthrown, and is spared by Rodrigo, whereupon the king intervenes and orders the betrothal of the lovers. Since The Cid ends happily, so far as the hero and heroine are concerned, Corneille first called it a tragicomedy, but later substituted the title of tragedy. Its general structure is the same as that of his other plays. 5 fairly equal acts, subdivided into scenes, with rhymed Alexandrine couplets, excepting in a few lyric strophes. The time of the action is limited to 24 hours, but the scene of the action is restricted only by the boundaries of the town, Seville, the different places being marked by a fixed scenery which presented several localities to the audience at the same time. His dramatic form and stage properties Corneille had obtained from his French predecessors of the classical school. The medieval miracle plays had practically fallen out of favor nearly a century before Millet, and had been prohibited in Paris in 1548. But the Fraternity of the Passion still occupied the only theatre in the city, and had a monopoly of all the performances in the city and suburbs. Into its theatre of the Hôtel of Burgundy it had put as much of its old multiplex scenery as it could fit into the new and narrow stage, and while it could no longer act the old mysteries, still it clung to the dramatic stories which knew neither unity of time, place, or even action. Outside of these playwrights, however, the Renaissance had created a set of men who looked towards classical antiquity for their literary standards. In 1552, Jodelle and his friends of the Pléiade had appealed to this class by acting in Boncourt College a tragedy modeled on Seneca's Latin dramas. This example was subsequently followed by many writers, who, however, rarely got their pieces acted, and therefore fell into the way of writing without having the necessities of stage effects in view. Consequently, for nearly half a century the best dramatists of France were strangers to the public of the Hôtel of Burgundy, and were drifting more and more from a dramatic conception of the theatre into a lyric one. Long declamatory monologues, acts varying greatly in length and separated by elaborate choruses, were the chief features of this school. Nothing happened on the stage, all was told by messengers. Yet these dramas, by their very lack of action and scenery, were suited to the limited means of strolling companies of actors, and modifications of them were being played more and more to provincial audiences. Finally, in 1599, one of these companies came to Paris, leased the Hôtel of Burgundy from the fraternity, now tired of its avocation, and laid there the foundations of modern French drama. Their purveyor to this troupe was Alexandre Hardy, a man of some education, of considerable theatrical endowments, but lacking in literary taste. True to his classical models, so far as the unlettered public of the hotel and its scenery would allow, he managed, by cutting down the monologues, equalizing the acts, restricting or suppressing the choruses, and leading the dialogue to some climax visible to his audience, to effect a compromise between the partisans of the two schools, and educate a new body of theatre-goers. His scenery he could not change, and it still remained a constant temptation to diversity of place and multiplication of episodes. Hardy labored for more than 30 years. It is to his dramatic form, audience, and stage that Corneille succeeded, continuing his work while avoiding his excesses. And aided by the growing taste and intelligence of his public, Corneille could further simplify and refine the style of play in vogue. Now de Castro's Cid had enjoyed the freedom of the miracle plays. It numbered 3 acts, divided into 53 scenes. Its episodes, many of them purely digressive, occupied nearly 2 years of time and were bounded in place only by the frontiers of Spain. In order to reduce this epic exuberance to the severity of the classical mold, Corneille had to eliminate the digressive episodes, cut down and combine the essential ones, connect the places where the action took place, and lessen the time of its duration. In the French Cid, Rodrigo kills Ximena's father and is betrothed to her in less than 24 hours. This instance alone illustrates the effort Corneille made on himself. It caught also the eye of his rivals and critics. The Cid was fiercely assailed for its inhumanity and improbability, and with the connivance of Richelieu, the newly organized Academy was called upon to condemn it. While the opinion of this body was not indeed unfavorable, yet the dispute had so irritated Corneille that he retired to Rouen and for a time renounced his art. When he reappeared, it was as a dramatizer of classical subjects, that dealt with but one episode to a play. But the romantic side still survived in the love affair invariably interwoven with his nobler, sterner theme. So Horace, 1640, treated of the fight of the Horatii and the Coratii, and the immolation of a woman's love to the Roman fatherland. Cinna, 1640-41, narrated a conspiracy against Augustus, which was undertaken through love for the heroine, but was pardoned by the emperor's magnanimity. Polyectus, 1643, showed how a steadfast Christian husband could preserve his wife's fidelity against the memory of a first love, and how his martyrdom could result in her conversion. Pompey, 1643-44, recited the death of that leader and the devotion of Cornelia, his wife, to his memory. These 4 plays, tragedies all, represent in their eloquence, their diction, nobility of thought, and lofty aspiration, the highest development of Corneille's dramatic genius. After this period of serious composition, Corneille sought relaxation in comedy, and produced from Spanish models The Liar, 1644, and the sequel to The Liar, 1645. Both are superior in dialogue, action, and verse to his earlier plays, and the first remained the best comedy of the new school up to the appearance of Molière. Toward the end of 1645, Rodogune was acted, a tragedy to which Corneille was ever partial on account of its highly wrought, exciting solution. Theodore, 1646, the fate of another Christian martyr, and Heraclius, 1646-47, preceded their author's election to the Academy, January 22, 1647. The Fronde then intervened, and it was not until 1649 that Corneille's best tragicomedy, Don Sancho, was performed. A spectacular play or opera, Andromeda, 1650, closely followed it. Nicomedes, 1651, was a successful tragedy. Pertharite, 1652, a failure. Consequently, for the next few years, Corneille devoted himself to religious poetry and a verse translation of The Imitation of Christ. But the visit of Molière's company to Rouen in 1658 incited him to write again for the stage. Oedipus, 1659, Sertorius, 1662, Sophonisba, 1663, Otto, 1664, Agesilaus, 1666, and Attila, 1667, all tragedies, were the result. Some were successful, but others were not. Molière was now in full career, and Racine was beginning. Corneille's defects were growing. His plays were too much alike, and gallant talk supplied in them the place of deeds. In 1660 a second spectacular drama, The Golden Fleece, had been performed, and the same year he had edited a general collection of his plays, with a critical preface to each play and 3 essays on the law and theories of the drama. All this time he had not neglected society and religious verse, and probably in 1662 he had moved from Rouen to Paris. A retirement of 3 years followed Attila. Then in 1670 Corneille reappeared with the tragedy Titus and Berenice, neglected by the public for Racine's Berenice. In 1671 he collaborated with Molière and Quinault on a comedy ballet, Psyche. In 1672 he wrote Pulcheria, a tragicomedy, and in 1674 gave his last play, The Tragedy of Surenna, to the stage. Henceforth only supplicatory poems addressed to the king reminded the Parisians of Corneille's existence. In 1682 he published the final revision of his dramas, and in 1684, on the night of September 30th, he passed away. He had married in 1641. 4 children survived him. Corneille's contemporaries complained of his slovenliness, his timidity, quick temper, and wearying conversation. He could never read his own plays successfully, and is even said to have spoken French incorrectly. He was reputed avaricious, but was continually lamenting his poverty, and seems to have died in want. He was quite tall, well set, with large eyes and strongly marked features. Besides his services to French comedy, Corneille may be said to have established the higher comedy in verse, with its decent manners and self-respecting characters. In this departure he undoubtedly owed much to Plautus and Terence, but probably more to Hardy's tragicomedies and lighter plays. The chief merit of his style was fine diction, eloquence, and harmony of phrase. His thought was high and noble. As a dramatist he excelled in the invention and variety of his situations. His defects were the reverse of these qualities: rhetoric, subtle sentiment, stiff characters. The best complete edition of Corneille is Marty Lavereau's in Hachette series of Les Grands Écrivains de la France, Great Writers of France, 12 volumes, 1862-68. This edition contains a biographical notice. The most complete bibliography is E. Picot's Biographie Corneille, Paris, 1865. J. Tattereau's Histoire de la vie et des œuvres de Corneille, History of the Life and Works of Corneille, is the best biography, published Paris, 1829. Third edition, 1869. F. Guizot's Corneille in His Times is the only life that has been translated into English, London, 1857. Of the separate plays, The Cid, Horace, and Polyectus have been rendered into English blank verse by W. F. Noakes, Hatchett and Company, and these 3, together with Cinna, have been literally translated by R. Mongon and D. Macrae, London, 1878-86. F. M. Warren. End of section 19. Recording by Todd. Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Section 20. Selected Scenes by Pierre Corneille. The Lovers, from The Cid. The scene is an apartment in the house of Chimenne's father in Seville. Chimène and Elvire are conversing, after Chimène has learned that her father, the Count de Hormas, has lost his life in a duel with Don Riquicu, the son of an aged nobleman insulted by de Hormas. Chimène. At stake is my honor. Revenge must be mine. Whate'er the desire, love may flattering stir, to the soul nobly born all excuse is disgrace. Elvire. Thou lovest Don Riquicu. He can never offend. Chimène. I admit it. Elvire. Admitting it, how canst thou act? Chimène. By substaining my honor, by casting my care. Pursue him, destroy him, and after him die. Don Riquicu, entering as she speaks the last words. 'Tis well. Without taking the pains of pursuit, be secure in the pleasure of ending my days. Chimène. Elvire, oh, where are we? What do I see? Rodrigo in this house! Before me, Rodrigo! Don Rodrigo. Oh, spare not my blood! Unresisted, pray taste of my ruin the sweetness, of vengeance the joy. Chimène. Alas! Don Rihu. Hear me, lady. Chimène. I die. Don Rihu. But one word. Chimène. Go, I say, let me die. Don Rihu. Ah, vouchsafe me a word, and once I have spoken, make reply with this sword. Chimène. What? A sword e'en now red with the blood of my sire? Don Rihu. Chimène, my Chimène. Chimène. Hide that hideous steel that rebuketh my eyes for thy crime and thy life. Don Rihu. Nay, rather behold it, thy hate to excite, thy wrath to increase, and my doom so to speed. Chimène. It is tinged with my blood. Don Rihu. Plunge it then into mine, that it may lose the dread tint of thy veins. Chimène. Ah, fate all too cruel, that slays in one day the father by steel, and the daughter by sight. Take away, as I bid, what I cannot endure. Thou willst that I hearken, and kill'st me meantime. Don Rihu. What thou wishest I do, but with no less desire that my life, now deplorable, ends by your hand. For expect not, I beg, from my passion itself a coward's repentance of deeds so deserved. From thy father's rash hand came a blow, past recall. It dishonored my sire in his honored old age. What are blows to a man of due honor, thou knowest? In the shame I had part, and its author must seek. Him I saw, both my father and honor I avenged. I would do it again, if I had it to do. Yet think not 'gainst duty to father and self, my love for thee, lady, no contest has made. Of thy power in this moment do thou be the judge. Too well might I doubt if such vengeance I dared. Bound to please thee, Chimène, or to suffer affront, too rash seemed my arm, I would fain hold it back. With a deed all too violent blamed I myself. Thy beauty had weighed down the balance at last. Had I not to thy charms, countervailing, opposed, that a man lost to honor could not thee deserve, that once having loved me when blameless I lived, she who cared for me stainless must hate me disgraced, that to hearken to love, to obey its soft voice, was to find myself shameful, thy favour to stain. Again do I tell thee, and while I shall breathe, unchanged shall I think, and unchanging will say, I have done thee offence, but I could not halt back, a disgrace to remove and thyself to deserve. But now, quits with honour, and quits toward my sire, 'tis thee alone I would fain satisfy. 'Tis to proffer my blood that thou seest me here. I have done what I should. What is left I would do. Well I know that thy father's death arms thee toward mine. Not thee have I wished of thy victim to cheat. Boldly immolate now the blood he has spilled, the being who glories that such was his deed. Chimène. Ah, Rodrigo! True it is that though hostile I am, no blame can I speak that disgrace thou hast fled. Howe'er from my lips this my dolour break forth, I dare not accuse thee, I weep from my woes. I know that thy honour, on insult so deep, demanded of ardour a valorous proof. Thou hast done but the duty enjoined on the brave. Yet more, in its doing, 'tis mine thou hast taught. By thy courage funnest, and thy conquest I'm schooled. thy father avenged, and thine honour upheld. Like care, see, is mine, for to load me with grief, I must my father avenge, I must honour uphold. Alas! 'tis thy part here that brings me despair. Had aught other misfortune bereft me of sire, my heart in the joy of beholding thyself, the sole solace that heart could receive, would have found, against my affliction, a charm would be strong. My tears would be dried by the dearest of hands. But lo, I must lose thee, my father a loss, and the more that my soul may in torment be thrown, my star has decreed that I compass thy end. Expect not, in turn, from the passion I own, that my hand I shall stay from thy punishment meet. Thy direful offence makes thee worthy of me. By thy death I shall show myself worthy of thee. Unrhymed literal version in the metre of the original, by E. Arrhenius Stevenson. Don Rodrigo describes to King Fernando his victory over the Moors, from the Cid. Under me, then, the troop made advance, with soldierly confidence marked on each brow. 500 we started, but soon reinforced. 3,000 we were when the port we had reached. So much did mere sight of our numbers, Amiens, new courage revive in all timorous hearts. 2/3 did I ambush as soon as arrived in the vessels in harbour that ready were found. But the others, whose numbers each hour did increase, with impatience on fire all about me encamped, stretched out on the earth past the beauteous night. In the harbour I order the guards to like watch. Their concealment my stratagem further assist. I dared to declare, sire, as thine the command, that I so followed out and enjoined upon all. In the radiance pallid that fell from the stars, at last with the flood tide we spy 30 sails. Beneath swells the wave, and in movement therewith the sea and the Moors into harbour advance. We permit them a passage, to them all seemed calm, our soldiers unseen, and the walls without ward, our silence profound, well deluded their wit. No longer they doubt our surprise is achieved. Without fear they draw nearer, they anchor, they land. They run to the hands that are waiting to strike. Then rise we together, and all in a breath utter clamorous shoutings that heavenward rise. From the ships to such signal our troops make response. They stand forth in arms, and the Moors are dismayed. By dread they are seized when but half disembarked. Ere the battle's begun, they have deemed themselves lost. They have come but to pillage, 'tis fight that they meet. We assail them on sea, we assail them on land. On the ground runs the blood we set flowing in streams, ere a soul can resist or fly back to his post. But soon in our spite the chiefs rallied their host. Their courage awoke, and their fear was o'ercome. The shame of their dying without having fought, their disorder arrests, and their valour restores. A firm stand they take, and their swords are unsheathed. The land and the stream, aye, the fleet and the port, are a field where, triumphant over carnage, is death. Oh, many the deeds, the exploits worthy fame, in that horror of darkness are buried for aye, when each, the sole witness of blows that he struck, could not guess whether fortune the conflict would steer. I flew to all sides to encourage our force, here to push into action, and there to restrain, to unrank the new coming, to spur them in turn. Yet naught could I know till the breaking of day, but in dawn and the light our advantage was plain. The Moors saw their ruin, their courage declined, and beholding new succour approach to our side, changed their ardour for battle to sheer dread of death. Their vessels they seek, every cable is cut, for farewells to our ears are sent up their wild cries. Their retreat is a tumult, no man ever heeds. If their princes and kings have made good their escape, even duty itself yields to fear so extreme. On the flood tide they came, the ebb bears them away. Meantime their 2 kings with our host still engaged mid a handful of followers slashed by our blows, in valiance contending, are selling life dear. In vain to surrender I beg them, entreat, with the scimitar gripped, not a word will they hear. But at sight of their troops falling dead at their feet, the brave who alone make so vain a defence, our chief they demand, and to me they submit. To you, O my sire, have I sent them, each one, and the combatants lacking, the combat was done. The Wrath of Camilla, from the Horace. Horatius, the only survivor of the combat, advances to meet his sister Camilla, with Proculus at his side, bearing the swords of the 3 slain Coratii, one of whom was Camilla's betrothed. Camilla surveys him with horror and disdain as he advances. Horatius. Lo, sister, the arm that thou hath brothers avenged, the arm that our fate so contrary has checked, the arm that makes Alba our own, and to-day by one deed the lot of 2 nations hath fixed. See these tokens of honour, my glories attest. Do thou pay the tribute now due to my fame. Camilla. Receive then my tears, for my tears are thy due. Horatius. Nay, Rome likes them not after action so bold. Our brothers, both slain by the combat's dark fate, are avenged by this blood. No more weeping demand. If a loss be so paid, then the loss is no more. Camilla. Since thou deemest my brothers by blood so appeased, I will cease to show sign of my grief for their death. But who shall avenge me my lover's death, say, and make me forget in one moment such loss? Horatius. What sayest thou, unhappy? Camilla. O beloved Curies! Horatius. O boldness disgraceful from sister disgraced! The name on thy lips and the love in thy heart of the foe of our people, whose conquest is mine. Thy criminal flame to such vengeance aspires. Thou darest to utter such thought of thy heart? Follow passion the less, better rule thy desire. Make me not so to blush that thy sighs are not hid. From this moment thou owest to smother thy flame, free thy heart from them, dwell on these trophies instead, and make them from this hour thy sole pleasure in life. Camilla. Nay, first give me, cruel, a heart hard as thine, and if thou wilt seek all my spirit to read, give me back Curies, or my passion let glow. My joy and my grief of his lot are apart. Him living I loved, him in death I deplore. No more find me sister, deserted by thee. Behold in me only a woman outraged, who, like to some fury pursuing thy steps, unceasing shall charge thee with trespass so great. O tiger, blood-gorged, who forbiddest my tears, who would see me find joy in this death thou hast wrought, who vauntest to heaven itself such a deed, shall I by approval bring death to him twice? Misfortune so dire, may they follow thy life, that thou fallest to envying even my own. Oh, soon by some cowardice mayest thou blot this glory thy brutal soul reckons so dear. Horatius. O heavens! Hath any an equal rage seen? Dost thou think I could brook, all unmoved, such offence? That race could endure dishonour so deep? Love, love thou the death which means good to thy state. Prefer to thy passion and thoughts of this man the sentiment due to a daughter of Rome. Camilla. Rome, object supreme of the wrath that I feel, this Rome, to whose aid came thy arm and my loss. Rome, city that bore thee, by thee so adored. Rome, hated the more for his honouring thee. Oh, may each of her neighbours together in league sap every foundation, as yet so unsure.
Nay, if Italy be not enough to the fall, let the East and the West for her ruins unite. Let peoples conjoined from the four winds of heaven be met to her downfall. Let hills aid, and seas. Overthrown in her walls may she prostrate be cast. Torn out by her hands, her entrails be strewn. May the anger of heaven, here kindled by me, rain down on her dwellings a deluge of fire. O grant that mine own eyes such thunderbolts see her mansions in ashes, her laurels in dust. See the latest of Romans yielding his last breath, I cause of it all, I dying of joy." With the last words, Camilla rushes from the apartment. Horace snatches his sword and pursues her, exclaiming, "Oh, too much! Even reason to passion gives place. Go weep thou thy lost Curius in the shades." After an instant is heard behind the scenes the shriek of the wounded Camilla. "Oh, traitor!" Horace, returning to the stage. "Receive thou quick chastisement. Do whomsoever shall dare Roman foe to lament." Unrhymed literal version in the meter of the original by E. Arrhenius Stevenson. Paulina's appeal to Severus. From Polyeucte. Severus. I stand agaze, rooted, confounded, in sheer wonderment. Such blind resolve is so unparalleled. I scarce may trust the witness of mine ears. A heart that loves you, and what heart so poor that knowing loves you not? One loved of you, to leave regretless so much bliss just won. Nay, more, as though it were a fatal prize, to his convivial straight to yield it up. Truly, or wondrous manias Christians have, or their self-happiness must be sans born, since to attain it they will cast away what others at an empire's cost would win. For me, had fate, a little sooner kind, blessed my true service with your hand's reward, the glory of your eyes had been my worship. My twin kings had they reigned, kings, nay, my gods, to dust, to powder, had I grinded been ere I had. Paulina. Hold! Let me not hear too much. Let not the smouldering embers of old time relume to speech unworthy of us both. Severus, know Paulina utterly. His latest hour my Polyectus nears. Nay, scarce a minute has he yet to live. You all unwittingly have been the cause of this his death. I know not if your thoughts, their portals opening to your wishes' knock, have dared to some wild hope give harbouring, based upon his undoing. But know well, no death so cruel I would not boldly front, hell hath no tortures I would not endure, or ere my stainless honour I would spot, my hand bestowing upon any man, who anywise were his death's instrument, and could you for such madness deem me apt, hate would replace my erstwhile tender love. You're generous, still be so, to the end. My father fears you, is in mood to grant all you might ask. Aye, I e'en dare aver that if my husband he do sacrifice, 'twill be to you. Save then your hapless victim. Bestir yourself. Stretch him your helping hand. That this is much to claim of you, I know. But more the effort's great, the more the glory. To save a rival spite of rivalry, with greatness all particular to you. And, be that not enough for your renown, 'twere much to let a woman erst so loved, and haply who may yet be somewhat dear, her greatest treasure owe to your great heart. In fine, remember that you are Severus. Adieu. Alone determine of your course, for if you not be all I think you are, I'd still, not knowing it, believe you such. English translation by W. F. Noakes. End of Section 20. Recording by Todd.
With greatness all particular to you. With greatness all particular to you. To leave regretless. To leave regretless.
Section 21. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Victor Cousin, 1792 to 1867. All philosophy, past and present, has been based on the attempt to make abstract ideas clear. The questions Cousin endeavors to answer are: do ideas exist apart from being and knowledge? And if so, on what are they founded? And his answer involves his whole doctrine. Victor Cousin, the son of a watchmaker of Voltairian principles and of a laundress of strong religious convictions, was born in Paris on November 28, 1792. But in spite of his humble origin, he obtained a brilliant education, and through the force of his genius lived to have precedence at court over his social superiors. The little gamin owed his start in life to Madame Vigouet, who placed him at school. On leaving college, from which he was graduated first in his class at the age of 18, he could have obtained a position in the Council of State at a yearly salary of 5,000 francs, but he preferred to enter the normal school, then but recently established, with the intention of teaching literature. The impression made upon him by Laroche-Migouer's lectures on philosophy decided him to devote himself to the latter branch of study. Philosophy to Cousin was not only a keen delight, but a battle as well. Many systems were then arrayed against each other. These in turn fascinated his imagination and excited his enthusiasm. First the sensual school, then Scottish philosophy as developed by Royer-Collard and Maine de Biran, then Kant, Schelling, Hegel, whose genius he was the first to recognize, and later Plotinus, Descartes, and Leibniz. All these doctrines, as he expounded them in his lectures, simmered in his imagination for a while, and, unconsciously modifying each other, left a deposit from which arose eclecticism. There was a dearth of French men of letters when Cousin reached manhood. To become a fashionable lecturer, it was only necessary to speak of literature and philosophy in elegant language. And as to these requirements, the young orator added a poetic imagination. He became famous at once. One of Cousin's distinguishing qualities was the impetus he gave to other minds. His lectures created positive fanaticism. But 20 years of age, his delicate face was lighted up with magnificent dark eyes which emitted fire as his own enthusiasm grew. He had a fine voice, was a finished comedian, a poet rather than a deep or original thinker, a preacher rather than a professor, and looked like a tribune and apostle in one. It is difficult to understand nowadays the enthusiasm aroused by Cousin's philosophy or the attacks upon it. He advanced no new truths. No objection could be made to a belief in God, the spirituality and immortality of the soul, and moral liberty. But Cousin went further. He wished to establish philosophy on an independent basis, to found an intermediate school that would not clash with religion, but subsist side by side with, though independent of, and in a certain measure controlling it. This aroused the hostility of the Church without satisfying the extremists, who clamored for more radical doctrines. After 1820, when the normal school was suppressed, Cousin had recourse to private teaching, and devoted his leisure to editing the classics. His edition of Plato occupied him many years. Every man's life should contain one monument and several episodes, he declared, and his Plato, he believed, was destined to be his monument. When Cousin was restored to his chair in 1828, he brought with him a new philosophy which fulfilled the aspirations of the rising generation, whose idol he became. During this course he propounded a few transcendental theories borrowed from Hegel and Schelling, emitted several contestable historical views, and distributed all the doctrines he knew, and, add his enemies, all those he did not know, into 4 divisions. Taken as a whole, Cousin's system has far more in common with Christianity than with pantheism. During the next 3 years he made rapid strides in his career. He had taken no part in the July Revolution, but his friends were placed in office by that event, and through their influence he became successively member of the Royal Council of Public Instruction, member of the Academy, and peer of France. Cousin was in virtual control of French philosophy when, in 1830, he resigned his chair to become director of the Sorbonne. To his new task he brought an intelligence matured by time, and the 20 years of his administration were fruitful of good results. He formed a corps of learned professors, perfected the study of French, and placed philosophy on a sound basis. His indefatigable activity, breadth of view, and devotion to teaching made him an admirable director of a school destined to train the professors of a nation. Each one was encouraged to take up an original line of research. He regulated the position of the Sorbonne towards religion, instructing the teachers that belief in God, free will, and duty was to be inculcated. Not being of a naturally tender disposition, Cousin may not have loved the students for themselves, but he passionately loved talent and exerted himself to foster and develop it. Of a disdainful, sarcastic turn of mind, Cousin's mordant wit was well known and greatly feared. His habits were frugal, and though he dressed badly, he was prodigal with regard to books. He nowhere appeared to better advantage than in his library at the Sorbonne, where so many of his books were written. He could talk magnificently on any subject for an hour. After that, his own eloquence carried him beyond all bounds, and he was apt to indulge in paradox. Guizot said of him, "C'est l'esprit qui a le plus besoin de garde-fou." His is a mind which has the greatest need of restraint. His voice was wonderfully expressive. Witty sayings, comparisons, anecdotes crowded upon his tongue. As a rule, he absorbed the entire conversation and created a sensation, as he loved to do. Liberal in matters of philosophy rather than in politics, Cousin engaged in a battle with the clergy, to whom, however, he cheerfully conceded the rights granted by the Charter, and a certain preponderance in the schools. He considered it criminal to attack religion, and required it to be taught in the primary schools, though he excluded it from the university, where it might clash with philosophy. Towards the end of his life he entered into a correspondence with the Pope to prevent "the true, the beautiful, the good" from being placed on the Index Expurgatorius, and obtained his point only after lengthy negotiations. In the early years of his life, Cousin's poetic temperament, aided by youth, carried him towards pure philosophy and German ideas. The word pantheism, however, grew to be a very abomination to him. But storm and protest as he would, it pursued him all his life. His lyric descriptions of God were rigidly interpreted according to pantheistic formulae, and hurled at his head until he cried, "Enough!" "This is the truth," was answered back, though he had long since erased that compromising endorsement of Schelling's system. Debarred from both politics and teaching at the age of 60, with intellect and vitality unimpaired, Cousin devoted the 14 remaining years of his life to literature. And now that the eclectic philosophy is considered merely a brilliant but fleeting system which has lived its day, we still turn with pleasure to his biographies. It was by study of the 17th century that Cousin's purely literary career began. He relates facts and penetrates the nature of his characters. Taine declares that when at last the lovely face of Madame de Longueville does appear, crash goes a pile of folios to the floor. Nevertheless, strength and energy characterize Cousin's style, and make good his dictum, "Style is movement." To the very end, Cousin retained the spontaneous emotion of youth. The quality of vehemence everywhere so apparent in these biographies presupposes an intense emotion which is communicated from the writer to the reader. It was a current joke among the professors of the Sorbonne that her biographer was in love with Madame de Longueville. Everyone knows that Cousin is the chevalier servant of Madame de Longueville, writes Taine. This noble lady has had the rare privilege of making post mortem conquests, and the solid walls of the Sorbonne have not protected Monsieur Cousin from the darts of her beautiful eyes. He is so deeply in love with her that he speaks of Condé, her brother, as a brother-in-law, and of La Rochefoucauld, her lover, as a rival. Cousin's critics take this retrospective infatuation too seriously. It was merely an episode in his life, and when Sainte-Beuve said, "Cousin's bust would one day have engraved beneath it, he wished to found a great system of philosophy, and he loved Madame de Longueville," he was more witty than just. It is only fair to add that Sainte-Beuve considered Cousin the most brilliant meteor that had flashed across the sky of the 19th century. In his later years, Cousin recommended The True, the Beautiful, the Good, and his Philosophy of History for perusal in preference to his other books. He was conscious of the drawback attendant upon scattering his doctrines over so many books, and condensed them in the former volume. Composed of brilliant and incomplete fragments, if it does not constitute a systematic whole, the pages relating to God and necessary and universal principles are, however, full of grandeur, and will always endear it to humanity. On the 2nd of January, 1867, Cousin passed away during his sleep, having been until the last in full possession of the lucidity and vigor which characterized his mind. He left his fine library to the state, with ample funds for its maintenance. He has had the privilege of living in the books of many distinguished men, whose minds he trained, whose careers he advanced, and who have recorded in brilliant pages the debt owed him, not by themselves alone, but by all Frenchmen of succeeding generations. Selection: Pascal's Skepticism by Victor Cousin, from Les Pensées de Pascal. Pascal was skeptical of philosophy, not of religion. It is because he is skeptical in philosophical matters, and recognizes the powerlessness of reason and the destruction of natural truth among men, that he clings desperately to religion as the last resource of humanity. What is philosophical skepticism? It is a philosophical opinion which consists in rejecting philosophy as unfounded, on the ground that man of himself is incapable of reaching any truth, and still less those truths which constitute what philosophy terms natural morals and religion, such as free will, the law of duty, the distinction between good and evil, the saint and the sinner, the holiness of virtue, the immateriality of the soul, and divine providence. Skepticism is not the enemy of any special school of philosophy, but of all. Pascal's Pensées are imbued with philosophical skepticism. Pascal is the enemy of all philosophy, which he rejected utterly. He does not admit the possibility of proving God's existence, and to demonstrate the impotence of reason, he invented a desperate argument. We can ignore truth, but we cannot ignore our own interest, the interest of our eternal happiness. According to him, we must weigh the problem of divine providence from this point of view. If God does not exist, it cannot hurt us to believe in him. But if by chance he should exist, and we do not believe in him, the consequences to us would be terrible. Let us examine this point of view and say, God is, or he is not, writes Pascal. To which belief do we incline? Reason is powerless to solve the question for us. Chaos separates us from its solution. At the extreme end of this infinite distance, a game is being played in which heads or tails will turn up. What do we win in either case? Through the power of mere reason, we can neither prove nor disprove God's existence. Through the power of reason, we can defend neither proposition. On this foundation, not of truth but of interest, Pascal founds the celebrated calculation to which he applies the law of chance. Here is the conclusion he reaches. In the eyes of reason, to believe or not to believe in God, the for and against, or as I say, the game of croix ou pile, is equally without consequence. But in the eyes of interest, the difference is infinite, because the infinite is to be gained or lost thereby. Pascal considers skepticism legitimate because philosophy or natural reason is incapable of attaining to certitude. He affirms the sole role of reason to be the renouncement of reason, that true philosophy consists in despising philosophy. The God of Abraham, the God of Jacob, not the God of savants and philosophers, is the God of Pascal. He caught a gleam of light and believed he had found peace in submission to Christ and his confessor. Doubt yielded to grace, but vanquished doubt carried reason and philosophy in its train. Selection: Madame de Longueville by Victor Cousin, from The Life of Madame de Longueville. What a number of accomplished women the 17th century produced! Women who inspired adoration, drew all hearts towards them, and spread among all ranks the cultus of beauty termed by Europe French gallantry. They accompany this great century upon its too rapid flight, and mark its principal moments. Madame de Longueville has her place in the brilliant galaxy of 17th century women by the right of true beauty and rare charm. Born in 1619 in the prison of Vincennes during the captivity of her father, Henri de Bourbon, whose wife, the beautiful Marguerite de Montmorency, shared his imprisonment, Mademoiselle de Bourbon grew in grace under the care of her mother, dividing her time between the Carmelite convent and the Hôtel de Rambouillet, nourishing her soul upon pious and romantic books. Married at the age of 23 to a man 23 years her senior, she found that M. de Longueville, instead of trying by tenderness to make his young wife forget this disparity, followed the triumphal car of the famous Duchesse de Montbazon, the veriest coquette of the century. Insulted by her rival, neglected by her husband, Madame de Longueville yielded by degrees to the contagion in the midst of which she lived, and after having spent some time at the frivolous court of Münster, was fascinated on her return to Paris by the wit, chivalrous appearance, and distinguished manners of the Prince de Marsillac, afterwards Duc de la Rochefoucauld. This intimacy decided her career, the first part of which it closed in 1648. The vicissitudes of the Fronde, love as it was understood at the Hôtel Rambouillet, that is, love à la Scudéry, with its enchantments, its sufferings, intermingled with danger and glory, crossed by adventures, triumphant over the greatest tests, yielding finally to its own weakness and exhausting itself. Such is the second period of Madame de Longueville's life, a period so short and yet so crowded with events, which began in 1648 and ended towards the middle of 1654. After 1654, Madame de Longueville's life was one long repentance, daily growing in austerity, passed first by the bedside of her husband, and then at the Carmelite convent, and at Port Royal, where she died in 1679. First, spotless brilliancy, then sin and prompt expiation. Thus is divided the career of Madame de Longueville. A famous beauty, she possessed height and a fine figure. Her eyes were of the tenderest blue. Her light brown hair, of exceptional fineness, fell in abundant curls around the graceful oval of her face and rippled over her shoulders, which were fully exposed in accordance with the fashion of the time. Add to these attractions a complexion whose fairness, delicacy, and soft brilliancy justified its being compared with a pearl. Her charming skin reflected all the emotions of her soul. She spoke in the softest voice, her gestures harmonized with her face and voice, making perfect music. But her greatest charm was a graceful ease of manner, a languor which had brilliant awakenings when she was moved by passion, but which in everyday life gave her an appearance of aristocratic indifference, of indolence, frequently mistaken for ennui or disdain. Madame de Longueville loved but one person. For his sake she sacrificed repose, interest, duty, and reputation. For his sake she embarked upon the rashest and most contradictory enterprises. La Rochefoucauld drew her into the Fronde. It was he who made her advance or retreat, who separated her from or reconciled her with her family, who controlled her absolutely. In his hands she became a heroic instrument. Passion and pride had their share in the life of adventure she faced so bravely. But what a soul she must have possessed to find consolation in struggles such as these! And, as so often happens, the man for whom she made these sacrifices was unworthy of them. Witty but selfish, he judged others by himself. Subtle in evil as she was in good, full of selfish cunning in the pursuit of his interests, the least chivalrous of men, though he affected the semblance of the highest chivalry, when he believed that Madame de Longueville was yielding to the influence of the Duc de Nemours, he turned against her, blackened her reputation, revealed the weaknesses by which he had profited. And when she was struggling to repair her mistakes by the rigid mortification of the cloister, he published those Memoirs in which he tore her to pieces. La Rochefoucauld made his peace with the court. He even rode in Mazarin's carriages, saying with inimitable aplomb, "Everything comes to pass in France." He obtained a pension for himself, a fine position for his son, and was worshipped by lovely women, one of whom, Madame de Lafayette, replaced Madame de Longueville and consecrated her life to him. How different was Madame de Longueville's conduct! Love led her into the Fronde, love kept her there. When love failed her, everything failed her. the proud heroine who waged war against Mazarin, who sold her jewels, braved the ocean, aroused the North and South, and held the royal authority at bay, withdrew from the scene at the age of 35, in the full maturity of her beauty, when her own interest was alone at stake. To understand Madame de Longueville's character, to exonerate her from the charge of inconsistency or want of purpose, the unity of her life must be sought in her devotion to the man she loved. It is there in its entirety and unchangeableness. At once triumphant, absurd, and pathetic in the midst of the greatest follies. Her recklessness was inspired by the fickle, restless mind of La Rochefoucauld. It was he who drifted from one faction to another, moved by his own interest alone. To Madame de Longueville herself belong her courage in the face of danger, a certain secret delight in the extremity of misfortune, and in defeat a pride not inferior to that of De Retz himself. She does not drop her eyes. She directs her gaze towards worthier objects. Once wounded in that which was most precious to her, her love, she bade adieu to the world without currying favor with the court, and asking pardon of God alone. Selection: Madame de Chevreuse by Victor Cousin, from The Life of Madame de Chevreuse. Madame de Chevreuse was endowed with almost all the qualities constituting political genius. One alone was wanting, and this was precisely the master quality without which all the others lead but to the ruin of their possessor. She was incapable of keeping in view a steady aim, or rather of choosing her own aim. Someone else always directed her choice. She had an essentially feminine temperament. Therein lay the secret of her strength and weakness. Her spring of action was love, or rather gallantry, and the interest of the man she loved became for the time being her main object in life. This accounts for the wonderful sagacity, subtlety, and energy she expended in the pursuit of a chimerical aim which constantly eluded her grasp, and which seemed to charm her by the spell of its difficulty and danger. La Rochefoucauld accuses her of bringing misfortune upon all who loved her. It was more just to say that all whom she loved drew her into foolhardy enterprises. Richelieu and Mazarin left no stone unturned to attach Madame de Chevreuse to their interests. Richelieu considered her an enemy worthy of his steel. He exiled her several times, and when, after his death, the doors of France were opened to the men he had proscribed, the cardinal's implacable resentment survived in the soul of the dying Louis XIII, who closed them to her. If you turn to Mazarin's confidential letters, you will see what intense anxiety this beautiful conspirator caused him in 1643. During their Fronde, he had reason to congratulate himself on having effected a reconciliation with her, and followed her wise advice. In 1660, when the victorious Mazarin signed the treaties of Westphalia and the Pyrenees, and Don Luis de Haro congratulated him on the peace which was about to succeed to years of storms, the cardinal answered that peace was not possible in a country where even women were to be feared. You Spaniards can speak lightly of such matters, since your women are interested in love alone. But things are different in France, where there are 3 women quite capable of upsetting the greatest kingdom in the world, namely, the Duchesse of Longueville, the Princess Palatine, and the Duchesse of Chevreuse. Selection: Comparison between Madame de Hautefort and Madame de Chevreuse by Victor Cousin, from The Life of Madame de Chevreuse. Fate placed them both in the same century, in the same party, and in the midst of the same events; but far from resembling each other, they illustrate opposite poles of the character and destiny of women. Both were ravishingly beautiful, brilliantly intelligent, unflinchingly courageous; but one was as pure as she was beautiful, uniting grace with majesty, and inspiring respect as well as love. The favorite of a king, not a suspicion touched her; proud to haughtiness with the great and powerful, sweet and compassionate to the oppressed, loving greatness and prizing virtue above the esteem of the world; combining the wit of a Précieuse, the daintiness of a fashionable beauty, with the intrepidity of a heroine and the dignity of a great lady, she left an odor of sanctity behind her. The other possessed even greater powers of fascination and an irresistible charm. Witty but ignorant, thrown into the midst of party excesses, and thinking but little of religion; too great a lady to submit to restraint; bowing only to the dictates of honor; abandoned to gallantry, and making light of all else; despising danger and public opinion for the sake of the man she loved. Restless rather than ambitious, freely risking her life and that of others; and after spending her youth in intrigues and plots, and strewing her path with victims, traveling through Europe as captive and conqueror, and turning the heads of kings. Having seen Chalais ascend the scaffold, Chateauneuf dismissed from the ministry, the Duc de Lorraine stripped of his possessions, Buckingham assassinated, the King of Spain launched upon a disastrous war, Queen Anne humiliated, and Richelieu triumphant, defiant to the last, always ready to play a part in that game of politics which had become a passion with her, to descend to the lowest intrigues, or to take the most reckless course of action, seeing the weakness of her enemy, and daring enough to undertake his ruin. Madame de Chevreuse was a devoted friend, an implacable enemy, the most redoubtable adversary of both Richelieu and Mazarin. End of Section 21. Section 22. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Section 22. Part 1. Abraham Cowley, 1618 to 1667, by Thomas R. Lounsbury. Abraham Cowley, the posthumous son of a citizen and stationer of London, was born in that city in the latter half of 1618. His early education was received at Westminster School. In 1637 he became a scholar of Trinity College, Cambridge, where in 1639 he took the degree of Bachelor of Arts, and in 1642 that of Masters of Arts. During the civil commotions that followed, he was ejected from Cambridge University, and withdrew to Oxford, which had become for the time being the headquarters of the Royalist party. While there he not only continued his studies, but was present and in service in several of King Charles' journeys and expeditions. He finally became secretary to Lord Jermyn, who at the Restoration was created Earl of St. Albans. In this capacity he followed to France the Queen Henrietta Maria, who had left England for that country in 1644, and was there busily engaged in political intrigues to aid the cause of her husband. In her service Cowley was diligently employed, and was dispatched on missions to Jersey, Scotland, Flanders, and Holland. His principal and most absorbing occupation, however, was carrying on the cipher correspondence that took place between the king and the queen. This, and duties allied to this, were so engrossing that, according to Sprat, his intimate friend and first biographer, they, for some years together, took up all his days and 2 or 3 nights every week. After the execution of Charles, Cowley remained in France until 1656. Then he returned to England, practically to play the part of a spy, if the testimony of the authority already quoted can be trusted. Once there, he was arrested and imprisoned, but subsequently was allowed to go at liberty on bail. After the death of Cromwell, he went back to France. He returned at the Restoration, only to meet with the neglect which was incurred by all the followers of the exiled monarch, who made the mistake of combining an objectionable sobriety and decency of life with loyalty to the House of Stuart. Furthermore, certain things he had done had made him an object of pretended suspicion. He had been created in 1657 a doctor of medicine by the University of Oxford, in obedience to an order of the government. There were passages also in the preface prefixed to the edition of his works, published in 1656, which were taken to imply submissive acquiescence on his part in the new order of things. These were satisfactory pretexts for disregarding claims which the self-sacrificing service of years had established. The mastership of the Savoy, which he expected and which he had a right to expect, was given to another. But at last, more fortunate than many of his fellow sufferers, he received through the influence of the Earl of St. Albans and the Duke of Buckingham a provision sufficient to maintain him in comfort. Withdrawing entirely from public life, he lived successively at Barn Elms and at Chertsey in Sussex. At the latter place he died on July 18, 1667, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Such is a brief outline of the career of the man who, during his lifetime, was the most popular of English poets. In spite of occasional intervals of good fortune, it is on the whole a melancholy story. Such it seemed to Cowley himself. In the essay entitled "Of Myself," quoted below, and in "The Complaint," we get not only further details of the author's personal fortunes, but an insight into the feelings of disappointment and dejection which came over him, as he contrasted the difference between what he had hoped and expected and what he had succeeded in achieving or gaining. We learn from the preface to the volume published in 1656 that long before that time he had been eager to withdraw from the harassing occupations in which much of his time had already been wasted, and to spend the remainder of his days in seclusion and study. "My desire," he then wrote, "has been for some years past, though the execution has been accidentally diverted, and does still vehemently continue, to retire myself to some of our American plantations, not to seek for gold or to enrich myself with the traffic of those parts, which is the end of most men that travel thither, but to forsake this world forever, with all the vanities and vexations of it, and to bury myself in some obscure retreat there, but not without the consolations of letters and philosophy." There seems no reason to doubt the genuineness of the feeling thus expressed, and there is little difficulty in tracing it to its cause. Unquestionably, the political situation had a good deal to do with its manifestation at that particular time. But the source of his dejection lay deeper than any temporary overthrow of the side with which he sympathized. Cowley's career, however successful, had not fulfilled the extraordinary promise of his youth. He made his appearance as a man of letters long before he became a man. Of all authors in our own tongue, perhaps in any tongue, he was the most precocious. This is not to say that others have not written as early as he, but that no one who wrote so early has written so well. In 1633, when he was but 15 years old, he brought out a little volume containing over 1,000 lines, and entitled Poetical Blossoms. It was made up mainly of two productions entitled respectively Constantia and Philotas, and Pyramus and Thisbe. Of this work a second edition appeared in 1636, with a number of additional poems. In the epistle prefixed to this impression, he states that Pyramus and Thisbe was composed at 10 years of age, and Constantia and Philotas at 13. But much more important than either appeared in this volume of 1636 a poem entitled A Vote. It consists of 11 stanzas, the last 3 of which, with a few slight verbal alterations, were cited by Cowley in his essay upon himself. This poetry, which he never surpassed, he there tells us was written when he was 13 years old. The early date given to its composition may have been due to a slip of memory. At any rate, it was not until 1636 that the piece appeared in print. But even were it not written till the very year in which it was published, it must be regarded as a marvelous production for a boy, not alone for the poetic ability displayed in it, but for the philosophic view it takes of life. A third edition of Poetical Blossoms appeared in 1637. In 1638 came out a pastoral comedy written while he was King's Scholar in Westminster School and called Love's Riddle. During that same year a Latin comedy entitled Naufragium Joculare had been acted by the students of Trinity College, and a little later was published. All the works mentioned, it will be seen, had been produced by him before he had completed, and most of them, in fact, before he had reached his 20th year. For one further dramatic production he is also responsible at a very early age. In 1641, when the king's son Charles, afterwards Charles II, passed through Cambridge, Cowley made extempore, as he says, a comedy which was acted for the entertainment of the prince at Trinity College on March 12th. It was called The Guardian, and in 1650 it was published. At a later period it was rewritten by the author, and in 1661 was brought out at the theatre in Lincoln's Inn Fields with a fair degree of success. It was then entitled Cutter of Colman Street. From the time of leaving Cambridge, though he did not cease writing, nothing of his was published for a long while, at least under his own name. In 1647 appeared a volume entitled The Mistress, but even this the publisher professed to bring out wholly on his own responsibility. The work consisted entirely of love poems, and the very doubtful assertion is steadily repeated in all notices of Cowley's life that they became the favorite ones of the age. If so, the age must have been peculiarly frigid in its feelings. Whatever excellences these pieces possess, they are not the excellences that characterize love poetry. It is hardly possible to speak of them as the transcript of any personal experiences. They are rather academic exercises, intellectual disquisitions upon the general subject of love, than the impassioned utterances of a man whose feelings have ever been profoundly stirred. The Greek scholar Joshua Barnes, who flourished a little later, declared that in spite of the sentiments expressed in these pieces, and in a subsequent poem called The Chronicle, Cowley was never in love but once in his life. It could not be proved on the evidence of the verses contained in The Mistress that he was ever in love at all. Still, if the poems lack fervor, they often exhibit ingenuity and grace. On his return to England during the Protectorate, he brought out a collected edition of his works in folio. It was published in 1656, and amongst the matter which then appeared for the first time were the odes written in professed imitation of Pindar. The composition of these set a literary fashion which did not die out till the latter half of the next century. To write so-called Pindaric odes became one of the regular duties of all who were in doubt about their poetic inspiration, and felt called upon to convince others as well as themselves of their possession of it. But Cowley introduced the term and not the thing. He seems to have fancied that to produce lines with a different number of feet and stanzas with a different number of lines was the proper method of representing the measure. But Pindar's verse, if it can be called irregular at all, was regularly irregular. Cowley's imitation was irregular and nothing else. Still, so great was his influence that a plentiful crop of these spurious reproductions of an imaginary metrical form sprang up in the literature of the 100 years following the Restoration. Among them can occasionally be found genuine imitations of Pindar's measure, such as are the odes of Congreve and of Gray. But of the countless number of all kinds produced, those of the last named author are the only ones that can be said still to survive. Another production that made its first appearance in the folio of 1656 was part of an epic poem, which Cowley had begun while he was at the university. Its subject was the life and exploits of King David, and his intention was to complete it in the orthodox number of 12 books. It would appear from his preface that the theme was chosen from a sense of duty as well as from inclination. Poetry, he there tells us, should no longer be pressed into the service of fable. The devil had stolen it and alienated it from the service of the Deity, and it was time to recover it out of the tyrant's power and restore it to the kingdom of God. If this doctrine be true, it must be conceded that Cowley's hands were not the ones to effect the restoration. From what he did towards bringing about the result he deemed desirable, it looks rather as if the craft of the great adversary of mankind had been put forth to defeat the end in view by instigating this particular poet to undertake this particular task. The Davidese is written in rhymed heroic verse, of which Cowley never gained the full mastery. There is nothing in the matter to make amends for the versification, which is rarely well finished and is not unfrequently rough and inharmonious. In truth, the distinguishing characteristic of the work as a whole is its well-sustained tediousness. Fortunately, it was not completed beyond the 4th book. It would not have lessened Cowley's reputation if the first had never been begun. Cowley continued to write after this volume was published, but a good deal of his latter production was in the Latin tongue, and has in consequence been condemned to perpetual obscurity. Interest in that could be least expected to survive the general decay of interest which gradually overtook his writings. His fame stood highest in his own century, and he is perhaps as much underestimated now as he was overestimated then. His collected works passed through edition after edition, and by 1681 had reached the 7th. Such a sale in those days of mighty folios and comparatively few readers indicated great and general popularity. But by the end of this century his influence had begun to decline. Dryden, at the outset of his literary career, had been one of his most fervent admirers, but in the preface to his last book, which appeared in 1700, he censured his faults severely, and declared that he had so sunk in his reputation that for 10 impressions which his works had had in so many successive years, scarcely 100 copies were purchased during a 12-month at the time of his writing. This statement reflected more the feelings of the critic than it represented the actual facts, for between 1699 and 1721 4 editions of Cowley's works appeared. Still, it is none the less true that Cowley's reputation was then steadily sinking, and was destined to sink still lower. In 1737 Pope directly referred to the fact in the following lines, which have been repeatedly quoted in connection with it: "Who now reads Cowley, if he pleases yet, it is his moral pleases, not his wit. Forget his epic, nay, Pindaric art, but still I love the language of his heart." Between 1721 indeed and 1802 not a single separate edition of his works was published, though selections were edited by Bishop Hurd in the interval, and of course his poems were included in the great collections of the booksellers, and of Anderson and Chalmers. In 1881 an edition limited to 100 copies of his works in verse and prose, for the first time completely collected, was brought out by Grosart as a part of the Chertsey Worthies Library. The reasons for the decay of Cowley's reputation are not hard to find. It was due to what Pope called his wit, or what more specifically was criticized by Addison in number 62 of The Spectator as his false wit. He could never, says Dryden, forgive any conceit which came in his way, but swept like a dragnet great and small. There are accordingly but few poems of his that can be read with unmixed pleasure. Even when the piece as a whole is admirable, the reader is always in danger of finding somewhat to jar upon his taste in details. A passage containing lofty thoughts, nobly expressed, is liable to be followed by another, in which forced and unnatural images or far-fetched conceits utterly destroy the impression wrought by the majestic simplicity of what has preceded. This inequality began early to lower him in general esteem. Even as far back as the 17th century, Lord Rochester is reported by Dryden as having said of him very pertinently, if somewhat profanely, that, not being of God, he could not stand. From this censure, which is too applicable to most of his work, there are portions that are absolutely free. These are his translations and his prose pieces. In the former, especially in his versions of Anacreon, the necessity of adhering to his original rendered it impracticable for him to go straying after these meretricious beauties of style. But for them in the latter he seems never to have had the least inclination. Here his expression never suffered from the perversion of his taste. He preceded Dryden in introducing into our language that simple structure, that easy, natural mode of expression, which is peculiarly adapted to the genius of our tongue, and forms the greatest possible contrast to the Latinized diction, the involved constructions, the sometimes stately, but frequently cumbrous sentences of the men of the former age, like Hooker and Milton. Cowley was, in fact, the first regular writer of modern prose. In certain particulars, his work in that line has rarely been surpassed. It is simple and straightforward, never sinking into commonplace when treating of the common, never lacking in dignity when occasions demand it to rise. The longest and most important of these prose pieces, nearly all of which are interspersed with poetry, is the one entitled A Discourse Concerning the Government of Oliver Cromwell. It was written shortly after the Protector's death, though not published until 1661. In spite of the fact that it is mainly an elaborate attack upon that great ruler, the opening pages prove how profound had been the impression produced upon Cowley by the personality of the man. Cowley is perhaps the chief of the poets who, for some inexplicable reason, have been termed metaphysical. The peculiarities of style which led to this school being so designated were exemplified in passages taken from his works, in the elaborate criticism given of him by Dr. Johnson in the biography he prepared. To most persons that account is now better known than the productions of the man who was its subject. It is not to be expected, indeed, that Cowley will ever again be a popular author. But he will always be a favorite, to a certain extent, of a small body of cultivated men, who will overlook his faults for the sake of the lofty morality couched in lofty diction that is scattered through his writings, and even more for that undertone of plaintive tenderness which Pope aptly styled the language of his heart. In literary history he will have a place of his own, as having founded in the so-called Pindaric odes a temporary fashion of writing, and a more exalted position for having been the pioneer in the production of our present prose style. End of section 22. Part 1. Section 23. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Section 23. Abraham Cowley. Selections. Selection. Of Myself by Abraham Cowley. It is a hard and nice subject for a man to write of himself. It grates his own heart to say anything of disparagement, and the reader's ears to hear anything of praise from him. There is no danger from me of offending him in this kind. Neither my mind nor my body nor my fortune allow me any materials for that vanity. It is sufficient for my own contentment that they have preserved me from being scandalous or remarkable on the defective side. But besides that, I shall here speak of myself only in relation to the subject of these precedent discourses, and shall be likelier thereby to fall into the contempt than rise up to the estimation of most people. As far as my memory can return back into my past life, before I knew or was capable of guessing what the world or the glories or business of it were, the natural affections of my soul gave me a secret bent of aversion from them, as some plants are said to turn away from others by an antipathy imperceptible to themselves and inscrutable to man's understanding. Even when I was a very young boy at school, instead of running about on holidays and playing with my fellows, I was wont to steal from them and walk into the fields, either alone with a book or with some one companion if I could find any of the same temper. I was then, too, so much an enemy to all constraint that my masters could never prevail on me, by any persuasions or encouragements, to learn without book the common rules of grammar, in which they dispensed with me alone, because they found I made a shift to do the usual exercise out of my own reading and observation. That I was then of the same mind as I am now, which I confess I wonder at myself, may appear by the latter end of an ode which I made when I was but 13 years old, and which was then printed with many other verses. The beginning of it is boyish, but of this part, which I here set down, if a very little were corrected, I should hardly now be much ashamed. This only grant me, that my means may lie Too low for envy, for contempt too high. Some honour I would have, not from great deeds, but good alone. The unknown are better than ill known. Rumour can ope the grave, acquaintance I would have, but when it depends not on the number, but on the choice of friends. Books should, not business, entertain the light, and sleep as undisturbed as death the night. My house a cottage more than palace, and should fitting be for all my use, no luxury. My garden painted o'er with nature's hand, not art's, and pleasures yield Horace might envy in his Sabine field. Thus would I double my life's fading space, for he that runs it well twice runs his race, and in this true delight, these unbought sports, this happy state, I would not fear nor wish my fate, but boldly say each night, tomorrow let my sun his beams display, or in clouds hide them, I have lived to day. You may see by it I was even then acquainted with the poets, for the conclusion is taken out of Horace, and perhaps it was the immature and immoderate love of them which stamped first, or rather engraved, these characters in me. They were like letters cut into the bark of a young tree, which with the tree still grow proportionably. But how this love came to be produced in me so early is a hard question. I believe I can tell the particular little chants that filled my head first with such chimes of verse as have never since left ringing there. For I remember when I began to read, and to take some pleasure in it, there was wont to lie in my mother's parlour, I know not by what accident, for she herself never in her life read any book but of devotion, but there was wont to lie Spenser's works. This I happened to fall upon, and was infinitely delighted with the stories of the knights and giants and monsters and brave houses which I found everywhere there, though my understanding had little to do with all this, and by degrees with the tinkling of the rhyme and dance of the numbers, so that I think I had read him all over before I was 12 years old, and was thus made a poet as immediately as a child is made a eunuch. With these affections of mind, and my heart wholly set upon letters, I went to the university, but was soon torn from thence by that violent public storm, which would suffer nothing to stand where it did, but rooted up every plant, even from the princely cedars to me the hyssop. Yet I had as good fortune as could have befallen me in such a tempest, for I was cast by it into the family of one of the best persons, and into the court of one of the best princesses of the world. Now, though I was here engaged in ways most contrary to the original design of my life, that is, into much company and no small business, and into a daily sight of greatness, both militant and triumphant, for that was the state then of the English and French courts. Yet all this was so far from altering my opinion, that it only added the confirmation of reason to that which was before but natural inclination. I saw plainly all the paint of that kind of life, the nearer I came to it. And that beauty which I did not fall in love with when for aught I knew it was real, was not like to bewitch or entice me when I saw that it was adulterate. I met with several great persons whom I liked very well, but could not perceive that any part of their greatness was to be liked or desired, no more than I would be glad or content to be in a storm. though I saw many ships which rid safely and bravely in it. A storm would not agree with my stomach if it did with my courage. Though I was in a crowd of as good company as could be found anywhere, though I was in business of great and honorable trust, though I ate at the best table and enjoyed the best conveniences for present subsistence that ought to be desired by a man of my condition in banishment and public distresses, yet I could not abstain from renewing my old schoolboy's wish in a copy of verses to the same effect. Well, then I now do plainly see this busy world, and I shall ne'er agree, etc. And I never then proposed to myself any other advantage from his Majesty's happy restoration, but the getting into some moderately convenient retreat in the country, which I thought in that case I might easily have compassed as well as some others, who, with no greater probabilities or pretences, have arrived to extraordinary fortune. But I had before written a shrewd prophecy against myself, and I think Apollo inspired me in the truth, though not in the elegance of it. Thou neither great at court, nor in the war, nor at the exchange shall be, nor at the wrangling bar. Content thyself with the small barren praise, which neglected verse does raise. She spake, and all my years to come took their unlucky doom. Their several ways of life let others choose, their several pleasures let them use, but I was born for love and for a muse. With fate what boots it to contend? Such I began, such am, and so must end. The star that did my being frame was but a lambent flame, and some small light it did dispense, but neither heat nor influence. No matter, Cowley, let proud Fortune see that thou canst her despise no less than she does thee. Let all her gifts the portion be of folly, lust, and flattery, fraud, extortion, calumny, murder, infidelity, rebellion, and hypocrisy, do thou nor grieve nor blush to be as all the inspired tuneful men, and all thy great forefathers were, from Homer down to Ben. However, by the failing of the forces which I had expected, I did not quit the design which I had resolved on. I cast myself into it à corps perdu, without making capitulations or taking counsel of fortune. But God laughs at a man who says to his soul, "Take thy ease." I met presently not only with many little encumbrances and impediments, but with so much sickness, a new misfortune to me, as would have spoiled the happiness of an emperor as well as mine. Yet I do neither repent nor alter my course. Non ego perfidum dixi sacramentum. Nothing shall separate me from a mistress which I have loved so long and have now at last married, though she neither has brought me a rich portion, nor lived yet so quietly with me as I hoped from her. Nec vos, dulcissima mundi, nomina vos musae libertas, otia libri, hortique silvaque, anima remanente, relinquam. Nor by me e'er shall you of all names the sweetest and the best, you muses, books, and liberty and rest, you gardens, fields, and woods forsaken be, as long as life itself forsakes not me. But this is a very pretty ejaculation, because I have concluded all the other chapters with a copy of verses I will maintain the humor to the last. Selection. On the Death of Crashaw, by Abraham Cowley. Poet and saint, to thee alone are given the two most sacred names of earth and heaven, the hard and rarest union which can be, next that of Godhead with humanity. Long did the Muses banished slaves abide, And build vain pyramids to mortal pride. Like Moses thou, though spells and charms withstand, Hast brought them nobly home back to their holy land. Ah, wretched we, poets of earth, but thou Wert living the same poet which thou'rt now! Whilst angels sing to thee their airs divine, And joy in an applause so great as thine. Equal society with them to hold, Thou needest not make new songs, but say the old; And they, kind spirits, shall all rejoice to see How little less than they exalted man may be. Still the old heathen gods in numbers dwell, The heavenliest thing on earth still keeps up hell. Nor have we yet quite purged the Christian land, Still idols here, like calves at Bethel, stand. And though Pan's death long since all oracles broke, Yet still in rhyme the fiend Apollo spoke. Nay, with the worst of heathen dotage, we, vain men, the monster women deify, Find stars, and tie our fates there in a face, And paradise in them, by whom we lost it, place. What different faults corrupt our Muses thus! Wanton as girls, as old wives, fabulous, Thy spotless Muse, like Mary, did contain The boundless Godhead. She did well disdain That her eternal verse employed should be on a less subject than eternity, And for a sacred mistress scorned to take but her, Whom God himself scorned not his spouse to make. It, in a kind, her miracle did do, A fruitful mother was, and virgin too. How well, blest swan, did fate contrive thy death, And make thee render up thy tuneful breath In thy great mistress' arms, thou most divine, And richest offering of Loretto's shrine! Where, like some holy sacrifice t'expire, A fever burns thee, and love lights the fire. Angels, they say, brought the famed chapel there, And bore the sacred load in triumph through the air. 'Tis surer much they brought thee there, and they, And thou their charge, went singing all the way. Pardon, my Mother Church, if I consent That angels led him when from thee he went; For e'en in error seen no danger is, When joined with so much piety as his. Ah, mighty God, with shame I speak't, and grief, Ah, that our greatest faults were in belief, And our weak reason were e'en weaker yet, Rather than thus our wills too strong for it. His faith, perhaps, in some nice tenets might Be wrong, his life, I'm sure, was in the right; And I myself a Catholic will be, So far at least, great saint, to pray to thee. Hail, bard triumphant, and some care bestow On us, the poets militant below, Oppressed by our old enemy, adverse chance, Attacked by envy and by ignorance, Enchained by beauty, tortured by desires, Exposed by tyrant love to savage beasts and fires. Thou from low earth in nobler flames didst rise, And like Elijah mount alive the skies. Elisha like, but with a wish much less, More fit thy greatness and my littleness. Lo, here I beg, I, whom thou once didst prove So humble to esteem, so good to love. Not that thy spirit might on me doubled be, I ask but half thy mighty spirit for me. And when my Muse soars with so strong a wind, 'Twill learn of things divine, and first of thee to sing. Selection. On the Death of Mr. William Hervey, by Abraham Cowley. It was a dismal and a fearful night, Scarce could the moon disk on thy unwilling light, When sleep, death's image, left my troubled breast, By something liker death possessed. My eyes with tears did uncommanded flow, And on my soul hung the dull weight Of some intolerable fate. What bell was that? Ah me, too much I know. My sweet companion and my gentle peer, why hast thou left me thus unkindly here? Thy end forever, and my life to moan. Oh, thou hast left me all alone! Thy soul and body, where death's agony besieged around thy noble heart, did not with more reluctance part, than I, my dearest friend, do part from thee. My dearest friend, would I had died for thee! Life and this world henceforth will tedious be, nor shall I know hereafter what to do, if once my griefs prove tedious too. Silent and sad I walk about all day, as sullen ghosts stalk speechless by, where their hid treasures lie. Alas, my treasures gone, why do I stay? He was my friend, the truest friend on earth; a strong and mighty influence joined our birth, nor did we envy the most sounding name, by friendship given of old to fame. None but his brethren he and sisters knew, whom the kind youth preferred to me, and e'en in that we did agree, for much above myself I loved them too. Say, for you saw us, ye immortal lights, how oft unwearied have we spent the nights, till the Lethean stars, so famed for love, wondered at us from above. We spent them not in toys, in lusts, or wine, but search of deep philosophy, wit, eloquence, and poetry, arts which I loved, for they, my friend, were thine. Ye fields of Cambridge, our dear Cambridge, say, have ye not seen us walking every day? Was there a tree about which did not know the love betwixt us two? Henceforth, ye gentle trees, forever fade, or your sad branches thicker join, and into darksome shades combine. Dark is the grave wherein my friend is laid. Henceforth no learned youths beneath you sing, till all the tuneful birds to your boughs they bring. No tuneful birds play with their wonted cheer, and call the learned youths to hear. No whistling winds through the glad branches fly, but all with sad solemnity mute and unmoved be, mute as the grave wherein my friend does lie. To him my muse made haste with every strain, whilst it was new and warm yet from the brain. He loved my worthless rhymes, and like a friend would find out something to commend. Hence now, my muse, thou canst not me delight, be this my latest verse, with which I now adorn his hearse, and this my grief without thy help shall right. Had I a wreath of bays about my brow, I should condemn that flourishing honour now, condemn it to the fire, and joy to hear it rage and crackle there, instead of bays, crown with sad cypress me, cypress which tombs does beautify. Not Phoebus grieved so much as I, for him who first was near that mournful tree. Large was his soul, as large a soul as e'er Submitted to inform a body here. High is the place 'twas shortly in heaven to have, but low and humble as his grave. So high, that all the virtues there did come As to their chiefest seat, conspicuous and great; So low, that for me too it made a room. He scorned this busy world below, and all that we, mistaken mortals, pleasure call, Was filled with innocent gallantry and truth, Triumphant o'er the sins of youth. He, like the stars, to which he now is gone, That shine with beams like flame, yet burn not with the same, Had all the light of youth, of the fire none. Knowledge he only sought, and so soon caught, As if for him knowledge had rather sought; Nor did more learning ever crowded lie In such a short mortality. Whene'er the skilful youth discoursed or writ, Still did the nations throng about his eloquent tongue, Nor could his ink flow faster than his wit. So strong a wit did nature to him frame, As all things but his judgment overcame. His judgment like the heavenly moon did show, tempering that mighty sea below. Oh, had he lived in learning's world, what bound would have been able to control his overpowering soul? We've lost in him arts that not yet are found. His mirth was the pure spirit's of various wit, yet never did his God or friends forget. And when deep talk and wisdom came in view, retired and gave to them their due. For the rich help of books he always took, though his own searching mind before was so with notions written o'er, as if wise nature had made that her book. So many virtues joined in him, as we can scarce pick here and there in history. More than old writers' practice e'er could reach, as much as they could ever teach. These did religion, queen of virtues, sway, and all their sacred motions steer, just like the first and highest sphere, which wheels about and turns all heaven one way. With as much zeal, devotion, piety, he always lived, as other saints do die. Still with his soul severe account he kept, wiping all debts out ere he slept. Then down in peace and innocence he lay, like the sun's laborious light, which still in water sets at night, unsullied with his journey of the day. Wondrous young man, why wert thou made so good to be snatched hence ere better understood? Snatched before half of thee enough was seen, thou ripe, and yet thy life but green. Nor could thy friends take their last sad farewell, but danger and infectious death maliciously seized on that breath, where life, spirit, pleasure always used to dwell. But happy thou, ta'en from this frantic age, where ignorance and hypocrisy does rage. A fitter time for heaven no soul e'er chose, the place now only free from those. There 'mong the blest thou dost forever shine, and wheresoever thou cast thy view upon that white and radiant crew, sees not a soul clothed with more light than shine. And if the glorious saints cease not to know their wretched friends who fight with life below, thy flame to me does still the same abide, only more pure and rarefied. There, whilst immortal hymns thou dost rehearse, thou dost with holy pity see our dull and earthly poesy, where grief and misery can be joined with verse. Selection. A Supplication by Abraham Cowley. Awake, awake, my lyre, and tell thy silent master's humble tale in sounds that may prevail, sounds that gentle thoughts inspire. Though so exalted she, and I so lowly be, tell her, such different notes make all thy harmony. Hark, how the strings awake! And though the moving hand approach not near, themselves with awful fear a kind of numerous trembling make. Now all thy forces try, now all thy charms apply, revenge upon her ear the conquests of her eye. Weak lyre, thy virtue sure is useless here, since thou art only found to cure but not to wound, and she to wound but not to cure. Too weak, too, wilt thou prove my passion to remove. Physic to other ills, thou'rt nourishment to love. Sleep, sleep again, my lyre, for thou canst never tell my humble tale in sounds that will prevail, nor gentle thoughts in her inspire. All thy vain mirth lay by, bid thy strings silent lie. Sleep, sleep again, my lyre, and let thy master die. Selection. Epitaph on a Living Author by Abraham Cowley. Here, passenger, beneath this shed lies Cowley, though entombed, not dead, yet freed from human toil and strife, and all the impertinence of life. who in his poverty is neat, and even in retirement great, with gold, the people's idol he, holds endless war and enmity. Can you not say he has resigned his breath to this small cell confined? With this small mansion let him have the rest and silence of the grave. Strew roses here as on his hearse, and reckon this his funeral verse. With wreaths of fragrant herbs adorn the yet surviving poet's urn. End of Section 23.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Section 24, Selected Works by William Cowper. By Charles Dudley Warner. William Cowper, 1731 to 1800. The poet Cowper, who stands in the gap that separates Pope from Wordsworth, belongs to the group that includes Thomson, Young, Goldsmith, and Crabbe. If he is unimportant today in comparison with his importance to his own time, yet his service to English poetry is great, for he dispersed the artificial atmosphere which Pope had thrown around it. His moods and his keys were alike limited, and he was soon overshadowed by Wordsworth. Cowper saw nature, Wordsworth saw into nature, and touched chords undreamed of by the gentle poet of rural scenes and fireside pleasures. Cowper's simplicity of diction was in his day almost daring, and he broke away from all the sentimental Accadian figures with which Thomson's landscapes were peopled. Therefore his value lies in the note of sincerity that he sounded. Singularly enough, he has been admired by French critics. He has been compared to Rousseau, and Sainte-Beuve calls him the bard of domestic life. His fame as a serious poet rests chiefly on the Task, which Hazlitt calls a poem which, with its pictures of domestic comfort and social refinement, can hardly be forgotten but with the language itself. His life is briefly told. He was born at Berkhamsted, England, November 26, 1731. Through his mother he was descended from the family of the poet John Donne. She died when he was but 6 years of age, and he was sent to school in Hertfordshire and to Westminster. For 3 years he studied law at the Temple, but although called to the bar in 1754, he never practiced. As a young man he had an attack of madness, attempted suicide, and was confined at St. Albans for 2 years. When released he retired to Huntington, where he formed a friendship with the Unwins. On the death of Reverend William Unwin, he and Mrs. Unwin removed to Olney, where most of Cowper's poems were written, and afterward to Weston, where Mrs. Unwin died in 1796. Cowper survived her 4 years, dying on April 25, 1800. At Olney, Cowper lived in seclusion, amusing himself with his garden and greenhouse, raising pineapples, mending windows, writing, reading, and playing with his pets. The chief of them were his 3 hares, Puss, Tiny, and Bess, which formed the topic of an essay in the Gentleman's Magazine for June 1784. It is this simple parlor at Olney which Cowper describes in The Task, where he says, "Now stir the fire and close the shutters fast. Let fall the curtains, wheel the sofa round, and while the bubbling and loud hissing urn throws up a steamy column, and the cups that cheer but not inebriate wait on each, so let us welcome peaceful evening in." In this retreat from the haunts of the worldly, whom he deemed so trivial and sinful, the poet found happiness in watching the flickering fire and listening to the wild blasts of winter that swept the panes with swirling snow. Here he sat in his easy chair while the dog dozed at his feet, the hares gamboled, and the linnets twittered until silenced by a quaint bit of music on the harpsichord. Cooper would twine silken thread round ivory reels, wind crewels, or read aloud to his two devoted companions as they knitted, or the well-depicted flower wrought patiently into the snowy lawn. The one, Mrs. Unwin, was somewhat prim and puritanical. The other, Lady Austen, a handsome woman of the world, was gay and vivacious, and banished Cooper's dark moods by her grace and charm. To dispel his morbid fancy, she told him the old story of the London citizen riding to Edmonton, which, says Hazlitt, has perhaps given as much pleasure to as many people as anything of the same length that ever was written. Lady Austen says his biographer Wright, seeing his face brighten and delighted with her success, wound up the story with all the skill at her command. Cooper could no longer control himself, but burst out into a loud and hearty peal of laughter. The ladies joined in his mirth, and the merriment had scarcely subsided by supper time. The story made such an impression on his mind that at night he could not sleep, and his thoughts having taken the form of rhyme, he sprang from his bed and committed them to paper, and in the morning brought down to Mrs. Unwin the crude outline of John Gilpin. All that day and for several days he secluded himself in the greenhouse, and went on with the task of polishing and improving what he had written. As he filled his slips of paper, he sent them across the market-place to Mr. Wilson, to the great delight and merriment of that jocular barber, who on several other occasions had been favoured with the first sight of some of Cooper's smaller poems. The portrait of John Gilpin was taken from John Byron, a linen-draper who lived at No. 3 Cheapside. John Gilpin was published anonymously in the Public Advertiser, and was received with enthusiasm. Printed as a ballad, copies of it, with pictures of John Gilpin flying past the bell at Edmonton, were sold by hundreds, but Cooper did not acknowledge the poem until 1785, when he brought out The Task. This was also suggested by Lady Austen, who asked him to write something in blank verse. Cooper replied that he lacked a subject. "Subject? Nonsense," she said. "You can write on anything. Take the sofa for a subject." Following her command, the poet named the first book of The Task The Sofa. She suggested also the verses on the loss of the Royal George. At Weston, Cooper appears to have enjoyed the society of the countryside. His companions here were Puss, the last surviving hare, and the spaniel Beau, a spotted liver colour and white, or rather a chestnut dog, the subject of several poems. Cooper never married. His attachment to Theodora, the Delia of his verses, the daughter of his uncle, Ashley Cooper, lasted throughout his life, and her sister, Lady Hasketh, was one of his kindest and best friends. It was she who made for him those peculiar muslin caps which he wears in his portraits. Many short poems addressed to her attest his affection and gratitude for her friendship and ministrations, and to Mrs. Unwin belong the verses and the sonnet inscribed to Mary. Lives of Cooper are numerous. His old friend John Newton attempted one immediately after his death, but this was not completed, and the first to appear was A Life by Hayley, 1803 to 1806, extended in The Life and Letters of Cooper by T.S. Grimshaw, 1835. There are also Cooper's own memoirs, a description of his mental derangement and religious experiences, published in 1816, Life and Letters of Cooper by Southey in 1835, and two books by T. Wright, The Town of Cooper, 1886, and Life of Cooper, 1892. An interesting biography has also been written by Goldwin Smith in the series of English Men of Letters, in which he says, "In all his social judgments, Cooper is at a wrong point of view. He is always deluded by the idol of his cave. He writes perpetually on the twofold assumption that a life of retirement is more favorable to virtue than a life of action, and that God made the country and man made the town. His flight from the world was rendered necessary by his malady and respectable by his literary work, but it was a flight and not a victory. His misconception was fostered and partly produced by a religion which was essentially aesthetic, and which, while it gave birth to characters of the highest and most energetic beneficence, represented salvation too little as the reward of effort, too much as the reward of passion, belief, and of spiritual emotion. Yet, despite this gloom, Cooper possessed the humor which finds admirable expression in many small poems, in John Gilpin, and in his letters. These are the real mirror of his life. Southey considers his letters the most delightful in the language. They contain nothing but the details of his daily life, and such happenings as the flowering of pinks, the singing of birds in the apple blossoms, the falling of the dew on the grass under his window, the pranks of his pets, the tricks of the spaniel Beau, the frolics of the tortoiseshell kitten, the flight of his favorite hare, and the excitements of a morning walk when the once nodding grass is fledged with icy feathers. Their English is so easy and graceful, and their humor so spontaneous, that the reader feels a sense of friendship with the modest poet of The Task, who, despite his platitudes, wins a certain respectful admiration. The Cricket. Little inmate, full of mirth, chirping on my kitchen hearth, wheresoever be thine abode, always harbinger of good, pay me for thy warm retreat with a song more soft and sweet. In return thou shalt receive such a strain as I can give. Thus thy praise shall be expressed, inoffensive, welcome guest, while the rat is on the scout, and the mouse with curious snout, with what vermin else infest every dish and spoil the best. Frisking thus before the fire, thou hast all thine heart's desire. Though in voice and shape they be formed as if akin to thee, thou surpassest, happier far, happiest grasshoppers that are. Theirs is but a summer song, thine endures the winter long, unimpaired and shrill and clear, melody throughout the year. The Winter Walk at Noon, from The Task. The night was winter in its roughest mood, the morning sharp and clear, but now at noon, upon the southern side of the slant hills, and where the woods fence off the northern blast, the season smiles, resigning all its rage, and has the warmth of May. The vault is blue without a cloud, and white without a speck, the dazzling splendor of the scene below. Again the harmony comes o'er the vale, and through the trees I view the embattled tower whence all the music. I again perceive the soothing influence of the wafted strains, and settle in soft musings as I tread the walk, still verdant under oaks and elms, whose outspread branches overarch the glade. The roof, though movable through all its length, as the wind sways it, has yet well sufficed, and intercepting in their silent fall the frequent flakes, has kept a path for me. No noise is here, or none that hinders thought. The redbreast warbles still, but is content with slender notes, and more than half suppressed. Pleased with his solitude and flitting light from spray to spray, whene'er he rests, he shakes from many a twig the pendant drops of ice that tinkle in the withered leaves below. Stillness, accompanied with sounds so soft, charms more than silence. Meditation here may think down hours to moments. Here the heart may give a useful lesson to the head, and learning wiser grow without his books. Knowledge and wisdom, far from being one, have ofttimes no connection. Knowledge dwells in heads replete with thoughts of other men, wisdom in minds attentive to their own. Knowledge, a rude, unprofitable mass, the mere materials with which wisdom builds, till smoothed and squared and fitted to its place, does but encumber whom it seems to enrich. Knowledge is proud that he has learned so much. Wisdom is humble that he knows no more. Books are not seldom talismans and spells by which the magic art of shrewder wits holds an unthinking multitude enthralled. Some to the fascination of a name surrender judgment, hoodwinked. Some the style infatuates, and through labyrinths and wilds of error lead them, by a time entranced, while sloth seduces them, too weak to bear the insupportable fatigue of thought, and swallowing therefore without pause or choice the total grist, unsifted, husks and all. But trees and rivulets whose rapid course defies the check of winter, haunts of deer and sheep walks populous with bleating lambs, and lanes in which the primrose ere her time peeps through the moss that closed the hawthorn root, deceive no student. Wisdom there, and truth, not shy as in the world, and to be won by slow solicitation, seize at once the roving thought, and fix it on themselves. On the loss of the Royal George, written when the news arrived. Toll for the brave that are no more, all sunk beneath the wave, fast by their native shore. 800 of the brave whose courage well was tried had made the vessel heel and laid her on her side. A land breeze shook the shrouds, and she was overset. Down went the Royal George with all her crew complete. Toll for the brave. Brave Kempenfelt is gone, his last sea fight is fought, his work of glory done. It was not in the battle, no tempest gave the shock, she sprang no fatal leak, she ran upon a rock. His sword was in his sheath, his fingers held the pen, when Kempenfelt went down with twice 400 men. Weigh the vessel up, once dreaded by our foes, and mingle with our cup the tears that England owes. Her timbers yet are sound, and she may float again, full charged with England's thunder, and plough the distant main. But Kempenfelt is gone, his victories are o'er, and he and his 800 shall plough the waves no more. Imaginary verses of Alexander Selkirk during his solitary abode on Juan Fernandez. I am monarch of all I survey, my right there is none to dispute. From the centre all round to the sea, I am lord of the fowl and the brute. O solitude, where are the charms that sages have seen in thy face? Better dwell in the midst of alarms than reign in this horrible place. I am out of humanity's reach, I must finish my journey alone, never hear the sweet music of speech. I start at the sound of my own. The beasts that roam over the plain my form with indifference see. They are so unacquainted with man, their tameness is shocking to me. Society, friendship, and love divinely bestowed upon man. Oh, had I the wings of a dove, how soon would I taste you again. My sorrows I then might assuage in the ways of religion and truth, might learn from the wisdom of age, and be cheered by the sallies of youth. Religion, what treasure untold resides in that heavenly word, more precious than silver and gold, or all this earth can afford. But the sound of the church-going bell these valleys and rocks never heard, never sighed at the sound of a knell, or smiled when the Sabbath appeared. Ye winds that have made me your sport, convey to this desolate shore some cordial endearing report of a land I shall visit no more. My friends, do they now and then send a wish or a thought after me, or tell me yet I have a friend, though a friend I am never to see? How fleet is the glance of the mind, compared with the speed of its flight. The tempest itself lags behind in the swift winged arrows of light. When I think of my own native land, in a moment I seem to be there, but alas, recollection at hand soon hurries me back to despair. But the sea-fowl has gone to her nest, the beast is laid down in his lair. Even here is a season of rest, and I to my cabin repair. There's mercy in every place, and Mercy, encouraging thought, gives even affliction a grace and reconciles man to his lot. The immutability of human nature. From a letter to William Unwin, 1780. When we look upon our forefathers, we seem to look back upon the people of another nation, almost upon creatures of another species. Their vast rambling mansions, spacious halls and painted casements, the Gothic porch smothered with honeysuckles, and their little gardens and high walls, their box edgings, balls of holly and yew tree statues are become so entirely unfashionable now that we hardly believe it possible that a people who resemble us so little in their taste should resemble us in anything else. But in everything else, I suppose, they were our counterparts exactly. In time that has sewed up a slashed sleeve and reduced the large trunk hose to a neat pair of silk stockings has left human nature just where it found it. The inside of the man, at least, has undergone no change. His passions, appetites, and aims are just what they ever were. They wear perhaps a handsomer disguise than they did in the days of yore, for philosophy and literature will have their effect upon the exterior, but in every other respect a modern is only an ancient in a different dress. From a letter to Reverend John Newton, Olney, November 30th, 1783. My dear friend, I have neither long visits to pay nor to receive, nor ladies to spend hours in telling me that which might be told in 5 minutes. Yet often find myself obliged to be an economist of time, and to make the most of a short opportunity. Let our station be as retired as it may, there is no want of playthings and avocations, nor much need to seek them in this world of ours. Business, or what presents itself to us under that imposing character, will find us out even in the stillest retreat, and plead its importance, however trivial in reality, as it just demand upon our attention. It is wonderful how by means of such real or seeming necessities my time is stolen away. I have just time to observe that time is short, and by the time I have made the observation, time is gone. I have wondered in former days at the patience of the antediluvian world, that they could endure a life almost millenary, and with so little variety as seems to have fallen to their share. It is probable that they had much fewer employments than we. Their affairs lay in a narrower compass. Their libraries were indifferently furnished. Philosophical researches were carried on with much less industry and acuteness of penetration, and fiddles perhaps were not even invented. How then could 700 or 800 years of life be supported? I have asked this question formerly, and been at a loss to resolve it, but I think I can answer it now. I will suppose myself born 1,000 years before Noah was born or thought of. I rise with the sun. I worship. I prepare my breakfast. I swallow a bucket of goat's milk and a dozen good, sizable cakes. I fasten a new string to my bow, and my youngest boy, a lad of about 30 years of age, having played with my arrows till he has stripped off all the feathers, I find myself obliged to repair them. The morning is thus spent in preparing for the chase, and it has become necessary that I should dine. I dig up my roots, I wash them, boil them. I find them not done enough. I boil them again. My wife is angry. We dispute. We settle the point. But in the meantime the fire goes out and must be kindled again. All this is very amusing. I hunt, I bring home the prey, with the skin of it I mend an old coat, or I make a new one. By this time the day is far spent. I feel myself fatigued and retire to rest. Thus, what with tilling the ground and eating the fruit of it, hunting and walking and running and mending old clothes and sleeping and rising again, I can suppose an inhabitant of the primeval world so much occupied as to sigh over the shortness of life. and to find it at the end of many centuries that they had all slipped through his fingers, and were passing away like a shadow. What wonder, then, that I, who live in a day of so much greater refinement, when there is so much more to be wanted and wished, and to be enjoyed, should feel myself now and then pinched in point of opportunity, and at some loss for leisure to fill four sides of a sheet like this. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10, Section 25. Selected Works by George Crabbe, 1754-1832. George Crabbe was born at Attleborough in Suffolk, the son of a customs officer. He received a fair education for a village lad, and at the age of 14 was apprenticed to a country surgeon. He early showed an inclination toward letters, versifying much while a schoolboy. In 1778 he abandoned his profession of medicine, in which he was not successful, and came up to London with a few pounds and some manuscript in his pocket, determined to make his way in literature. He met with the usual reverses of a beginner without reputation or patronage, and soon was desperately in need of money. He wrote many letters to well-known people without response. In his extremity he applied to Burke, who, although a stranger, received him most kindly into his own house, gave him advice and criticism, recommended him to Dodsley the publisher, and introduced him to many notable men of the day, among them Reynolds, Johnson, and Fox. During this time Crabbe wrote The Library and The Village, and also at the suggestion of his patron qualified himself for the ministry. He took holy orders in 1782, and became shortly after chaplain to the Duke of Rutland. Subsequently he held a number of small livings procured for him by his friends. The last of these, the rectory of Trowbridge, given him in 1813, he held until his death in 1832. The Village, published in 1783, made the poet's reputation. His next work, The Newspaper, published 2 years later, was much inferior. For 20 years thereafter he wrote and destroyed vast quantities of manuscript. Not until 1809 did he publish again. The Parish Register, coming out in that year, was even more successful than his first work. In 1810 appeared The Borough, containing his best work, Tales in Verse following in 1812. With Tales of the Hall appearing in 1819, he took leave of the public. Crabbe is an important link in the transition period between the poetry of the 18th and the 19th centuries. Men were growing tired of the artificiality and conventional frigidity of the current verse in the hands of the imitators of Pope. A feeling for change was in the air, manifested in the incipient romantic movement and in what is called the return to nature. Goldsmith was one of the first to lead the way back to simplicity, but he enveloped in a tender, somewhat sentimental idealism whatever he touched. Then came Thomson, with his generalizations of nature, Cowper, a more faithful painter of rural scenes, and Burns, who sang of the thought and feeling of the common man. The work of these poets was a reaction against the poetry of town life, too apt to become artificial with its subject. Yet, being poets and singers, they expressed not so much the reality as what lies behind, its beauty and its tenderness. To give the right perspective to this return to nature, there was needed a man who should paint life as it is, in its naked realism, unveiled by the glamour of poetic vision. Crabbe was this man. The most uncompromising realist, he led poetry back to human life on its stern, dark side. Born and bred among the poor, he described as no one else in the whole range of English verse has done the sordid existence among which he had grown up. He dispelled all illusions about rural life, and dealt the death blow to the Corydons and Phyllises of pastoral poetry. He showed that the poor man can be more immoral and even more unprincipled than the rich, because his higher spiritual nature is hopelessly dwarfed in the desperate struggle to keep the wolf from the door. He supplied harrowing texts to the social economist. He is a gloomy poet, especially in the first part of his work, for he paints principally the shadows that hung over the lives of the lowly. He does not deal with that life imaginatively, as Wordsworth and Burns do, but realistically, narrating with photographic accuracy what he saw. He excels in graphic delineations of external facts, but is also a powerful painter of the passions, especially the more violent ones, such as remorse and despair. Sir Eustace Gray is a masterful portrayal of madness. Crabbe has at all times been denied the name of poet. There is little music in his verse, little of that singing quality that goes with all true poetry. His versification is often slipshod and careless. His lack of taste and artistic feeling shows itself not only in the manner, but also in the matter of his work. He dwells by preference on the unlovely. He does not choose his details as an artist would. He is too minute, too like those Dutch painters who bestow as much care on the refuse as on the burnished platters of their interiors. And again he is trivial or too literal. But the steady admiration his poetry has excited in men of the most different tastes for several generations shows that it has deeper qualities. The truth is that his mean and squalid details are not mere heaps of unrelated things, nor irrelevant to his story. They are not even mere scenery. They are part of the history, in general the tragedy of human hearts and souls, and owe their validity as poetic material and their power of interesting us to their being part of the influences that bear on the history. Scott had Crabbe's poems read aloud in his last illness. Horace Smith called him Pope in worsted stockings. Jane Austen said she could fancy being Mrs. Crabbe. Cardinal Newman read the Tales of the Hall with extreme delight in their first appearance, and 50 years later still thought well of them. These different opinions testify that whatever the shortcomings of Crabbe as craftsman, the earnestness and genuineness of his work give him a secure place among English poets. Isaac Ashford, from the Parish Register. Next to these ladies, but in naught allied, a noble peasant, Isaac Ashford, died. Noble he was, contemning all things mean, his truth unquestioned and his soul serene. Of no man's presence Isaac felt afraid, at no man's question Isaac looked dismayed. Shame knew he not, he dreaded no disgrace. Truth, simple truth, was written in his face. Yet while the serious thought his soul approved, cheerful he seemed, and gentleness he loved. To bliss domestic he his heart resigned, and with the firmest had the fondest mind. Were others joyful, he looked smiling on, and gave allowance where he needed none. Good he refused with future ill to buy, nor knew a joy that caused reflection sigh. A friend to virtue his unclouded breast no envy stung, no jealousy distressed. Bane of the poor, it wounds their weaker mind to miss one favor which their neighbors find. Yet far was he from stoic pride removed. He felt humanely, and he warmly loved. I marked his action when his infant died, and his old neighbor for offense was tried. The still years, stealing down that furrowed cheek, spoke pity plainer than the tongue can speak. If pride were his, 'twas not their vulgar pride, who in their base contempt the great deride. Nor pride in learning, though my clerk agreed if fate should call him, Ashford might succeed. Nor pride in rustic skill, although he knew none his superior, and his equals few. But if that spirit in his soul had place, it was the jealous pride that shuns disgrace. A pride in honest fame, by virtue gained, in sturdy boys to virtuous labors trained. Pride in the power that guards his country's coast, and all that Englishmen enjoy and boast. Pride in a life that slander's tongue defied, in fact a noble passion, misnamed pride. He had no party's rage, no sectary's whim. Christian and countryman was all with him. True to his church he came. No Sunday shower kept him at home in that important hour, nor his firm feet could one persuading sect by the strong glare of their new light direct. On hope in mine own sober light I gaze, but should be blind and lose it in your blaze. In times severe, when many a sturdy swain felt it his pride, his comfort, to complain, Isaac their wants would soothe, his own would hide, and feel in that his comfort and his pride. I feel his absence in the hours of prayer, and view his seat, and sigh for Isaac there. I see no more those white locks thinly spread round the bald polish of that honored head, no more that awful glance on playful wight, compelled to kneel and tremble at the sight, to fold his fingers all in dread the while, till Mr. Ashford softened to a smile. No more that meek and suppliant look in prayer, nor the pure faith to give it force, are there. But he is blessed, and I lament no more, a wise, good man, contented to be poor. The Parish Workhouse and Apothecary. From The Village. Theirs is yon house that holds the parish poor, whose walls of mud scarce bear the broken door. There where the putrid vapours flagging play, and the dull wheel hums doleful through the day, there children dwell who know no parents' care. Parents who know no children's love dwell there. Heart-broken matrons on their joyless bed, forsaken wives, and mothers never wed, dejected widows and unheeded tears, and crippled age with more than childhood fears, the lame, the blind, and for the happiest they, the moping idiot and the madman gay. Here too the sick their final doom receive, here brought amid the scenes of grief to grieve, where the loud groans from some sad chamber flow, mixed with the clamours of the crowd below. Here, sorrowing, they each kindred sorrow scan, and the cold charities of man to man, whose laws indeed for ruined age provide, and strong compulsion plucks the scrap from pride, and still that scrap is bought with many a sigh, and pride embitters what it can't deny. Say ye, oppressed by some fantastic woes, some jarring nerve that baffles your repose, who press the downy couch, while slaves advance with timid eye to read the distant glance, who with sad prayers and weary doctor tease to name the nameless ever new disease, who with mock patience dire complaints endure, which real pain and that alone can cure. How would ye bear in real pain to lie despised, neglected, left alone to die? How would ye bear to draw your latest breath, where all that's wretched paves the way for death? Such is that room which one rude beam divides, and naked rafters form the sloping sides, where the vile bands that bind the thatch are seen, and lath and mud are all that lie between, save one dull pane, that coarsely patched gives way to the rude tempest, yet excludes the day. Here on a matted flock, with dust o'erspread, the drooping wretch reclines his languid head. For him no hand the cordial cup applies, or wipes the tear that stagnates in his eyes. No friends with soft discourse his pain beguile, or promise hope till sickness wears a smile. But soon a loud and hasty summon calls, shakes the thin roof, and echoes round the walls. Anon a figure enters, quaintly neat, all pride and business, bustle and conceit, with looks unaltered by these scenes of woe. With speed that entering speaks his haste to go, he bids the gazing throng around him fly, and carries fate and physic in his eye. A potent quack, long versed in human ills, who first insults the victim whom he kills, whose murderous hand a drowsy bench protect, and whose most tender mercy is neglect. Paid by the parish for attendance here, he wears contempt upon his sapient sneer. In haste he seeks the bed where misery lies, impatience marked in his averted eyes, and some habitual queries hurried o'er Without reply, he rushes to the door. His drooping patient, long inured to pain, and long unheeded, knows remonstrance vain. He ceases now the feeble help to crave of man, and silent sinks into the grave. End of section 25.
Section 26. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Dinah Maria Mulock Craik, 1826 to 1887. Although the daughter of a clergyman of the Established Church, Dinah Mulock was not herself a churchwoman, and in her earlier works she frequently declares her belief in freedom of religious thought and action. She was led to take this attitude by her conviction that her mother was unkindly treated by her father, who, in her opinion, did not live up to the principles he professed. In a blaze of youthful indignation, she carried her delicate mother and younger brothers away from their home at Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, and undertook to support them all by her pen. The Ogilvies, her first novel, was published in 1849, and her first struggle was successful. But she was soon deprived of the cause which she had gone forth to champion. Her mother and one of her brothers died, and she was left alone with her youngest brother to continue her work. Her loving description of her mother in My Mother and I will be remembered as the picture of a pure, tender, and gentle woman. Olive and the head of the family soon followed the Ogilvies, and in the second of these stories she showed highly imaginative and dramatic qualities, though the plot is simplicity itself. After Agatha's Husband was issued in 1852, no other work of consequence appeared from her pen until the publication in 1857 of John Halifax, Gentleman, her most popular novel. It was the portraiture of a gentleman by instinct, though not by social position. He is a middle-class businessman, an inventor who has solved certain problems of capital and labor, and upholds a true aristocracy, which he defines as the best men of the country. These, he says, ought to govern and will govern one day, whether their patent of nobility be birth and titles, or only honesty and brains. She always maintained that A Life for a Life was her best book, a judgment shared by many of her friends and critics. John Halifax, however, continues to hold the heart and imagination of the many most strongly, perhaps on account of its democratic principles. Mrs. Craik was an earnest advocate of legalizing marriage with the deceased wife's sister, and Hannah, a strong but painful story, deals with this subject. She published between 40 and 50 works, novels, tales for the young, volumes of travel, and poems. She is a writer of the best sort of English domestic novels, full of strong moral purpose. She avoids over-romantic or over-emotional themes, but the tender and poetical ideals of ordinary womanhood find in her a satisfactory exponent. As a poet, her position, though not a high one, is lasting. Her versification is good, and her sentiment is always tender, truthful, and noble. Perhaps her best verses are those given below. In 1865 she made a happy marriage, and as her life grew larger and fuller, her home became the center of a group of affectionate friends, artists, literary men, musicians, and many others full of intellectual interests and aspirations. She died suddenly but peacefully at her home at Shortlands, Kent, near London, on October 12th, 1887. Selection: The Night Attack by Dinah Maria Mulock Craik. From John Halifax, Gentleman. I could not sleep. All my faculties were preternaturally alive. My weak body and timid soul became strong and active, able to compass anything. For that one night, at least, I felt myself a man. My father was a very sound sleeper. I knew nothing would disturb him till daylight. Therefore my divided duty was at an end. I left him and crept downstairs into Sally Watkins' kitchen. It was silent. Only the faithful warder Jem dozed over the dull fire. I touched him on the shoulder, at which he collared me and nearly knocked me down. "Beg pardon, Mr. Phineas. Hope I didn't hurt ye, sir," cried he, all but whimpering, for Jem, a big lad of 15, was the most tender-hearted fellow imaginable. "I thought it were some of them folk that Mr. Halifax had gone among." "Where is Mr. Halifax?" "Don't know, sir. Wish I did. Wouldn't be long o' finding out, though. Only he says, 'Jem, you stop here with they,'" pointing his thumb up the staircase. "So, Master Phineas, I stop." And Jem settled himself with a doggedly obedient but most dissatisfied air down by the fireplace. It was evident nothing would move him thence, and he was as safe a guard over my poor old father's slumber as the mastiff in the tan yard, who was as brave as a lion and as docile as a child. My last lingering hesitation ended. "Jem, lend me your coat and hat. I'm going out into the town." Jem was so astonished that he stood with open mouth while I took the said garments from him and unbolted the door. At last it seemed to occur to him that he ought to intercept me. "But, sir, Mr. Halifax said—" "I am going to look for Mr. Halifax." And I escaped outside. Anything beyond his literal duty did not strike the faithful Jem. He stood on the doorsill and gazed after me with a hopeless expression. "I suppose you mun have your way, sir, but Mr. Halifax said, 'Jem, you stop yere,' and yere I stop." He went in, and I heard him bolting the door with a sullen determination, as if he would have kept guard behind it, waiting for John until doomsday. I stole along the dark alley into the street. It was very silent. I need not have borrowed Jem's exterior in order to creep through a throng of maddened rioters. There was no sign of any such, except that under one of the 3 oil lamps that lit the night darkness of Norton Bury lay a few smouldering hanks of hemp, well rosined. They then had thought of that dreadful engine of destruction, fire. Had my terrors been true? Our house, and perhaps John within it. On I ran, speeded by a dull murmur which I fancied I heard, but still there was no one in the street, no one except the Abbey watchman lounging in his box. I roused him and asked if all was safe. Where were the rioters? "What rioters?" "At Abel Fletcher's mill. They may be at his house now." "Aye, I think they be." "And will not one man in the town help him? No constables, no law?" "Oh, he's a Quaker. The law don't help Quakers." That was the truth in those days. Liberty, justice, were idle names to nonconformists of every kind, and all they knew of the glorious constitution of English law was when its iron hand was turned against them. I had forgotten this. Bitterly I remembered it now. So, wasting no more words, I flew along the churchyard until I saw, shining against the boles of the chestnut trees, a red light. It was one of the hempen torches. Now at last I had got in the midst of that small body of men, the rioters. A mere handful they were, not above 20, apparently the relic of the band which had attacked the mill, joined with a few plough lads from the country round. But they were desperate. They had come up the Coltham road so quietly that, except this faint murmur, neither I nor anyone in the town could have told they were near. Wherever they had been ransacking, as yet they had not attacked my father's house. It stood upon the other side of the road, barred, black, silent. I heard a muttering. "The old man bean't there? Nobody knows where he be." "No, thank God." "Be us all here?" said the man with the torch, holding it up so as to see round him. It was well, then, that I appeared as Jem Watkins. But no one noticed me, except one man who skulked behind a tree, and of whom I was rather afraid, as he was apparently intent on watching. "Ready, lads? Now for the rosin. Blazin' out." But in the eager scuffle the torch, the only one light, was knocked down and trodden out. A volley of oaths arose, though whose fault it was no man seemed to know. But I missed my man from behind the tree, nor found him till after the angry throng had rushed on to the nearest lamp. One of them was left behind, standing close to our own railings. He looked round to see if none were by, and then sprung over the gate. Dark as it was, I thought I recognized him. "John?" "Phineas?" He was beside me in a bound. "How could you do—" "I could do anything to night. But you are safe. No one has harmed you. Oh, thank God you are not hurt!" And I clung to his arm, my friend whom I had missed so long, so sorely. He held me tight. His heart felt as mine, only more silently, and silent hearts are strong. "Now, Phineas, we have not a minute's time. I must have you safe. We must get into the house." "Who is there?" "Jael. She is as good as a staff of constables. She has braved them once to night. But they're back again, or will be directly." "And the mill?" "Safe as yet. I have had 3 of the tan-yard men there since yesterday morning, though your father did not know. I have been going to and fro all night between there and here, waiting till the rioters should come back from the Severn mills. Hist! There they are. I say, Jael!" He tapped at the window. In a few seconds Jael had unbarred the door, let us in, and closed it again securely, mounting guard behind it with something that looked very like my father's pistols, though I would not discredit her among our peaceful society by positively stating the fact. "Bravo!" said John, when we stood all together in the barricaded house and heard the threatening murmur of voices and feet outside. "Bravo, Jael! The wife of Heber the Kenite was no braver woman than you." She looked gratified, and followed John obediently from room to room. "I have done all as thee bade me. Thee art a sensible lad, John Halifax. We are secure, I think." Secure? Bolts and bars secure against fire? For that was threatening us now. "They can't mean it. Surely they can't mean it," repeated John, as the cry of "Burnin' out!" rose louder and louder. But they did mean it. From the attic window we watched them light torch after torch, sometimes throwing one at the house; but it fell harmless against the staunch oaken door, and blazed itself out on our stone steps. All it did was to show more plainly than even daylight had shown the gaunt, ragged forms and pinched faces, furious with famine. John, as well as I, recoiled at that miserable sight. "I'll speak to them," he said. "Unbar the window, Jael." And before I could hinder, he was leaning right out. "Halloo there!" At his loud and commanding voice a wave of upturned faces surged forward, expectant. "My men, do you know what you are about? To burn down a gentleman's house is hanging." There was a hush, and then a shout of derision. "Not a Quaker's. Nobody'll get hanged for burning out a Quaker." "That be true enough," muttered Jael between her teeth. "We must e'en fight, as Mordecai's people fought, hand to hand, until they slew their enemies." "Fight!" repeated John, half to himself, as he stood at the now closed window, against which more than one blazing torch began to rattle. "Fight with these? What are you doing, Jael?" For she had taken down a large book, the last book in the house she would have taken under less critical circumstances, and with it was trying to stop up a broken pane. No, my good Jael, not this. And he carefully put back the volume in its place. That volume in which he might have read, as day after day, year after year. We Christians generally do read such plain words as these: Love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you. A minute or two John stood by the bookshelves, thinking. Then he touched me on the shoulder. Phineas, I am going to try a new plan, at least one so old that it is almost new. Whether it succeeds or no, you'll bear me witness to your father that I did it for the best, and did it because I thought it right. Now for it. To my horror, he threw up the window wide and leaned out. My men, I want to speak to you. He might as well have spoken to the roaring sea. The only answer was a shower of missiles, which missed their aim. The rioters were too far off, our spiked iron railing, 8 feet high or more, being a barrier which none had yet ventured to climb. But at length one random shot hit John on the chest. I pulled him in, but he declared he was not hurt. Terrified, I implored him not to risk his life. Life is not always the first thing to be thought of, said he gently. Don't be afraid. I shall come to no harm, but I must do what I think right, if it is to be done. While he spoke, I could hardly hear him for the bellowings outside. More savage still grew the cry. Burn 'em out! Burn 'em out! They be only Quakers. There's not a moment to lose. Stop. Let me think. Jael, is that a pistol? Loaded, she said, handing it over to him with a kind of stern delight. Certainly Jael was not born to be a friend. John ran downstairs, and before I guessed his purpose had unbolted the hall door and stood on the top of the flight of steps in full view of the mob. There was no bringing him back, so of course I followed. A pillar sheltered me. I do not think he saw me, though I stood close behind him. So sudden had been his act that even the rioters did not seem to have noticed or clearly understood it till the next lighted torch showed them the young man standing there, with his back to the door, outside the door. The sight fairly confounded them. Even I felt for the moment he was safe. They were awed, nay, paralyzed by his daring. But the storm raged too fiercely to be lulled, except for one brief minute. A confusion of voices burst out afresh. Who be thee? It's one of the Quakers. No, he bean't. Burnin' anyhow. Touchin' if you dare. There was evidently a division rising. One big man, who had made himself very prominent all along, seemed trying to calm the tumult. John stood his ground. Once a torch was flung at him. He stooped and picked it up. I thought he was going to hurl it back again, but he did not. He only threw it down and stamped it out safely with his foot. This simple action had a wonderful effect on the crowd. The big fellow advanced to the gate and called John by his name. "Is that you, Jacob Baines? I am sorry to see you here." "Be ye, sir?" "What do you want?" "Not with thee. We want Abel Fletcher. Where is 'n?" "I shall certainly not tell you." As John said this, again the noise arose, and again Jacob Baines seemed to have power to quiet the rest. John Halifax never stirred. Evidently he was pretty well known. I caught many a stray sentence, such as, "Don't hurt the lad. He were kind to my lad, he were. He be a real gentleman. No, he comed here as poor as us," and the like. At length one voice, sharp and shrill, was heard above the rest. "I say, young man, didst ever know what it was to be pretty nigh vamished?" "Aye, many a time." The answer, so brief, so unexpected, struck a great hush into the throng. Then the same voice cried, "Speak up, man. We won't hurt ye. You be one o' we?" "No, I am not one of you. I'd be ashamed to come in the night and burn my master's house down." I expected an outbreak, but none came. They listened, as it were, by compulsion, to the clear manly voice that had not in it one shade of fear. "What do you do it for?" John continued. all because he would not sell you or give you his wheat. Even so, it was his wheat, not yours. May not a man do what he likes with his own? That argument seemed to strike home. There is always a lurking sense of rude justice in a mob, at least a British mob. Don't you see how foolish you were? You tried threats too. Now, you all know Mr. Fletcher. You are his men, some of you. He is not a man to be threatened. This seemed to be taken rather angrily, but John went on speaking as if he did not observe the fact. Nor am I one to be threatened neither. Look here, the first one of you who attempted to break into Mr. Fletcher's house, I should most certainly have shot. But I'd rather not shoot you, poor starving fellows. I know what it is to be hungry. I'm sorry for you, sorry from the bottom of my heart. There was no mistaking that compassionate accent, nor the murmur which followed it. But what must us do, Mr. Halifax? Cried Jacob Baines. Us be starved almost. What's the good o' talking to we? John's countenance relaxed. I saw him lift his head and shake his hair back, with that pleased gesture I remembered so well of old. He went down to the locked gate. Suppose I gave you something to eat, would you listen to me afterward? There rose up a frenzied shout of assent. Poor wretches! They were fighting for no principle, true or false, only for bare life. They would have bartered their very souls for a mouthful of bread. You must promise to be peaceable, said John again, very resolutely, as soon as he could obtain a hearing. You are Norton Bury folk. I know you. I could get every one of you hanged, even though Abel Fletcher is a Quaker. Mind, you'll be peaceable? Aye, aye. Summat to eat. Give us summat to eat. John Halifax called out to Jael, bid her bring all the food of every kind that there was in the house, and give it to him out of the parlor window. She obeyed. I marvel now to think of it, but she implicitly obeyed. Only I heard her fix the bar to the closed front door and go back, with a strange sharp sob, to her station at the hall window. Now, my lads, come in. And he unlocked the gate. They came thronging up the steps, not more than 20, I imagined, in spite of the noise they had made. But 20 of such famished, desperate men, God grant I may never again see. John divided the food as well as he could among them. They fell to it like wild beasts. Meat, cooked or raw, loaves, vegetables, meal, all came alike, and were clutched, gnawed, and scrambled for in the fierce selfishness of hunger. Afterward there was a call for drink. Water, Jael, bring them water. Beer, shouted some. Water, repeated John, nothing but water. I'll have no drunkards rioting at my master's door. And either by chance or design he let them hear the click of his pistol. But it was hardly needed. They were all cowed by a mightier weapon still, the best weapon a man can use, his own firm, indomitable will. At length all the food we had in the house was consumed. John told them so, and they believed him. Little enough, indeed, was sufficient for some of them. Wasted with long famine, they turned sick and faint, and dropped down, even with bread in their mouths, unable to swallow it. Others gorged themselves to the full, and then lay along the steps, supine as satisfied brutes. Only a few sat and ate like rational human beings, and there was but one, the little shrill-voiced man, who asked me if he might take a bit of bread to the old wench at home. John, hearing, turned, and for the first time noticed me. Phineas, it was very wrong of you, but there is no danger now. No, there was none, not even for Abel Fletcher's son. I stood safe by John's side, very happy, very proud. Well, my men, he said, looking around with a smile, have you had enough to eat? Oh, aye, they all cried. And one man added, thank the Lord. That's right, Jacob Baines, and another time trust the Lord. You wouldn't then have been abroad this summer morning. And he pointed to the dawn just reddening in the sky. This quiet, blessed summer morning, burning and rioting, bringing yourself to the gallows and your children to starvation." "They be nigh that already," said Jacob sullenly. "Us men ha' gotten a meal, thank ye for it. But what'll become of the 'ittle ones at home? I say, Mr. Halifax," and he seemed waxing desperate again, "we must get food somehow." John turned away, his countenance very sad. Another of the men plucked at him from behind. "Sir, when thee was a poor lad, I lent thee a rug to sleep on. I don't grudge ye getting on. You was born for a gentleman surely, but Master Fletcher be a hard man." "And a just one," persisted John. "You that work for him, did he ever stint you of a halfpenny? If you had come to him and said, 'Master, times are hard. We can't live upon our wages,' he might, I don't say he would, but he might even have given you the food you tried to steal. D'ye think he'd give it to us now?" And Jacob Baines, the big, gaunt, savage fellow who had been the ringleader, the same, too, who had spoken of his little uns, came and looked steadily in John's face. "I knew thee as a lad. Thee art a young man now, as will be a father some of these days. Oh, Mr. Halifax, may 'ee never want a meal o' good meat for the missus and the babies at home, if ye'll get a bit o' bread for our'n this day." "My man, I'll try." He called me aside, explained to me, and asked my advice and consent, as Abel Fletcher's son, to a plan that had come into his mind. It was to write orders which each man presenting at our mill should receive a certain amount of flour. "Do you think your father would agree?" "I think he would." "Yes," John added, pondering, "I am sure he would. And besides, if he does not give some, he may lose all. But he would not do it for fear of that. No, he is a just man. I am not afraid. Give me some paper, Jael." He sat down, as composedly as if he had been alone in the counting house, and wrote. I looked over his shoulder, admiring his clear, firm handwriting, the precision, concentrativeness, and quickness with which he first seemed to arrange and then execute his ideas. He possessed to the full that business faculty so frequently despised, but which out of very ordinary material often makes a clever man, and without which the cleverest man alive can never be altogether a great man. When about to sign the orders, John suddenly stopped. "No, I had better not." "Why so?" "I have no right. Your father might think it presumption." "Presumption after tonight?" "Oh, that's nothing. Take the pen. It is your part to sign them, Phineas." I obeyed. "Isn't this better than hanging?" said John to the men, when he had distributed the little bits of paper, precious as pound notes, and made them all fully understand the same. "Why, there isn't another gentleman in Norton Bury who, if you had come to burn his house down, would not have had the constables or the soldiers shoot down one half of you like mad dogs, and sent the other half to the county jail. Now, for all your misdoings, we let you go quietly home, well fed, and with food for your children too. Why, think you?" "I don't know," said Jacob Baines humbly. "I'll tell you. Because Abel Fletcher is a Quaker and a Christian." "Hurrah for Abel Fletcher! Hurrah for the Quakers!" shouted they, waking up the echoes down Norton Bury streets, which of a surety had never echoed to that shout before. And so the riot was over. John Halifax closed the hall door and came in, unsteadily, all but staggering. Jael placed a chair for him. Worthy soul, she was wiping her old eyes. He sat down, shivering, speechless. I put my hand on his shoulder. He took it and pressed it hard. "Oh, Phineas, lad, I'm glad. Glad it's safe over." "Yes, thank God." "Aye, indeed, thank God." He covered his eyes for a minute or two, and then rose up, pale, but quite himself again. "Now let us go and fetch your father home." We found him on John's bed, still asleep, but as we entered he woke. The daylight shone on his face. It looked 10 years older since yesterday. He stared, bewildered and angry, at John Halifax. "Eh, young man! Oh, I remember! Where is my son? Where's my Phineas?" I fell on his neck as if I had been a child, and almost as if it had been a child's feeble head, mechanically he soothed and patted mine. "Thee art not hurt, nor any one?" "No," John answered, "nor is either the house or tanyard injured." He looked amazed. "How has that been?" "Phineas will tell you. Or stay, better wait till you are at home." But my father insisted on hearing. I told him the whole without any comments on John's behavior. He would not have liked it, and besides, the facts spoke for themselves. I told the simple plain story, nothing more. Abel Fletcher listened at first in silence. As I proceeded, he felt about for his hat, put it on, and drew its broad brim down over his eyes. Not even when I told him of the flower we had promised in his name, the giving of which would, as we had calculated, cost him considerable loss, did he utter a word or move a muscle. John at length asked him if he was satisfied. "Quite satisfied." But having said this, he sat so long, his hands locked together on his knees, and his hat drawn down, hiding all the face except the rigid mouth and chin, sat so long, so motionless, that we became uneasy. John spoke to him gently, almost as a son would have spoken. "Are you very lame still? Could I help you to walk home?" My father looked up and slowly held out his hand. "Thee hast been a good lad, and a kind lad to us. I thank thee." There was no answer, none, but all the words in the world could not match that happy silence. By degrees we got my father home. It was just such another summer morning as the one 2 years back, when we two had stood, exhausted and trembling, before that sternly bolted door. We both thought of that day. I knew not if my father did also. He entered, leaning heavily on John. He sat down in the very seat, in the very room, where he had so harshly judged us, judged him. Something perhaps of that bitterness rankled in the young man's spirit now, for he stopped on the threshold. "Come in," said my father, looking up. "If I am welcome, not otherwise." "Thee are welcome." He came in, I drew him in, and sat down with us. But his manner was irresolute, his fingers closed and unclosed nervously. My father, too, sat leaning his head on his two hands, not unmoved. I stole up to him and thanked him softly for the welcome he had given. "There is nothing to thank me for," said he, with something of his old hardness. "What I once did was only justice, or I then believed so. What I have done, and am about to do, is still mere justice. John, how old art thee now?" 20. "Then for 1 year from this time I will take thee as my prentice, though thee knowest already nearly as much of the business as I do. At 21 thee wilt be able to set up for thyself, or I may take thee into partnership, we'll see. But," and he looked at me, then sternly, nay fiercely, into John's steadfast eyes, "remember, thee hast in some measure taken that lad's place. May God deal with thee as thou dealest with my son Phineas, my only son." "Amen," was the solemn answer. And God, who sees us both now, I now, and perhaps not so far apart as some may deem, He knows whether or no John Halifax kept that vow. Selection: Philip, My King, by Dinah Marie Mulock Craig. Philip, my king, look at me with thy large brown eyes, Philip, my king, for round thee the purple shadow lies Of babyhood's regal dignities. Lay on my neck thy tiny hand, with love's invisible sceptre laden. I am thine, Esther, to command, till thou shalt find thy queen handmaiden, Philip, my king. Oh, the day when thou goest a-wooing, Philip, my king, when those beautiful lips are suing, and some gentle heart's bars undoing, thou dost enter, love crowned, and there sittest all glorified, rule kindly, tenderly over thy kingdom fair. For we that love, we love so blindly, Philip, my king. I gaze from thy sweet mouth up to thy brow, Philip, my king. Ay, there lies the spirit, all sleeping now, that may rise like a giant, and make men bow, as to one God, throned amidst his peers. My Saul, than thy brethren higher and fairer, let me behold thee in coming years. Yet thy head needeth a circlet rarer, Philip, my king. A wreath, not of gold, but palm, one day, Philip, my king, thou too must tread, as we tread, a way thorny and bitter and cold and gray. Rebels within thee and foes without will snatch at thy crown. But go on, glorious, martyr, yet monarch, till angels shout, as thou sittest at the feet of God, victorious, Philip the King. Selection Too Late by Dinah Maria Mulock Craig. Too late. Could ye come back to me, Douglas, Douglas, in the old likeness that I knew, I would be so faithful, so loving, Douglas, 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 tender and true. Never a scornful word should grieve ye, I'd smile on ye sweet as the angels do, sweet as your smile on me shone ever, Douglas, Douglas, tender and true. Oh, to call back the days that are not! My eyes were blinded, your words were few. Do you know the truth now, up in heaven, Douglas, Douglas, tender and true? I never was worthy of you, Douglas, not half worthy the like of you. Now all men beside seem to me like shadows. I love you, Douglas, tender and true. Stretch out your hand to me, Douglas, Douglas, drop forgiveness from heaven like dew, as I lay my heart on your dead heart, Douglas, 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 tender and true. Selection Now and Afterwards by Dinah Maria Mulock Craig. Now and afterwards. 2 hands upon the breast and labor is past. Russian proverb. 2 hands upon the breast and labor's done, 2 pale feet crossed in rest, the race is won, 2 eyes with coin weights shut, and all tears cease, 2 lips where grief is mute, anger at peace. So pray we oftentimes, mourning our lot, God in his kindness answereth not. 2 hands to work addressed, aye for his praise, 2 feet that never rest, walking his ways, 2 eyes that look above through all their tears, 2 lips still breathing love, not wrath nor fears. So pray we afterwards, low on our knees, pardon those erring prayers, Father, hear these. End of section 26. Section 27. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Madame Auguste Crevin, Pauline de la Ferronnays, 1820 to 1891. Madame Crevin has told the story of her home life in Récit d'une sœur, Souvenir de famille, the story of a sister. She has given a charming, idyllic picture of a Catholic French family, cultivated, simple-minded, and loving, and all animated by religious fervor. She has depicted with the strength of a personal experience the hopes and fears of those who see their dearest friends dying of consumption. She loves to show the gradual renunciation of life, the ennobling influence of sorrow, the triumph of faith over death and bereavement. Her affectionate nature, full of admiring enthusiasm for those she loved, led her to idealize real people as the characters of her books. She was born at Paris, but had early advantages of travel unusual for a French girl. Her father was ambassador to Berlin. The family were in Italy for a time, and after her marriage with Augustus Crevin, she lived a great deal in his native England. So the titles of her books reflect a certain cosmopolitan spirit. She was interested in English politics and wrote a number of sketches on the subject. The lives of devout Catholic friends appealed to her strongly, and she wrote that of Sister Nathalie Narishkine of the charity St. Vincent de Paul, which was cordially endorsed by Cardinal Newman, and that of Lady Georgiana Fullerton. Her reminiscences, recollections of England and Italy, show the same keenly sympathetic power of observation. She also translated from the Italian. But her most popular work has been stories. The Story of a Sister, 1866, a collection of memoirs, was enthusiastically admired by Catholic readers and, translated into English, was widely read in England and America. It was followed by several novels, of which the most popular have been Anne Séverine, Le Mot de l'Énigme, The Veil Withdrawn, and Fleurange. These have all been translated into English, and the last especially has continued in favor for 20 years. Here, as in her other books, the author's strongest desire is to bear witness to the helpful discipline of trouble and the satisfactions of religion. She treats simple problems of love and duty, depicts primitive emotion, and deals very little in the complex psychology of later fiction. In a strong, fluent, fervid style, she demonstrates that religious ecstasy is the most perfect of all joy, and that in Catholicism alone all difficulties may find solution. Selection: Albert's Last Days by Madame Augustus Crevin, from A Sister's Story. One of these latter days Albert suddenly threw his arm round me and exclaimed, "I am going to die, and we might have been so happy!" Oh, my God! I felt then as if my heart would really break. June 26th. Before Mass, which was again said at 12 o'clock at night in his room, Albert looked at me a long time, and then said with deep feeling, "God bless you." Then he made the sign of the cross on my forehead, and added, "And God bless your mother too." After a while he said, "Good bye." I seemed surprised and perhaps frightened, and then he said, "Good night," as if to change the sad meaning of the word he had used. And all the while I wished so much to speak openly to him of his death. It was I, perhaps, who prevented it, by my fear of exciting him. During that last Mass, every time that I looked at him, he made me a sign to look at the altar. The window was open, but the night was quite dark. At the moment of communion, the Abbé Martin de Noirlot and Albert's father, who was serving Mass, came up to him. The abbé gave one half of the sacred host to him and the other to me. Even in this solemn moment there was something very sweet to me in this. Albert could not open his lips without much suffering. It was for this reason that the Abbé Martin had divided the host. But even so, he had some difficulty in swallowing, and they were obliged to give him some water. This disturbed him, but the Abbé Gerbet, who was present, assured him it did not signify. Then Albert exclaimed, "My God, thy will be done." Oh, my God, this thanksgiving of his must, I think, have been pleasing to thee. Before Mass he had said to the Abbé Martin, who was speaking to him of his sufferings, "The only thing I ask of God now is strength to fulfill my sacrifice." "You are nailed to the cross with our Lord Jesus Christ," the abbé said. And Albert answered in a very sweet and humble way, "Ah, but I am such a miserable sinner." The altar had a blue silk frontal, and was dressed with flowers. It was Eugénie who had arranged it. The blue silk was one of my trousseau dresses that had never been made up and now was applied to this use. June 27th. Albert was light-headed, was continually talking of going into the country, and pointing to me, cried, "She is coming with me! She is coming with me!" I was in the habit of writing down every word he said on these latter days of his life, and these words, "She is coming with me," were the last I wrote. After dinner that same day we were sitting by his side, without speaking. Eugénie bent over him and gently suggested his receiving extreme unction. His countenance did not change in the least. He said gently and quite quietly, "Will it not be taking advantage of the graces the Church bestows to receive it yet?" He was anointed, however, that same evening, and during the whole time I was standing near him, with my hand on his right shoulder. Eugénie was on the other side of me. An explanation of this sacrament, which we had read together in our happy days, made me understand all that was going on. The thought flashed through me with a wild feeling of grief. What, must his soul be purified even of its ardent love for me? Must that too be destroyed? But I did not shed a single tear. His own wonderful calm was so holy. When it was over, Albert made a little sign of the cross on the Abbé Dupanloup's forehead, who received it with respect and affectionately embraced him. Then I approached, feeling that it was my turn to receive that dear sign of the cross, which was a sweet habit of happier days. He kissed me, his parents, Eugénie, Fernand, Montal, and then Julien, his servant, who was weeping bitterly. When it came to that, Albert burst into tears, and that was more than I could bear; but he quickly recovered fortitude when I kissed him again, and beckoned to the sister, whom he would not leave out in this tender and general leave taking. But with his delicate sense of what was befitting, and in token of gratitude, he kissed the hand which had ministered to him in spite of her resistance. Monsieur l'Abbé Dupanloup, who gave him extreme unction, had prepared him for his first communion, and never forgot the edification it had given him at that time to find Albert on his knees praying in the same place where he had left him 3 hours before, in the church of Saint Sulpice, that church in which his beloved remains were so soon to be deposited. I sat down by his side. He was asleep, and I held his hand in mine while Eugénie was writing the following lines to Pauline. "O Pauline, what a night has this been, and yet not terrible. No, a most blessed night. Albert has just received extreme unction. What wonderful graces God bestows! But why were you not here to receive that dear angel's blessing, who, fitter for heaven than ourselves, is going before us there?" After relating all that has been mentioned, she adds, "Pauline, I could not have conceived anything more touching, more holy, more soothing, or a more heavenly peace. I bless God that nothing in all this time has troubled my notions of happiness in death." Alexandrine to the Abbé Gervais, the same day. I should feel it a great mercy if you could come, but I am, however, perfectly composed. I entreat you, continue your prayers for me, for I can no longer pray for myself. I can only think of God, and remind him that I asked for faith in exchange for happiness. Alexandrine. Alexandrine's Journal, June 28th. Tonight I called Albert's attention to the rising moon. I thought it had the lurid aspect which once before I saw at Rome, when I thought he was dying at Civita Vecchia. The window was open. We looked on the fine trees of the Luxembourg, and the perfume of the honeysuckles and many flowers was sometimes almost too powerful on the night air. Montal came in later and brought me Albert's letters to him, which I had asked for. It was as if a dagger had been driven into my heart. Still, I immediately began to read those pages, which, though heart-rending, were very sweet. The Abbé Martin gave Albert absolution and the plenary indulgence for the night. I was kneeling by his side, and said to him afterwards, "Do kiss me." He raised his feeble head, put up his lips, and kissed me. Then I asked him to let me kiss his eyes. He shut them in token of assent. Later still, feeling unable any longer to forbear pouring my whole heart into his, and longing to take advantage of the few moments yet remaining to us of life, I said to him, "Albert, Montal has brought me your letters. They comfort me very much." "Stop!" he cried feebly, "stop! I cannot bear it. It troubles me." "Oh, Albert, I worship you!" The cry burst forth in the anguish of not being able to speak to him, for the fear of troubling his soul forced me to be silent. But those were the last words of my love for him that my lips ever uttered, and he heard them as he had asked, even as he lay dying. O my God, whom alone I now worship, Thou hast forgiven me for that rash word which I never again shall use but to Thee, but which I cannot help being glad, and Thou wilt pardon my weakness to have said to my poor dying love. I wanted to sit up, but from grief and want of sleep my head was confused, and wandered so much that I thought I was speaking to Fernand at the window when he was not even there. Then I became afraid of losing my senses, and Eugenie forced me to lie down on the bed. I trusted more to her than anyone else to waken me in time. Already, once or twice, I had experienced that terrible feeling when roused from sleep, of thinking that the dreadful moment was come. I was resolved at any cost to be there. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, the 29th of June, I saw Eugenie at my bedside and was terrified, but she calmed me and said that Albert had asked, "Where is Alex?" "Do you want her?" Eugenie had said. "Of course I want her," he replied, and then began to wander again. I behaved as if I had lost my senses. I passed twice before Albert's bed, and then went into the next room, not the least knowing what I was about. Eugenie came in, holding clasped in her hands the crucifix indulgenced for the hour of death, which the Abbé Dupanloup had lent her. She appeared then as a meek angel of death, for that crucifix was a sign that the end drew near. Albert saw it, seized it himself, kissed it fervently, and exclaimed, "I thank thee, my God." After that he became quite calm. They changed his position and turned his head towards the rising sun. He had fallen into a kind of sleep, with his beloved head resting on my left arm. I was standing and afraid of slipping from my place. The sister wanted to relieve me, but Eugenie told her not to do so, and that I was glad to be there. When Albert awoke, he spoke in his usual voice and in quite a natural way to Fernand. At 6 o'clock he was then lying in an armchair near the window. I saw and knew that the moment was come. Then I felt so great a strength pass into me that nothing could have driven me from my place as I knelt by his side. My sister Eugenie was close to me. His father was kneeling on the other side. His poor mother stood leaning over him, the Abbé Martin by her side. Oh, my God! No one spoke except his father, and each one of his words were words of blessing, the worthiest that could accompany the dying agony of a son. My child, who hast never caused us pain, the very best of sons, we bless you. Do you hear me still, my child? You are looking at your Alexandrine. His dying eyes had turned towards me, and you bless her also. The sister began to say the litany for the agonizing, and I, his wife, felt what I could never have conceived. I felt that death was blessed, and I said in my heart, "Now, O Lord Jesus, he is in paradise." The Abbé Martin began to give the last absolution, and Albert's soul took flight before it was over. Selection: A Generous Enemy by Madame Auguste Crevin. From Florange, by permission of American Publishers Corporation. A Generous Enemy. As the silence lengthened, and she looked at Vera with ever increasing surprise, A sudden apprehension seized her, and a fugitive and remote glimpse of the truth crossed her mind. Nothing in the world was more vague than her recollection of the name murmured a single time in her presence. But that once was in a conversation of which Count George was the subject, and she remembered that she had then believed that they were talking of a marriage desired by the princess for her son. Was it regretfully now that Vera brought to another this permission to accompany him? Such was the question that Fleurange asked herself. Then, approaching Vera, she said to her gently, "If you have been entrusted with a message for me, mademoiselle, how can I thank you sufficiently for having taken the trouble to bring it to me yourself?" But Vera hastily withdrew her hand, retreating a few steps as she did so. Then, as if she were a prey to some emotion which she could not conquer, she fell back in an armchair placed near the table, and for some minutes remained pale, panting for breath, her expression gloomy and wild, from time to time brushing away fiercely the tears that, in spite of all her efforts, escaped from her eyelids. Fleurange, motionless with surprise, looked at her with mingled terror and interest. But soon the frank decision of her character conquered her timidity. She went straight to the point. "Countess Vera," she said, "if I have not conjectured rightly the motive which brings you here, tell me the truth. There is going on between us at this moment something which I do not understand. Be sincere. I will be so too. Let us not remain like this toward one another. Above all, do not look at me as if I were not only a stranger, but an enemy." At this word Vera raised her head. "Enemies!" she repeated. "Well, it is true, at this moment we are so." What did she mean to say? Fleurange folded her arms and looked at her attentively, seeking to find an explanation to this enigma of her words, to the still more obscure enigma of her face, which expressed by turns the most conflicting sentiments, to the enigma of her eyes, which now regarded her with hate, now with the gentleness and almost the humility of a suppliant. At last Vera seemed to decide to go on. "Yes, you are right," she said. "I must put an end to your suspense and explain to you my strange conduct. But I need courage to do it, and to come here as I have done, to address myself to you as I am about to do, there must have been, without my knowing why—" "Well," Fleurange said, with a smile, "what else?" "There must have been in my heart a secret instinct which assured me that you were good and generous." This conclusion, after this beginning, did not clear up the situation; on the contrary, rendered it more involved than ever. "This is enough by way of introduction," Fleurange said, with a certain tone of firmness. "Speak clearly, Countess Vera. Tell me all without reserve. You may believe me when I beseech you to have no fear. Though your words were to do me a harm which at this moment I can neither foresee nor comprehend, speak. I require it of you. Hesitate no longer." "Well, then, here," said Vera, throwing suddenly upon the table a paper which till then she had held concealed. Fleurange took it, looked at it, and at first blushed, then she grew pale. "My petition!" she said. "You bring it back to me? It has been refused, then?" "No, it has not been sent." "You mean to say that the Empress, after having shown so much kindness towards me, has changed her mind and refused to undertake it?" "No, she has given orders to me, on the contrary, to send your petition, and to add to it her own recommendation." "Well?" "I have disobeyed her orders." "I await the explanation which you are no doubt intending to give me. Go on without interrupting yourself. I shall listen." "Well, then, first of all, answer me. Did you know that George von Walden was the husband who was promised to me, for whom my father destined me from childhood?" "Who was promised you from childhood? No, I did not know it. But no matter, go on." "It is true. It is no matter. That is not the question, although I was obliged to refer to it. It is no longer a question of his misfortune, of his fearful sentence, of that frightful Siberia to which you propose to accompany him, to share a fate which you can neither alleviate nor possibly endure yourself. The question is now to save him from this destiny, to give back to him life, honor, liberty, all that he has lost. His estates, his fortune, his rank, all may yet be restored to him. This is what I have come to tell you, and to ask you to aid in its accomplishment." "All this can be restored to him," said Fleurange in an altered voice. "By what means? By whose power?" "That of the Emperor invoked, and of his clemency obtained through my entreaties, but upon two conditions, one of which is imposed upon George, the other of which depends upon me. To these two conditions is joined a third, and that one rests with you only." The great eyes of Fleurange were fixed upon Vera with an expression of profound astonishment mingled with anguish. "Finish, I implore you," she said. "Finish, if you are not dreaming in saying such words to me, or I in hearing them, if we are not both mad, you and I." Vera clasped her hands together and cried passionately, "Oh, I beseech you, have mercy upon him!" She stopped, suffocated by her emotion. Fleurange continued to look at her with the same expression, and without speaking made a sign to her to go on. She seemed to concentrate her attention to understand the words that were said to her. "I am listening," she said at last. "I am listening quietly and attentively. Speak to me with the same composure." Vera resumed in a calmer tone. "This morning, at the moment when I had just read your petition and learned for the first time who the exile was whom you desired to follow, at this very moment the Emperor arrived at the palace and sent for me." "The Emperor?" said Fleurange with surprise. "Yes, and do you know what he wished to say to me? You do not guess what it was, and I can understand readily why you should not, for you do not know with what ardor I have solicited pardon for Georges, how eagerly I have brought together to this end all the facts in the case which might disarm his sovereign's anger against him. What the Emperor wished to say was this, that he deigned to grant me this favor, to grant it to me, Fleurange, do you understand? But on two conditions." "His pardon?" cried Fleurange. "Go on, I am listening." "The first, that he should pass 4 years on his estates in Livonia without stirring thence." Vera ceased suddenly. Fleurange looked up. "And the second?" she said. "Then," said Vera, slowly and speaking with difficulty, "that the wish of my father and of his should be fulfilled before his departure." Fleurange shuddered. An icy chill crept towards her heart, and her head grew dizzy. She remained perfectly motionless, however. "His pardon is upon that condition?" she said. "Yes. The Emperor has taken an interest in me from my childhood. He loved my father, and it has pleased him to attach this act of clemency to this fulfillment of my father's wish." There was a long silence. Vera trembled herself as she saw the pale lips and colorless cheeks of Fleurange, and her eyes gazing fixedly into space. "And he," she said at last, "he will accept his pardon with this condition without hesitating, will he not?" "Without hesitation?" repeated Vera, coloring with a new emotion. "That is what I cannot say. This very doubt humiliates and alarms me, for the Emperor would regard the least hesitation as a new ingratitude, and perhaps might retract this pardon." "But why should he hesitate?" said Fleurange in a voice scarcely audible. "Fleurange," said Vera in the same passionate tone she had used more than once during this interview, "let us break each other's heart if we must, but let us go to the very end of this. It has been permitted you to see Georges since you have been here?" "No." "But he is expecting you. He knows that you have come. And what devotion has brought you to him?" "No. He knows nothing of it as yet, and is not to know until tomorrow." A flash of joy shone in the black eyes of Vera. "Then it rests with you that he does not hesitate, that he is saved. Yes, Florange, let him never know that you are here. Let him never see you, never again," she added, looking at her with a jealous terror that she could not conceal. "And life will once more become for him beautiful, brilliant, happy, what it was, what it ought always to be. And the memory of these few months will fade away like a dream." "Like a dream." Florange repeated mechanically these two words, passing her hand across her forehead as she spoke. "I have not told you all," Vera said. "I have done you an injury that I understand better than any other person can. But," she continued in a tone which went to the very depths of her listener's heart, "I wished to save Georges. I desired him to be restored to me. And I have believed, I know not why, for it seems most unreasonable, and I am ordinarily distrustful. Yes, I have believed that you would be willing to aid me against yourself." Florange, her hands clasped and resting upon her knees, her eyes gazing steadfastly before her, had seemed for a few moments past not to have heard what was said. She was listening, but it was to that clear, distinct voice that rang so true in her own soul, that voice she had always so well known how to recognize, and to which she had never denied obedience. If Georges were free, if he recovered his name, his rank, his former position, would she not at once find herself in the same position toward him which she had formerly occupied? Would it not be treason to avail herself in this case of his mother's permission, and that too to the detriment of her who sat there, the wife chosen for him from his childhood? Would it not, still further, be a treason towards him to present herself before him as a danger, as an obstacle, which might, perhaps at the very moment when he recovered his liberty, cause him to lose it anew, with that momentary favor which had restored it to him? She laid her cold hand upon the hand of Vera, and lifted to hers her gentle and steady gaze. "It is enough," she said, in a calm voice. "You have done right. Yes, I have understood. Be tranquil." Vera, astonished at the look and tone, gazed at her in wonder. "Act fearlessly," pursued Florange. "Act as if I were far away, as if I had never come." And taking the petition which lay upon the table, she tore it across and threw it into the fire. The paper blazed up for a few seconds, then went out. She watched the cinders fly up the chimney. Vera, with an irresistible impulse, seized the hand of Florange and raised it to her lips. Then she remained silent and abashed. She had come resolved to overpower her rival, to convince her, to struggle against her at every point, if she failed in her first attempt. But her victory had taken a character which she had not at all foreseen. Certainly it had been an easy victory, and yet Vera understood that it had been a cruel one. She felt at this moment more pain than joy, and her attitude no more expressed triumph than did that of Florange express defeat. While the one remained with drooping head and downcast eyes, the other had risen to her feet. A fugitive color lingered in her cheeks. The effort of the sacrifice had lighted up her face and given it unwonted brilliancy. "I think," she said, "you have nothing more to say to me." "No, for what I should like to say I cannot, and I dare not." Vera rose and went towards the door, but a recollection brought her back. "Pardon my forgetfulness," she said. "Here is your bracelet which you dropped this morning, and which I was desired to return to you." At sight of the talisman, Florange started. Her unnatural color faded. She became deadly pale, and as she looked at it in silence, a few tears, the only ones which she had shed during that interview, slid down her cheeks. But it was only for an instant. Before Vera could think what she was about to do, Florange had attached to the arm of her rival the bracelet which the latter had just restored to her. This talisman was a present from the Princess Catherine to her son's betrothed. It would bring happiness, she said. It is mine no longer. I give it up to you. It is yours. Florange held out her hand. We shall never see each other again, she said. Let us not remember each other with bitterness. Vera took the hand without looking up. Never had she felt herself so touched and humiliated, and her very gratitude was a wound to her pride. The grave and sweet voice of Florange was, however, irresistible at this moment, and spoke to her heart in spite of herself. She was hesitating between these two feelings when Florange resumed: "You are right. It is not my place to wait for you at this moment, for you have nothing now to forgive, and as for me, I forgive you all." And while Vera still stood motionless with bowed head, Florange bent towards her and kissed her. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10, Section 28. Selected Works by Frances Marion Crawford. Frances Marion Crawford, born 1854. Andrew Lang has justly called Crawford the most versatile and various of modern novelists. Since the appearance of Mr. Isaacs in 1882, he has written nearly 30 novels, distinguished for their variety of subject and treatment. He belongs to the race of cosmopolitan Americans, men who, having no mental boundaries except for the literary inheritance, the romantic traditions and customs of all nationalities. This natural taste, quickened by European education and extensive travel, has made him swift to comprehend all lands and races with their types of character, developed by social or national conditions. His adaptability of mind is partially explained by him in The Three Fates, supposed to be autobiographic, which describes the career of an author. The young man's true talent, he says, lay in his ready power of assimilating unfamiliar knowledge by a process of intuition, which escapes methodical learners. Mr. Crawford was born in Bagni di Lucia, Italy, August 2, 1854. He is of mingled ancestry. His father, Thomas Crawford, the sculptor, was a native of Ireland, and his mother was an American. He spent his early childhood in New York. After studying at Cambridge, Heidelberg, Karlsruhe, and Rome, he went to India in 1879 and edited the Indian Herald at Allahabad. There he became acquainted with a Persian jewel merchant who suggested the mysterious personality of Mr. Isaacs. Returning to America in 1881, he wrote the romance which bears the title. This fantastic creation, with its Oriental flavor, its hints of Anglo-India, the introduction of Ram Lal, the shadowy adept of occultism, and the striking figure of Mr. Isaacs with his graceful languor, Iranian features, blazing eyes, and luxurious tastes, bestowed immediate celebrity upon its author. This was followed by Dr. Claudius, which, although less romantic, showed increase in constructive skill. This became more marked in To Leeward, the unlovely and tragic story of a wife's infidelity and of society in Rome. The Tale of a Peasant Boy Who Became a Famous Tenor is the theme of A Roman Singer, issued in 1884, and in the same year he published An American Politician, in which are discussed the party spirit and corruption of American politics. In 1885, Zoroaster was issued, a story of ancient Persia, introducing the court of King Darius and the aged prophet Daniel. After A Tale of a Lonely Parish, a sketch of rural life in England, one of his most popular books appeared, Saransenesca, which with Saint Ilario and Don Orsino forms a trilogy describing the history of an Italian noble family of that day, and indeed forms a complete study of Rome from 1865 to 1887. Cardinal Antonelli is brought upon the scene, and the bewildered and stormy period of the last struggles of the papacy for temporal power are painted with vigorous skill and rapid generalization, until at last, as he says in Don Orsino, "Old Rome is dead, never to be old Rome again. The last breath has been breathed. The aged eyes are closed forever. Corruption has done its work, and the grand skeleton lies bleaching upon 7 hills, half covered with the piecemeal stucco of a modern architectural body." Marzio's Crucifix, 1887, is the tale of an atheistic artisan who carves in silver. This possesses a psychological interest, and that element deepens in The Witch of Prague, 1892, a bold and thrilling tale of hypnotism. Paul Patoff, 1887, relates personal experiences of a visit to Turkey. With The Immortals, 1888, is an attempt to reanimate dead celebrities. Griefenstein is a tragedy which takes place in the Black Forest and tells the fortunes of 2 noble German families. It is valued for its accurate depiction of the coarse Studenten, with their extraordinary ideals of romance and honor tempered with foaming beer and saber cuts. The Cigarette Maker's Romance is a pathetic story of the madness of Count Scarriatine. Khaled, a fanciful tale of a genie who is promised a soul if he can gain a woman's love. From romance and fancy, Mr. Crawford turns to New York life in The Three Fates, and in Catherine Lauderdale with its sequel, The Ralstons. Marion Darsh is also an American story. Adam Johnston's Son depends upon a simple tale of love for its interest. In Casa Braccio, The Children of the King, and his last book, Taquissara, 1896, the author returns again to his familiar milieu, Italy. This is a list of extraordinary variety and voluminousness. Since 1884, Mr. Crawford has lived near Sorrento. Here and in his yacht he writes his novels. Although he has devoted much time to philology, he never intrudes dialect in his books, which are written with the idea of pleasing instead of instructing his enormous audience. His works have been translated into various languages. He has received many honors for his literary achievements. He considers Pietro Ghislieri the most realistic of his books. In 1893, Mr. Crawford published a small essay entitled The Novel, What It Is. In this, he defines the novel as an intellectual artistic luxury, a definition which can be made to include, he says, a great deal, but which is in reality a closer one than appears at first sight. It covers the 3 principal essentials of the novel as it should be, of a story or romance, which in itself, and in the manner of telling, it shall appeal to the intellect, shall satisfy the requirements of art, and shall be a luxury, in that it can be of no use to a man when he is at work, but may conduce to a peace of mind and delectation during his hours of idleness. The Ghost in the Berth, from The Upper Berth, in the Autonym Library, copyrighted by G.P. Putnam's Sons. We played whist in the evening, and I went to bed late. I will confess now that I felt a disagreeable sensation when I entered my stateroom. I could not help thinking of the tall man I had seen on the previous night, who was now dead, drowned, tossing about in the long swell 200 or 300 miles astern. His face rose very distinctly before me as I undressed, and I even went so far as to draw back the curtains of the upper berth, as though to persuade myself that he was actually gone. I also bolted the door of the stateroom. Suddenly I became aware that the porthole was open and fastened back. This was more than I could stand. I hastily threw on my dressing gown and went in search of Robert, the steward of my passage. I was very angry, I remember, and when I found him I dragged him roughly to the door of 105 and pushed him towards the open porthole. "What the deuce do you mean, you scoundrel, by leaving that port open every night? Don't you know it is against the regulations? Don't you know that if the ship heeled and the water began to come in, 10 men could not shut it? I will report you to the captain, you blackguard, for endangering the ship." I was exceedingly wroth. The man trembled and turned pale, and then began to shut the round glass plate with the heavy brass fittings. "Why don't you answer me?" I said roughly. "If you please, sir," faltered Robert, "there's nobody on board as can keep this 'ere port shut at night. You can try it yourself, sir. I hain't a-going to stop any longer on board of this vessel, sir. I hain't indeed. But if I was you, sir, I'd just clear out and go and sleep with the surgeon or something. I would. Look here, sir. Is that fastened what you may call securely or not, sir? Try it, sir. See if it will move a hinch." I tried the port and found it perfectly tight. "Well, sir," continued Robert triumphantly, I wager my reputation as an A1 steward that in 'arf an hour it will be open again, fastened back too, sir. That's the orful thing, fastened back." I examined the great screw and the loop nut that ran on it. "If I find it open in the night, Robert, I will give you a sovereign. It is not possible. You may go." "Sovereign, did you say, sir? Very good, sir. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir. Pleasant repose, sir, and all manner of enchanting dreams, sir." Robert scuttled away, delighted at being released. Of course I thought he was trying to account for his negligence by a silly story intended to frighten me, and I disbelieved him. The consequence was that he got his sovereign, and I spent a very peculiarly unpleasant night. I went to bed, and 5 minutes after I had rolled myself up in my blankets, the inexorable Robert extinguished the light that burned steadily behind the ground glass pane near the door. I lay quite still in the dark, trying to go to sleep, but I soon found that impossible. It had been some satisfaction to be angry with the steward, and the diversion had banished that unpleasant sensation I had at first experienced when I thought of the drowned man who had been my chum. But I was no longer sleepy, and I lay awake for some time, occasionally glancing at the porthole, which I could just see from where I lay, and which in the darkness looked like a faintly luminous soup plate suspended in blackness. I believe I must have lain there for an hour, and as I remember, I was just dozing into sleep when I was roused by a draught of cold air, and by distinctly feeling the spray of the sea blown upon my face. I started to my feet, and not having allowed in the dark for the motion of the ship, I was instantly thrown violently across the stateroom upon the couch which was placed beneath the porthole. I recovered myself immediately, however, and climbed upon my knees. The porthole was again wide open and fastened back. Now these things are facts. I was wide awake when I got up, and I should certainly have been waked by the fall had I still been dozing. Moreover, I bruised my elbows and knees badly, and the bruises were there on the following morning to testify to the fact, if I myself had doubted it. The porthole was wide open and fastened back, a thing so unaccountable that I remember very well feeling astonishment rather than fear when I discovered it. I at once closed the plate again, and screwed down the loop nut with all my strength. It was very dark in the stateroom. I reflected that the port had certainly been opened within an hour after Robert had at first shut it in my presence, and I determined to watch it and see whether it would open again. Those brass fittings are very heavy, and by no means easy to move. I could not believe that the clump had been turned by the shaking of the screw. I stood peering out through the thick glass at the alternate white and gray streaks of the sea that formed beneath the ship's side. I must have remained there a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, as I stood, I distinctly heard something moving behind me in one of the berths. And a moment afterwards, just as I turned instinctively to look, though I could of course see nothing in the darkness, I heard a very faint groan. I sprang across the stateroom and tore the curtains of the upper berth aside, thrusting in my hands to discover if there were anyone there. There was someone. I remember that the sensation, as I put my hands forward, was as though I were plunging them into the air of a damp cellar, and from behind the curtain came a gust of wind that smelled horribly of stagnant sea-water. I laid hold of something that had the shape of a man's arm, but was smooth and wet and icy cold. But suddenly, as I pulled, the creature sprang violently forward against me, a clammy, oozy mass, as it seemed to me, heavy and wet, yet endowed with a sort of supernatural strength. I reeled across the stateroom, and, in an instant, the door opened and the thing rushed out. I had not had time to be frightened, and quickly recovering myself, I sprang through the door and gave chase at the top of my speed. But I was too late. 10 yards before me I could see, I am sure I saw it, a dark shadow moving in the dimly lighted passage, quickly as the shadow of a fast horse thrown before a dog-cart by the lamp of a dark light. But in a moment it had disappeared, and I found myself holding on to the polished rail that ran along the bulkhead, where the passage turned towards the companion. My hair stood on end, and the cold perspiration rolled down my face. I am not ashamed of it in the least. I was very badly frightened. Still I doubted my senses and pulled myself together. It was absurd, I thought. The Welsh rarebit I had eaten had disagreed with me. I had been in a nightmare. I made my way back to my stateroom and entered it with an effort. The whole place smelled of stagnant sea-water, as it had when I had waked on the previous evening. It required my utmost strength to go in and grope among my things for a box of wax lights. As I lighted a railway reading lantern, which I always carry in case I want to read after the lamps are out, I perceived that the porthole was again open, and a sort of creeping horror began to take possession of me which I never felt before, nor wish to feel again. But I got a light and proceeded to examine the upper berth, expecting to find it drenched with sea water. But I was disappointed. The bed had been slept in, and the smell of the sea was strong, but the bedding was as dry as a bone. I fancied that Robert had not had the courage to make the bed after the accident of the previous night. It had all been a hideous dream. I drew the curtains back as far as I could and examined the place very carefully. It was perfectly dry, but the porthole was open again. With a sort of dull bewilderment of horror, I closed it and screwed it down, and thrusting my heavy stick through the brass loop, wrenched it with all my might, till the thick metal began to bend under the pressure. Then I hooked my reading lantern into the red velvet at the head of the couch and sat down to recover my senses if I could. I sat there all night, unable to think of rest, hardly able to think at all. But the porthole remained closed, and I did not believe it would now open again without the application of a considerable force. The morning dawned at last, and I dressed myself slowly, thinking over all that had happened in the night. It was a beautiful day, and I went on deck glad to get out in the early pure sunshine, and to smell the breeze from the blue water, so different from the noisome stagnant odor from my stateroom. Instinctively I turned aft toward the surgeon's cabin. There he stood with a pipe in his mouth, taking his morning airing precisely as on the preceding day. "Good morning," said he quietly, but looking at me with evident curiosity. "Doctor, you are quite right," said I. "There is something wrong about that place." "I thought you would change your mind," he answered rather triumphantly. "You have had a bad night, eh? Shall I make you a pick-me-up? I have a capital recipe." "No, thanks," I cried. "But I would like to tell you what happened." I then tried to explain as clearly as possible precisely what had occurred, not omitting to state that I had been scared as I had never been scared in my whole life before. I dwelt particularly on the phenomenon of the porthole, which was a fact to which I could testify, even if the rest had been an illusion. I had closed it twice in the night, and the second time I had actually bent the brass in wrenching it with my stick. I believe I insisted a good deal on this point. "You seem to think I am likely to doubt the story," said the doctor, smiling at the detailed account of the state of the porthole. "I do not doubt it in the least. I renew my invitation to you. Bring your traps here and take half my cabin." "Come and take half of mine for one night," I said. "Help me get to the bottom of this thing." "You will get to the bottom of something else if you try," answered the doctor. "What?" I asked. "The bottom of the sea. I am going to leave the ship. It is not canny." "Then you will not help me to find out?" "Not I," said the doctor quickly. "It is my business to keep my wits about me, not go fiddling about with ghosts and things." "Do you really believe it is a ghost?" I inquired, rather contemptuously. But as I spoke I remembered very well the horrible sensation of the supernatural which had got possession of me during the night. The doctor turned sharply on me. "Have you any reasonable explanation of these things to offer?" he asked. "No, you have not." "Well, you say you will find an explanation. I say that you won't, sir, simply because there is not any." "But, my dear sir," I retorted, "do you, a man of science, mean to tell me that such things cannot be explained?" "I do," he answered stoutly. "And if they could, I would not be concerned in the explanation." I did not care to spend another night alone in the stateroom, and yet I was obstinately determined to get at the root of the disturbances. I do not believe there are many men who would have slept there alone after passing 2 such nights, but I made up my mind to try it, if I could not get anyone to share a watch with me. The doctor was evidently not inclined for such an experiment. He said he was a surgeon, and that, in case any accident occurred on board, he must always be in readiness. He could not afford to have his nerves unsettled. Perhaps he was quite right, but I am inclined to think that his precaution was prompted by his inclination. On inquiry, he informed me that there was no one on board who would be likely to join me in my investigations, and after a little more conversation, I left him. A little later I met the captain, and told him my story. I said that if no one would spend the night with me, I would ask leave to have the light burning all night, and would try it alone. "Look here," said he, "I will tell you what I will do. I will share your watch myself, and we will see what happens. It is my belief that we can find out between us. There may be some fellow skulking on board who steals a passage by frightening the passengers. It is just possible that there may be something queer in the carpentering of that berth. I suggested taking the ship's carpenter below and examining the place, but I was overjoyed at the captain's offer to spend the night with me. He accordingly sent for the workman and ordered him to do anything I required. We went below at once. I had all the bedding cleared out of the upper berth, and we examined the place thoroughly to see if there was a board loose anywhere, or a panel which could be opened or pushed aside. We tried the planks everywhere, tapped the flooring, unscrewed the fittings of the lower berth, and took it to pieces. In short, there was not a square inch of that stateroom which was not searched and tested. Everything was in perfect order, and we put everything back in its place. As we were finishing our work, Robert came to the door and looked in. "Well, sir, find anything, sir?" he asked with a ghastly grin. "You were right about the porthole, Robert," I said, and I gave him the promised sovereign. The carpenter did his work silently and skillfully, following my directions. When he had done, he spoke. "I'm a plain man, sir," he said, "but it's my belief you had better just turn out your things, and let me run half a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of this cabin. There's no good never came of this cabin yet, sir, and that's all about it. There's been 4 lives lost out of here to my own remembrance, and that in 4 trips. Better give it up, sir. Better give it up." "I will try it for 1 night more," I said. "Better give it up, sir. Better give it up. It's a precious bad job," repeated the workman, putting his tools in his bag and leaving the cabin. But my spirits had risen considerably at the prospect of having the captain's company, and I made up my mind not to be prevented from going to the end of the strange business. I abstained from Welsh rarebits and grog that evening, and did not even join in the customary game of whist. I wanted to be quite sure of my nerves, and my vanity made me anxious to make a good figure in the captain's eyes. A Thwarted Plan, from Marzio's Crucifix, copyrighted 1887 by F. Marion Crawford, and reproduced by permission of the Macmillan Company, publishers. Marzio entered the inner studio when Giambattista was gone, leaving a boy who was learning to cut little files, the preliminary to the chiseler's profession, in charge of the outer workshop. The artist shut himself in and bolted the door, glad to be alone with the prospect of not being disturbed during the whole afternoon. He seemed not to hesitate about the work he intended to do, for he immediately took in hand the crucifix, laid it upon the table, and began to study it, using a lens from time to time as he scrutinized each detail. His rough hair fell forward over his forehead, and his shoulders rounded themselves till he looked almost deformed. He had suffered very strong emotions during the last 24 hours, enough to have destroyed the steadiness of an ordinary man's hand. But with Marzio, manual skill was the first habit of nature, and it would have been hard to find a mental impression which could shake his physical nerves. His mind, however, worked rapidly and almost fiercely, while his eyes searched the minute lines of the work he was examining. Uppermost in his thoughts was a confused sense of humiliation and of exasperation against his brother. The anger he felt had nearly been expressed in a murderous deed not more than 2 or 3 hours earlier, and the wish to strike was still present in his mind. He twisted his lips into an ugly smile as he recalled the scene in every detail, but the determination was different from the reality, and more in accordance with his feelings. He realized again that moment during which he had held the sharp instrument over his brother's head, and the thought which had then passed so rapidly through his brain recurred again with increased clearness. He remembered that beneath the iron-bound box in the corner there was a trap-door which descended to the unused cellar, for his workshop had in former times been a wine shop, and he had hired the cellar with it. One sharp blow would have done the business. A few quick movements, and Paolo's body would have been thrown down the dark steps beneath. The trap closed again, the safe replaced in its position. It was 11 o'clock then, or thereabouts. He would have sent the workmen to their dinner, and would have returned to the inner studio. They would have supposed afterwards that Don Paolo had left the place with him. He would have gone home, and would have said that Paolo had left him, or no, he would have said that Paolo had not been there, for someone might see him leave the workshop alone. In the night he would have returned, his family thinking he had gone to meet his friends, as he often did. When the streets were quiet, he would have carried the body away upon the handcart that stood in the entry of the outer room. It was not far, scarcely 300 yards, allowing for the turnings, to the place where the Via Montella ends in a mud bank by the dark river. A deserted neighborhood, too. A turn to the left. The low trees, the Piazza di Branca. The dark, short, straight street to the water. At 1 o'clock after midnight, who was stirring? It would all have been so simple, so terribly effectual. And then there would have been no more Paolo. No more domestic annoyances. No more the priest's smooth-faced disapprobation and perpetual opposition in the house. He would have soon brought Maria Luisa and Lucia to reason. What could they do without the support of Paolo? They were only women, after all. As for Giambattista, if once the poisonous influence of Paolo were removed, and how surely removed, Marzio's lips twisted as though he was tasting the sourness of failure like an acid fruit. If once the priests were gone, Giambattista would come back to his old ways, to his scorn of priests in general, of churches, of oppression, of everything that Marzio hated. He might marry Lucia then, and be welcome. After all, he was a finer fellow for the pretty girl than Gasparo Carsanici, with his claw fingers and his vinegar salad. That was only a farce, that proposal about the lawyer. The real thing was to get rid of Paolo. There could be no healthy liberty of thought in the house. While this fellow was sneaking in and out at all hours, tumble Paolo into a quiet grave, into the river with a sack full of old castings at his neck, there would be peace then, and freedom. Marzio ground his teeth as he thought how nearly he had done the thing, and how miserably he had failed. It had been the inspiration of the moment, and the details had appeared clear at once to his mind. Going over them, he found that he had not been mistaken. If Paolo came again, and he had the chance, he would do it. It was perhaps all the better that he had found time to weigh the matter. But would Paolo come again? Would he ever trust himself alone in the workshop? Had he guessed, when he turned so suddenly and saw the weapon in the air, that the blow was on the very point of descending? Or had he been deceived by the clumsy excuse Marzio had made about the sun shining in his eyes? He had remained calm, or Marzio tried to think so. But the artist himself had been so much moved during the minutes that followed that he could hardly feel sure of Paolo's behavior. It was a chilling thought, that Paolo might have understood and might have gone away feeling that his life had been saved almost by a miracle. He would not come back, the cunning priest in that case. He would not risk his precious skin in such company. It was not to be expected. A priest was only human, after all, like any other man. Marzio cursed his ill luck again as he bent over his work. What a moment this would be if Paolo were to take it into his head to make another visit. Even the men were gone. He would send the one boy who remained to the church where Giambattista was working with a message. They would be alone then, he and Paolo. The priest might scream and call for help. The thick walls would not let any sound through them. It would be even better then in the morning, when he had lost his opportunity by a moment of the twinkling of an eye. They say hell is paved with good intentions, or lost opportunities, muttered Marzio. I will send Paolo with the next opportunity to help in the paving. He laughed softly at his grim joke, and bent lower over the crucifix. By this time he had determined what to do, for his reflections had not interfered with his occupation. Removing 2 tiny silver screws, which fitted with the utmost exactness in the threads, he loosened the figure from the cross, removed the ladder to a shelf on the wall, and returning laid the statue on a soft leathern pad, surrounding it with sandbags till it was propped securely in the position he required. Then he took a very small chisel, adjusted it with the greatest care, and tapped upon it with the round wooden handle of his little hammer. At each touch he examined the surface with his lens to assure himself that he was making the improvement he contemplated. It was very delicate work, and as he did it he felt a certain pride in the reflection, that he could not have detected the place where improvement was possible when he had worked upon the place 10 years ago. He found it now in the infinitesimal touches upon the expression of the face, in the minute increase in the depressions and accentuated lines in the anatomy of the figure. As he went over each portion he became more and more certain that though he could not at present do better in the way of idea and general execution, he had nevertheless gained in subtle knowledge of effects and in skill of handling the chisel upon very delicate points. The certainty gave him the real satisfaction of legitimate pride. He knew that he had reached the zenith of his capacities. His old wish to keep the crucifix for himself began to return. If he disposed of Paolo, he might keep his work. Only Paolo had seen it. The absurd want of logic in the conclusion did not strike him. He had not pledged himself to his brother to give this particular crucifix to the cardinal, and if he had, he could easily have found a reason for keeping it back. But he was too much accustomed to think that Paolo was always in the way of his wishes, to look at so simple a matter in such a simple light. "It is strange," he said to himself. "The smallest things seem to point to it, if he only would come." Again his mind returned to the contemplation of the deed, and again he reviewed all the circumstances necessary for its safe execution. What an inspiration, he thought, and what a pity it had not found shape in fact at the very moment it had presented itself. He considered why he had never thought of it before, in all the years, as a means of freeing himself effectually from the despotism he detested. It was a despotism, he reflected, and no other word expressed it. He recalled many scenes in his home, in which Paolo had interfered. He remembered how one Sunday in the afternoon they had all been together before going to walk in the Corso, and how he had undertaken to demonstrate to Maria Luisa and Lucia the folly of wasting time in going to church on Sundays. He had argued gently and reasonably, he thought, but suddenly Paolo had interrupted him, saying that he would not allow Marzio to compare a church to a circus, nor priests to mountebanks and tightrope dancers. Why not? Then the women had begun to scream and cry and to talk of his blasphemous language until he could not hear himself speak. It was Paolo's fault. If Paolo had not been there, the women would have listened patiently enough, and would doubtless have reaped some good from his reasonable discourse. On another occasion, Marzio had declared that Lucia should never be taught anything about Christianity, that the definition of God was reason, that Garibaldi had baptized one child in the name of reason, and that he, Marzio, could baptize another quite as effectually. Paolo had interfered, and Maria Luisa had screamed. The contest had lasted nearly a month, at the end of which time Marzio had been obliged to abandon the uneven contest, vowing vengeance in some shape for the future. Many and many such scenes rose to his memory, and in every one Paolo was the opposer, the enemy of his peace, the champion of all that he hated and despised. In great things and small, his brother had been his antagonist from his early manhood, through 18 years of married life to the present day, and yet without Paolo he could hardly have hoped to find himself in his present state of fortune. This is one of the chief sources of his humiliation in his own eyes. With such a character as his, it is eminently true that it is harder to forgive a benefit than an injury. He might have felt less bitterly against his brother if he had not received at his hands the orders and commissions which had turned into solid money in the bank. It was hard to face Paolo, knowing that he owed 2/3 of his fortune to such a source. If he could get rid of the priest, he would be relieved at once from the burden of this annoyance, of this financial subjugation, as well of all that embittered his life. He pictured to himself his wife and daughter listening respectfully to his harangues and beginning to practice his principles. Gianbattista, an eloquent member of the society in the inner room of the old inn, reformed, purged from the sneaking fondness for Paolo, since Paolo would not be in the world any longer, and ultimately married to Lucia, the father of children who should all be baptized in the name of reason, and the worthy successor of himself, Marzio Pandolfi. Scrutinizing the statue under his lens, he detected a slight imperfection in the place where one of the sharp thorns touched the silver forehead of the beautiful tortured head. He looked about for a tool fine enough for the work, and none suited his wants. He took up the long, fine-pointed punch he had thrown back upon the table after the scene in the morning. It was too long and over-sharp, but by turning it sideways it would do the work under his dexterous fingers. "Strange," he muttered as he tapped upon the tool. "It is like a consecration." When he made the stroke, he dropped the instrument into the pocket of his blouse, as though fearing to lose it. He had no occasion to use it again, though he went on with his work during several hours. The thoughts which had passed through his brain recurred, and did not diminish in clearness. On the contrary, it was as though the passing impulse of the morning had grown during these short hours into a settled and unchangeable resolution. Once he rose from his stool, and going to the corner, dragged away the iron-bound safe from its place. A rusty ring lay flat in a little hollow in the surface of the trap-door. Marzio bent over it with a pale face and gleaming eyes. It seemed to him as though, if he looked round, he could see Paolo's body lying on the floor, ready to be dropped into the space below. He raised the wood and set the trap back against the wall, peering down into the black depths. A damp smell came up to his nostrils from the moist staircase. He struck a match and held it into the opening to see in what direction the stairs led down. Something moved behind him and made a little noise. With a short cry of horror, Marzio sprang back from the opening and looked round. It was as though the body of the murdered man had stirred upon the floor. His overstrained imagination terrified him, and his eyes started from his head. He examined the bench, and saw the cause of the sound in a moment. The silver Christ, unsteadily propped in the position in which he had just placed it, had fallen upon one side of the pad by its own weight. Marzio's heart still beat desperately as he went back to the hole and carefully reclosed the trapdoor, dragging the heavy safe to its position over the ring. Trembling violently, he sat down upon his stool and wiped the cold perspiration from his forehead. Then, as he laid the figure upon the cushion, he glanced uneasily behind him and at the corner. With an anxious heart, he left the house and crossed the street to the workshop, where the men were already waiting for the carts which were to convey the heavy grating to its destination. The pieces were standing against the walls, wrapped in tow and brown paper, and immense parcels lay tied up upon the benches. It was a great piece of work of the decorative kind, but of the sort for which Mario cared little. Great brass castings were chiseled and finished according to his designs without his touching them with his hands. Huge twining arabesques of solid metal were prepared in pieces and fitted together with screws that ran easily in the thread, and then were taken apart again. It was slow and troublesome work, and Marzio cared little for it, though his artistic instinct restrained him from allowing it to leave the workshop until it had been perfected to the highest degree. At present the artist stood in the outer room among his wrapped pieces, his pipe in his mouth and his hands in his pockets. A moment after Giambattista had entered, 2 carts rolled up to the door, and the loading began. "Take the drills and some screws to spare," said Marzio, looking into the bag of tools the foreman had prepared. "One can never tell in these monstrous things." "It will be the first time if we have to drill a new hole after you have fitted a piece of work, Maestro Marzio," answered the foreman, who had an unlimited admiration for his master's genius and foresight. "Never mind, do as I tell you. We may all make mistakes in this world," returned the artist, giving utterance to a moral sentiment which did not influence him beyond the precincts of the workshop. The workman obeyed, and added the requisite instruments to the furnishing of his leather bag. "And be careful, Tista," added Marzio, turning to his apprentice. "Look to the sockets in the marble when you place the large pieces. Measure them with your compass, you know. If they are too loose, you have the thin plates of brass to pack them. If they are tight, file away, but finish and smooth it well. Don't leave anything rough." Giambattista nodded as he lent a helping hand to the workmen who were carrying the heavy pieces to the carts. "Will you come to the church before night?" he asked. "Perhaps. I cannot tell. I am very busy." In 10 minutes the pieces were all piled upon the 2 vehicles, and Giambattista strode away on foot with the workmen. He had not thought of changing his dress, and had merely thrown an old overcoat over his gray woolen blouse. For the time he was an artisan at work. When working hours were over, and on Sundays, he loved to put on the stiff high collar and the checked clothes, which suggested the garments of the English tourist. He was then a different person, and in accordance with the change, he would smoke a cigarette and pull his cuffs over his hands like a real gentleman, adjusting the angle of his hat from time to time and glancing at his reflection in the shop windows as he passed along. But work was work. It was a pity to spoil good clothes with handling tools and castings, and jostling against the men, and moreover the change affected his nature. He could not handle a hammer or a chisel when he felt like a real gentleman, and when he felt like an artisan he must enjoy the liberty of being able to tuck up his sleeves and work with a will. At the present moment, too, he was proud of being in sole charge of the work, and he could not help thinking what a fine thing it would be to be married to Lucia, and to be the master of the workshop. With the sanguine enthusiasm of a very young man who loves his occupation, he put his whole soul into what he was to do, assured that every skillful stroke of the hammer, every difficulty overcome, brought him nearer to the woman he loved. End of section 28. Recording by Chris Pyle. Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10, Section 29. Selected Works by Prosper Joliot-Crébillon. Prosper Joliot-Crébillon, 1674 to 1762. By Robert Sanderson. Prosper Joliot, tragic poet, called de Crébillon from the name of the estate his father purchased near Dijon, France, was born in that city January 13, 1674. The elder Joliot held an office in the magistracy of the province of Burgundy, and they intended that his son should follow in his footsteps. This the young man did for a time. He was admitted to the bar as advocate to the Parliament of Paris, and at the same time entered the office of a procureur, prosecuting magistrate, there to study the forms of procedure and practice of law. This procureur, whose name was Prieur, seems to have worked as a decisive influence over Joliot's career, as he was the first to discover in the young man strong aptitudes for tragedy. Being a man of letters, he was struck by the correctness of his clerk's criticisms of some of the French tragic poets, and urged him to try his hand at writing a tragedy himself. This Crébillon did at once, and composed his maiden play, La mort des enfants de Brut, the death of Brutus's children, a subject more than once treated before. The king's troupe of players refused it, and it was not even printed. Crébillon was greatly disappointed, but encouraged by the good prior, he very soon conceived and wrote another tragedy, Idiomene, 1705, which this time was received and played with some success. Idiomene was followed by Atri et Thyeste, 1707, a play that put Crébillon in the very first rank of tragic poets. Called back to his native place by his father's death and detained there a long time by a family lawsuit, he brought back from the country his third tragedy, Electra, 1708, which was as much admired as the preceding one. Rhadamiste et Zenobi, Crébillon's masterpiece, appeared in 1711. It formed part of the repertoire of the Comédie Française up to the year 1829. Xerxes, played in 1714, met with flat failure. Semiramis, 1717, fared somewhat better. Disgusted with the poor success of his last two tragedies, it was 9 years before Crébillon wrote again for the stage. Pyrrhus appeared in 1726 and remained for a long time on the playbills. Of his last two tragedies, Catalina, 1748, was for its author a renewal of success, whilst Le Triumvirat, written by Crébillon in his 80th year, contains here and there fine passages. Crébillon was elected to the French Academy in 1731. He held several offices during life. He was first receiver of fines, then royal censor, and lastly king's librarian. But neither from these various employments, nor from his plays, did he derive much profit. The most prosperous epoch of his existence seems to have been about the year 1715, during the brilliant but corrupt time of the Régence. Part of his life was spent in actual penury, and we find him 15 years later living in a poor quarter of the capital, having for sole companions of his misery a lot of dogs and cats that he picked up in the streets. However, Louis XV gave him in his old age a proof of his royal favor. After the representation of Catalina, the king ordered that the poet's complete works be printed at his expense. The edition appeared in 1750 and yielded enough to save Crébillon at least from actual want during his remaining lifetime. It may be easily imagined that in his position of royal censor, he incurred the enmity of his colleagues whose plays he refused, and in addition to his pecuniary embarrassments, his life was embittered by the attacks of his enemies, among whom Voltaire was not the least conspicuous. Crébillon, who was a man of fine presence and strong constitution, died on June 14, 1762, in his 89th year. Taking the writer's tragedies as they appeared, Idomenei, the first one, is borrowed from Homer's Iliad. It is the story of Idomeneus, king of Crete, who, returning from the siege of Troy and being assailed by a frightful tempest, took a vow of sacrificing to Neptune the first human creature he should meet on landing. His own son, Idomentus, was the first person he encountered, and his father once sacrificed him. Such is the Greek legend, but it being too atrocious in its nature to suit modern taste, in Crebillon's tragedy, Idomentus kills himself. We can, in a measure, understand the terrible struggle going on in the father's breast, obliged by his vow to kill his own child, but only in a measure, for our modern ideas will not admit that under such circumstances a parent should be held to his vow. Nor does it help matters that Idomentus should kill himself to save his father from committing the atrocious deed. The subject is repulsive. The speech of Idomeneus in the first act, recounting the storm scene, is not unfrequently mentioned as a piece of rhetoric. Atri et Thyeste is far superior to Idomenei, both in conception and construction. If the object of tragedy is to excite terror, that condition is certainly fulfilled in Atri et Thyeste. The subject, taken from Seneca, is well known. Atreus, king of Argos, to avenge the wrong done him by his own brother Thyestes, who had carried off his wife, had the latter's son killed and served to him at a feast. Crebillon carries this fierce cruelty even farther, for in his play he makes Atreus offer his brother a cup filled with the blood of Philistine, son of Thyestes. On being criticized for this refinement of cruelty, the poet bluntly answered, "I never should have believed that in a land where there are so many unfortunate husbands, Atreus would have found so few partisans." The strongest scenes are the closing ones, although the general opinion at the time was that Crebillon had chosen too horrible a subject. He revealed his power as a tragic poet, and his reputation as such really dates from the production of Atri et Thyeste. Crebillon's Electra is in the main the same as that of Sophocles, Euripides, and others. Electra, whose father Agamemnon has been murdered by Aegisthus, induces her brother Orestes to slay the murderer. The change introduced into the plot by the French poet is this one. He makes Electra love the son of her father's slayer, while Orestes, who is ignorant of his own birth, loves the daughter. The admirers of the classic models were up in arms at these changes, and Electra was attacked on all sides. But if it had its defects, it had also its merits, and these were finally recognized as being of high order. The scene between Clytemnestra and Electra in the first act, the meeting between Electra and Orestes, and the latter's ravings when he discovers that he has killed his mother, are among the best. Rhadamiste et Zenobe is generally considered Crebillon's masterpiece. It is the only one of his tragedies that contains the romantic element. As narrated in Tacitus, the legend upon which this play is founded runs thus. Rhadamistus, son of Pharasmanes, king of Iberia, had married his cousin Zenobia, daughter of his uncle Mithridates, king of Armenia. The latter was put to death by order of Rhadamistus, who took possession of his uncle's provinces. An insurrection broke out, and Rhadamistus had to flee for his life. He carried off Zenobia with him, but she, owing to her condition, unable to bear the fatigues of the flight, begged her husband to put her to death. After piercing her with his sword and throwing her into the Araxes, he hurriedly made off for his father's kingdom. Zenobia, however, was not dead. She was found on the bank of the river by some shepherds, who carried her to the court of the king Tiridates, who received her kindly and treated her as a queen. In his tragedy, Crebillon makes the husband and wife meet again at the court of Pharasmanes, and Zenobia, believing herself to be a widow, shows her love for Prince Aramis, own brother to Rhadamistus. This invention is certainly no more improbable than the whole story itself. The interview between Pharasmanes and his son in the second act, and the meeting between Rhadamistus and Zenobia in the third, are both remarkable, the first for its grandeur, the second for its pathos and passion. Xerxes is an inferior tragedy. The strongest character in the play is that of the prime minister Artaban, who sows discord between the two sons of Xerxes, intending to seize the throne of Persia for himself. Inferior also is Semiramis. The famous queen is in love with Agenor, who proves to be her own son Ninnius. But even after this discovery, Semiramis perseveres in her passion. Such a subject can be tolerated on the stage only on condition that the spectator be made to feel the victim's struggle and remorse, as in Racine's Phaedra. Pyrrhus differs from Crébillon's previous tragedies in this one point: no blood is spilled upon the stage. The poet does not rely upon his usual method of striking terror to gain success. For the first time his characters are heroic and express noble sentiments. Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, has been brought up by his guardian, Glaucius, under the name of Helenus, and believes himself to be his son. It is only when the usurper, Neoptolemus, demands of Glaucius the surrender of Pyrrhus that the latter discovers the truth. The courage and magnanimity of Glaucius in refusing to give up his trust, of his son Illyrius in taking the place of Pyrrhus in revealing his true name and offering himself to the usurper, and lastly, of Neoptolemus in showing clemency, are worthy of admiration. 22 years intervene between Pyrrhus and Catalina, 1748. As might be expected in a tragedy having for its principal characters Cicero and Cato, political speeches are plentiful. The scene between Catiline, Cato, and Cicero in the fourth act is perhaps the strongest. Another interval of 6 years, and Crébillon wrote his last tragedy, Le Triumvirat, or Le Mort de Cicéron, which may be termed a rehabilitation of Cicero, who the critics said should not have been made a subordinate character to that of Catiline in Crébillon's previous tragedy. Although written in his 80th year, it cannot be said that this composition shows any sign of mental decay. With two such masters as Corneille and Racine towering with their mighty height over all other French dramatic poets, it is often difficult to be just towards the latter. They must always suffer by comparison, yet all they wrote did not deserve almost entire oblivion. In the case of Crébillon, the only tragedy by which he is now remembered is that of Radamiste et Zénobie, and that principally because it is the only one that has in it an element of romance. But his others concern also qualities of their own, grandeur of conception, great force and energy, together with a severe and sober language. As to his defects, they consist in too great a predilection for the horrible, and in a style which at times is inflated. Voltaire, who could brook no superiority or even equality in any line of literature, did not spare Crébillon his sarcasms. The best outcome of this rivalry between the two poets was the emulation it stimulated in Voltaire, causing him to write over 5 of Crébillon's tragedies, Semiramis, Electra, Catalina, Le Triumvirat, Atri et Thyeste, under respective names of Semiramis, Oreste, Rome Sauve, Le Triumvirat, Le Pelopides. Selections from the tragedies of Crébillon. The Bloody Banquet, from Atreus and Thyestes. Atreus. Now in this cup, the pledge of brotherhood, behold, the sacred earnest of our peace. How timely has it come, to still the fears that bid thee doubt of brothers' bounteous love. If dark distrust of Atreus lingers still within thy heart, give me the sacred cup, that shame may fill Thyestes to withhold his share in this fraternal festival, that brothers' hearts, whom love hath set at twain, love's holy bonds may reunite again. Give me the cup, that I, in drinking first, may drown thy doubts. Eurysthenes, the cup. He takes the cup from the hand of Eurysthenes, his confidant. Thyestes. Have I not said, my lord, thou takest ill my groundless doubts, and coward quavering fears? What henceforth could thy hate deprive me of, since sun and provinces have been restored? Whatever the cause and meaning of this wrath, have I deserved that thou shouldst crown my days, my wretched days, with kindness such as this? Nay, first, Eurysthenes, give me the cup. Let me be first to pledge all gratitude, and drown my heart's misgivings. that have lain like bitter lees within the cup I drain. He takes the cup from the hand of Atreus, saying, Yet why delays my son? Atreus, addressing his guards, Give answer, guards, has he not yet returned? Addressing Thyestes, Be not uneasy, you shall soon see him, soon to him be joined, more near and close your union than you dream, most sacred pledge, he of our solemn bond. Thyestes, Be thou the voucher, then, of Atreus' faith, and of Thyestes' safety from his hate. Cup of our ancestors, and you, ye gods, whom I to witness call, may you strike dead with swift avenging thunderbolt of wrath him who first breaks this pact of peace. And thou, brother, as dear as daughter or as son, receive this proof of firmest faith. He drains the cup and recoils. Ah, wretch! What do I see? Great gods, 'tis blood! 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 Ah, horror! Blood! Mine own runs cold within my frozen heart, my heart with horror chilled. The sun grows dim around me, and the cup dyed with such dreadful crimson seems to shrink from touch of this my trembling hand. I die. 'Tis death I feel upon me. O my son, what has become of thee? Turning to Atreus, My son is dead. My son is dead, thou cruel one, who offerest false promises of peace to me. Bereaved in the same instant which has snatched him from me. And lest this frightful blow should leave me living, monster! 'Tis wine of blood thy hand is giving. O earth, canst thou support us at this moment? My dream, my ghastly dream, returned upon me. Was it thy blood, my son, they gave thy father? Atreus, and canst thou recognize this blood? Thyestes, my brother I recognize. Atreus, thou shouldst have recognized him and known his nature in the past, nor wronged him and forced him, ingrate, thus to hurl his vengeance. Thyestes, O mighty gods, what crimes are ye avenging? Thou fiend spewed forth by hell to blight the earth, more fully spin the rage that fills thy breast. Send an unhappy father to his son, give this new victim to his bloody manes, nor stop halfway in thy vile path of crime. How canst thou spare me, barbarous wretch, to mourn within a world whence thou hast driven away the gods and even the wholesome light of day? Atreus, nay, I should wish thee back again to life, which I can stuff so bravely with disasters. I know thy grief, I hear it in thy moans. I see thy sorrows wound thee as I wished, and in thy tears I find fulfilled the hope that fast was fading in my heart. Revenge. Thou callest on death, and I have left thee life. 'Tis my revenge. Thyestes, ah, vain and flattering hope, Thyestes' hand can rob thee of that joy. He kills himself. Theodamia, daughter of Thyestes, ah, heaven! Thyestes, be thou comforted, my daughter. Hence and leave justice to the most high gods, whose hearts your tears will move. Hence and await his punishment, whose perjuries turn pale the very gods themselves. They promise it. 'Tis pledged me in this bloody cup, and now, just gods, I die. Atreus, and I accept the omen, for thy self-slaying hand hath crowned my wishes, and I enjoy at last my crime's full fruitage. Mother and daughter, from Electra. Clytemnestra, so, far from answering a mother's kindness, thou heapst defiance on that sacred name, and when my pity seeks her happiness, Electra scorns me still. Ay, defy me, proud princess unrelenting, but accuse none save thyself, that fate so frowns on thee. From a great monarch, jealous of his power, I won a hero husband for my daughter, and hasty hope has shown me this scepter within our house once more. Bought by that union, yet she, ungrateful, only seeks our ruin. But one word more. Thou hold'st the hand of Idas, and this day shall see your lots united. Refuse him at thy peril, for Aegisthus is weary of the slave within his palace, whose tears move men and gods to pity. Electra. Pity? Against so proud a tyrant? O ye heavens, what weapon? Can he fear my harmless tears, who thus defies remorse? Ah, madam, mother, is it for thee to add to my misfortunes? I Aegisthus' slave, alack, how comes it? Ah, hapless daughter, who such slave has made me? And say, of whom was this Electra born? And is it fitting thou shouldst so reproach me? Mother, if still that holy name can move thee, and if indeed my shame be known to all within this palace, show compassion on me, and on the griefs thy hand hath heaped upon me, speed my death, and think not to unite me to him, the son of that foul murderer, that wretch whose fury robbed me of a father, and still pursues him in his son and daughter. Usurping even the disposal of my hand, canst speak of such a marriage, and not shudder? Mother, that lovest me once, how have I lost it, thy tender love? Alas, I cannot hate thee, despite the sorrows that have hedged me round, the bitter tears I shed within this place. 'Tis only for the tyrant I invoke the high God's wrath. Ah, if I must forget that I have lost a father, help me, madam, to still remember that I have a mother. Clytemnestra. What can I do? How act? Not save thy marriage will satisfy the king. I pray thee yield, repine no longer at thy destined lot, and cease bewailing over a dead barbarian, who, had he found another Ilion, thyself full quickly would have made an offering upon the altar of his own ambition. Thus did he dare, O dark and cruel heart, before mine eyes to sacrifice my daughter. Electra. Cruel, ay, madam. Yet was he thy husband? If thus he purchased for him punishment, what gods or men appointed thee avenger? If heaven, in extremity of harshness, compelled him, hapless hero, to outpour his own blood, answer, was it not for heaven he spilled it? But thou, most unnatural mother of sorrow-scourged Electra and Orestes, thou too wouldst spill the last drops of that blood, not for high heaven, jealous of its altars, but for the vilest mortal. Ah, behold him, he comes, inhuman wretch, and at the sight fierce passions stir within my seething soul. The Matricide, from Electra. Orestes. Strike, ye gods all-powerful, summoned by my fury, avenging gods! If there be such, then strike! Since still I live, my crime, my hideous crime, is yours alone to reckon, yours to judge, as heaven only gentle torments for me. Alas, I see what stays your righteous vengeance. You know not how to punish crime so foul, ye horror-stricken gods. Electra. Ah, brother, brother, calm this blind frenzy. Cure thee of this madness. Have I not weight enough of grief to bear? Wouldst thou, Orestes, slay me as I stand? Orestes. Hush, utter it no more. That name abhorred, and thou who shudderest at my odious presence. Nature, so oft, so deeply outraged here, I have avenged thee of my murdered father. But who my murdered mother shall avenge? Speak, justice, if thine arm have lost its power. Filled with the fury of a just despair, behold myself will aid it to strike home. If man's remorse can move divinity, gods, turn ye to the tears, the blood I spill. Ha! Seest thou, mother? He tries to kill himself, but is disarmed by his guardian Palamedes. Palamedes. O my lord! Orestes. Leave me. From thee I will have nothing, wretch inhuman, nor from Electra. Was it not your hearts thirsting for blood and victims that compelled me to stain my hands with guilt unspeakable? But how now? Whence this mist that darkens round me? Thanks be to heaven, the way to hell is opened. Let us to hell. There's nothing that affrights me, and in the horror of eternal night hide and enwrap ourselves. But what pale light shines on me now? Who to this dark abode dares to bring daylight back? What do I see? The dead of hell look shuddering upon me. Oh, hear the moans, the painful cries. Orestes, who calls me in this horrible retreat? It is Aegisthus, who, too much, and in my wrath, but soft, what sight is here? What holds he in his hands? My mother's head. Ah, what a gaze! Where shall Orestes flee? Atrocious monster! What a spectacle thou venturest to show me! Stay thy fury. Behold my sufferings and that awful head. Hide it from these terror-smitten eyes. Ah, mother, spare me. Spare thy unhappy son. Ye shades of Agamemnon, hear my cries. Shades of mine honored father, give thine aid. Come shield thy son from the pursuing anger of Clytemnestra. Ah, show pity on me. What, even in thy protecting arms, she furious still pursues me. All is over. I yield me to the life-consuming torture. My guiltless heart that bore nor part nor share in the black crime committed by my hand is torn with torments. O ye gods, what culprit of deepest guilt could bear worse punishment? The Reconciliation, from Rhadamistus and Zenobia. Zenobia, my lord, a hapless woman whom fate has fastened to a tyrant's yoke, dare she appeal, disgraced in chains of bondage, to Romans, masters of the universe? Ah, yet indeed what better part to play for these same masters of the universe than to relieve my great misfortunes? Heaven, that to their august laws subjected all. Rhadamistus. What do I see? Ah, wretched man, those features, that voice. Just gods, what sight do ye present before mine eyes? Zenobia. How comes it that your soul, my gracious lord, so stirs at sight of me? Rhadamistus. Had not my hand deprived of life? Zenobia. What is it I see and hear in turn? Sad recollection. I tremble, shudder. Where and what am I? My strength fast leaves me. Ah, my lord, dispel my terror and confusion. All my blood runs cold to my heart's core. Rhadamistus. Ah me, the passion that fills my being leaves no further doubt. Hast thou, my hand, achieved but half thy crime, victim of man's conspiring cruelty, sad object of a jealous, desperate love, swept on by rage to fiercest violence? After such storm of madness, frenzy, fury, Zenobia, is it thou? Zenobia. Zenobia, ah gods, O Rhadamistus, thou my husband, cruel but yet beloved, after trials so many and so bitter, is it thou? Rhadamistus. Can it be possible thine eyes refuse to recognize him? Yes, I am that monster, that heart inhuman. Yes, I am that traitor, that murderous husband. Would to highest heaven, that when today he stood unknown before thee, forgetting him, thou hadst forgot his crimes. O gods, who to my mortal grief restore her, why could ye not return to her a husband worthy herself? What happy fate befalls me that heaven, touched to pity by my torments of sharp regret, hath granted me to gaze once more upon such charms? But yet, alas, can it be, too, that at my father's court I find a wife so dear weighed down with chains? Gods, have I not bewailed my crimes enow, that ye afflict my vision with this sight? O all too gentle victim of despair like mine, how all I see but fills afresh the measure of thy husband's guilt. How now? Thou weepest. Zenobia. Wherefore, thou unhappy being, should I not weep in such a fateful hour? Ah, cruel one, would heaven thy hand of hatred had only sought to snatch Zenobia's life, then would my heart, unstirred to depths of anger at sight of thee, beat quickly on beholding my husband. then would love, to honor lifted by rage of jealousy, replace thy wife within thine arms, fresh filled with happiness. Yet think not that I feel for thee no pity, or turn from thee with loathing. Rhadamistus. Ye great gods, far from reproaches such as should overwhelm me. Is it Zenobia who fears to hate me and justifies herself? Ah, punish me rather than this, for in such fatal kindness should free forgiveness. I am made to taste of mine own cruelty. Spare not my blood, dear object of my love. Be just, deprive me of such a bliss as seeing thee again. He falls at her feet. Must I, to urge thee, clasp thy very knees? Remember what the price, and whose the blood, that sealed me as thy spouse. All, even my love, demands that I should perish. To leave crime unpunished is to share the culprit's guilt. Strike, but remember, in my wildest fury never wast thou cast down from thy high place within my heart. Remember, if repentance can stand for innocence, I need no longer rouse thee to hatred, move thee to revenge. Ay, and remember too, despite the rage, which well I know must swell within thy soul, my greatest passion was my love for thee. Zenobia. Arise, it is too much. Since I forgive thee, what profit in regrets? The gods, believe me, deny to us the power of wreaking vengeance on enemies so dear. But name the land where thou wouldst dwell, and I will follow thee whithersoever thou wilt. Speak, I am ready to follow, from this moment forth forever. Assured that such remorse as fills thy heart springs from thy virtues, more than thy misfortunes, and happy if Zenobia's love for thee could some day serve as pattern to Armenia. Make her like me thy willing loyal subject, and teach her, if no more, to know her duty. Rhadamistus. Great heaven! Can it be that lawful bonds unite such virtues to so many crimes? That Hymen, to a madman's lot, should link the fairest, the most perfect of all creatures, to whom the gods gave life? Canst look upon me after a father's death, my outrages, my brother's love, that prince so great and generous, can they not make thee hate a hapless husband? And I may tell myself, since thou disdainest the proffered vows of virtuous Arsames, thou to his passion turn'st a heart of ice. What words are these? Too happy might I live to-day, if duty in that noble heart might take for me the place of love. Zenobia. Ah, quiet within thy soul the groundless doubts that fill it, or hide at least thy unworthy jealousy. Remember that a heart that can forgive thee is not a heart to doubt. So, Rhadamistus, not without crime. Rhadamistus. O thou dear wife, forgive me my fatal love. Forgive me those suspicions which my whole heart abhors. The more unworthy thy inhuman spouse, the less should thy displeasure visit his unjust fears. O dear Zenobia, give me thy heart and hand again, and deign to follow me this day to fair Armenia. Caesar hath o'er that province made me monarch. Come, and behold me henceforth blot my crimes from thy remembrance with a list of virtues. Come, here is Hiero, a faithful subject, whose zeal we trust to cur o'er our flight, soon as the night has veiled the staring sky, assured that thou shalt see my face again. Come and await me in this place. Farewell. Let us not linger till a barbarous foe, when heaven has reunited us, shall part us again forever. O ye gods, who gave her back to my arms, in answer to my longings, deign to give to me a heart deserving your goodness. End of section 29. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 30. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. S. R. Crockett, 1862. That Samuel Rutherford Crockett was born in Little Ducray, Galloway, Scotland, in 1862, of a long line of tenant farmers, that, a small white-haired boy, beginning at 3½ years of age, he did his daily work on the farm, and walked 3 miles to the parish school, where, under a master who was a dungeon of learning, he wrestled with Latin as far as Omnis Gallia, and through the Greek alphabet till he was 15; that he then entered Edinburgh University, where he added to his sparse resources by tutoring and journalistic work; and that, after severe theological training, he was in 1884 ordained to the ministry of the Free Church of Scotland, reads like a familiar story which, with a few changes, such as dates and identities, might have been told of a host of his distinguished countrymen. Between the covers of his books one may learn all that is essential and characteristic of Mr. Crockett, the most important fact in his literary life being an honorable loyalty to his own home and people and faith. It is his good fortune that that home is in a region of romance and legend and daring adventure, that his people are of an austere race, whose shrewd humor underlies a solemn gravity, whose keenest joy is intellectual controversy, and whose highest ambition is that at least one representative of the whitewashed farmhouse shall wag his head in a pulpit. And fundamentally, for his art's sake, it is his good fortune that his faith is their faith, a stern conviction of a stern creed, whose tenderest traditions are fostered by the sight of the martyr's monument on Auchenriach Muir, and the kirkyards of Balwearie and Nether Dolarg, where under the trees the heroes of Scotland lie as thick as gowans on the lea. Nor should the influence of the scenery of Galloway be ignored on Mr. Crockett's work. Its trackless moors and lairy coverts, the green woodlands of Earlston and the grey Dochrau crags, the sleeping pools guarded by dark firs standing bravely like men-at-arms on every rocky knoll, the river Ken flowing silver clear, and the great Kells Range, ridge behind ridge of hills, whose very names make a storm of music. This is the background of wild deeds and wilder passions, in whose recounting in The Raiders and The Men of the Moss Hags we have as yet the highest exhibition of his genius. Construction is not perhaps his strong point, but in these stirring scenes and dramatic situations, chronicled by the hero who creates an atmosphere of fond credulity in his adventures and personality, the author is kept to his work by the stress of hard times. The action is swift, for in The Raiders the hill outlaws come down like the blast of a terrible trumpet, and in The Men of the Moss Hags, Lauderdale and Claverhouse are hunting the Covenanters into the caves of the earth, so that in the rush of events both he who tells the tale and he who listens are hurried along. The feature of these fine romances, especially The Raiders, is their Homeric spirit of generous simplicity and bellicose cheerfulness. Mr. Crockett is a fighter for his loves, his fireside, and his shorter catechism. And though there are pathetic passages, the robustness of the men and the heroism of the women remove them from our pity to our proud enthusiasm. Were one to seek the source of Mr. Crockett's inspiration, he would probably find it in the Old Testament. In this class of novels are included the short, somber story Mad Sir Uchtred and The Gray Man. Nor are these works lacking in the characteristics of his other manner yet to be spoken of. The long hours in which we ride with John Faa, Lord of Little Egypt, and with Willie Gordon of Earlston, are enlivened with shrewd comment and brilliant narration. Humanity in its least complex aspect, and robust faith in God, transport us to the other and sturdier age in which they dwelt. The other field in which Mr. Crockett has made a reputation, his earlier field, is his presentment of contemporary Scotch peasant life. Robert Fraser and Janet Belchristi, in The Stickit Minister, are the descendants of John Fa'a and May Mischief, and of Willie Gordon and Maisie Lennox. They dwell in the same sweet homes and by the levels of the same lochs, bonny and broad, and their faith is nurtured on the rugged Caledonian doctrine for which these, their literary forebears, fought and died. As the shepherd knows his sheep, that to us who are not shepherds shows so little unlikeness, so Mr. Crockett knows the lines and lineaments of his characters. The pathos of their brave lives is kept in shadow with the fine reserve of one who will not suffer a stranger to intermeddle. But it is felt as we feel that there are dark depths to the sea, whose surface waves sparkle in the sun. In this earlier manner a Galloway herd, the play actress, and the delicate fantasy, the lilac sunbonnet, are written. If in Clegg Kelly, the story of an Edinburgh waif, there is a touch of the melodramatic, much may be forgiven an author who, with the mastery of subtle peculiarities of individual types, combines the power to make a novel vibrate with dramatic action. Selection and samples to the flock from The Stickit Minister, the Macmillan Company, Publishers, by Samuel Rutherford Crockett. The family of the late Tyke Milurg consisted of 3 loons and a lassie. Tyke had never done anything for his children except share with a short-lived and shadowy mother the responsibility of bringing them into the world. The time that he could spare from his profession of poacher he had systematically devoted to neglecting them. Tyke had solved successfully for many years the problem of how to live by the least possible expenditure of labor. Kind ladies had taken him in hand time and again. They had provided clothes for his children, which Tyke had primarily converted into coin of the realm, and indirectly into liquid refreshment, at Lucky Morgan's rag store in Cairn Edward. Work had been found for Tyke, and he had done many half-days of labor in various gardens. Unfortunately, however, before the hour of noon, it was Tyke's hard case to be taken with a gruen in his inside, of such a nature that he became rapidly incapacitated for further work. "No, ma'am, I cannot take it. It's mony a year since I saw the evil o't. You'll hae to excuse me, but I really couldna. Oh, they pains. Oh, serse my inside. Well, gin ye insist, I'll just have to try a toothful to obleege ye like." But Tyke's toothfuls were over for this world, and his shortcomings were lying under 4 feet of red mold. Half a dozen kindly folk who pitied his 3 loons and a lassie gathered a few pounds and gave him a decent burial, not for his own sake, but in order that the 4 little scarecrows might have a decent start in life. It is the most fatal and indestructible of reproaches in the south of Scotland to have a father buried by the parish. The lassie was the eldest of the children. She was 13, and she hardly remembered what it was to have a mother or a new frock. But ever since she was 11, she had never had a dirty one. The smith's wife had shown her how to wash, and she had learned from the teacher how to mend. Lieb had appeared on the books of the school as Elizabeth Milurg, and she had attended as often as she could, that is, as often as her father could not prevent her. For Tyke, being an independent man, was down on the compulsory clause of the Education Act, and had more than once got 30 days for assaulting the school board officer. When he found out that Lieb was attending school at the village, He lay in wait for her on her return with a stick, and after administering chastisement on general principles, he went on to specify his daughter's iniquities. "Ye upsettin' blasty, wad ye be for gangin' to their school, learnin' to look doon on your ain feyther that has been at sic pains to rear ye?" A pause for further correction, to which poor Lee vocalized an accompaniment. "Let me see gin ye can read. Hey, read that," he said, flinging a tattered lesson book which the teacher had given her to his daughter. Lieb opened the book, and punctuating the lesson with her sobs, she read in the high and level shriek of a locomotive engine: "And so brave Bobby, having saved the trembling child, returned with the rescued one in his mouth to the shore." "Davert, but ye can read," said her father, snatching the book and tearing it up before her eyes. "No, listen. I'll hae nane o' my bairns teach to despise their feyther by no school boards. Look ye here, Lieb Milorg, gin ever I catch ye within a mile o' the school, I'll skin ye." But for all this tremendous threat, or maybe all the more because of it, and also because she so much desired to be able to do a white seam, Lieb so arranged it that there were few days when she did not manage to come along the mile and half of Lochside Road which separated her from the little one-roomed, whitewashed schoolhouse on the face of the brae. She even brought one of the loons with her pretty often. But as Jock, Rab, and Benny, otherwise known as Rag, Tag, and Bobtail, got a little older, they more easily accommodated themselves to the wishes of their parent, and in spite of Lieb's blandishments, they went into hidey-holes till the school board officer had passed by. Milorg's Mill, where the children lived, was a tumble-down erection, beautiful for situation, set on the side of the long loch of Kinnick. The house had once been a little farmhouse, its windows brilliant with geraniums and verbenas. But in the latter days of the forlorn Milorgs, it had become betrampled as to its doorsteps by lean swine, and bespattered as to its broken floor by intrusive hens. It was to Milorg's Mill that the children returned after the funeral. Lieb had been arrayed in the hat and dress of a neighbor's daughter for the occasion, but the three loons had played Tig in the intervals of watching their father's funeral from the broomy knoll behind the mill. Jock, the eldest, was nearly 11 and had been taken in hand by the kind neighbor wife at the same time as Lieb. At one time he looked as though he would even better repay attention, for he feigned a sleek-faced submission and a ready compliance which put Mistress Auld of the Arkland off her guard. Then, as soon as his sister, of whom Jock stood much in awe, was gone out, he snatched up his ragged clothes and fled to the hill. Here he was immediately joined by the other two loons. They caught the Arkland donkey grazing in the field beside the mill dam, and having made a parcel of the good black trousers and jacket, they tied them to the donkey and drove him homeward with blows and shoutings. A funeral was only a dull procession to them, and the fact that it was their father's made no difference. Next morning Lieb sat down on the stoop, or wooden bench by the door, and proceeded to cast up her position. Her assets were not difficult to reckon. A house of 2 rooms, one devoted to hens and lumber, a mill which had once sawn good timber, but whose great circular saw had stood still for many months, a mill lathe broken down in several places, 3 or 4 chairs and a stool, a table, and a wash-tub. When she got so far, she paused. It was evident that there could be no more school for her, and the thought struck her that now she must take the responsibility for the boys, and bring them up to be useful and diligent. She did not and could not so express her resolve to herself, but a still and strong determination was in her sore little heart not to let the boys grow up like their father. Lieb had gone to Sabbath school every week when she could escape from the tyranny of home, and was therefore well known to the minister, who had often exercised himself in vain on the thick defensive armor of ignorance and stupidity which encompassed the elder Milorg. His office-bearers and he had often bemoaned the sad example of this ne'er-do-well family, which had entrenched itself in the midst of so many well-doing people. Milorg's mill was a reproach and an eyesore to the whole parish, and the Milorg weans a gratuitous insult to every self-respecting mother within miles. For 3 miles round the children were forbidden to play with, or even to speak to, the 4 outcasts at the mill. Consequently their society was much sought after. When Lieb came to set forth her resources, she could not think of any except the 4-pound loaf, the dozen hens and a cock, the routing wild Indian of a pig, and the 2 lean and knobby cows on the hill at the back. It would have been possible to sell all these things perhaps, but Lieb looked upon herself as the trustee for the rest of the family. She resolved therefore to make what use of them she could, and having most of the property under her eye at the time, there was the less need to indite an inventory of it. But first she must bring her brothers to a sense of their position. She was a very Napoleon of 13, and she knew that now that there was no counter-authority to her own, she could bring Jock, Rab, and Benny to their senses very quickly. She therefore selected with some care and attention a hazel stick, using a broken table knife to cut it with a great deal of deftness. Having trimmed it, she went out to the hill to look for her brothers. It was not long before she came upon them, engaged in the fascinating amusement of rooting for pig nuts in a green bankside. The natural Lieb would instantly have thrown down her wand of office and joined them in the search, but the Lieb of today was a very different person. Her second thought was to rush among them and deal lusty blows with the stick, but she fortunately remembered that in that case they would scatter, and that by force she could only take home 1 or at most 2. She therefore called to her assistance the natural guile of her sex. "Boys, are you hungry?" she said. "There's sic a gran' big loaf come frae the Arkland." By this time all her audience were on their feet. "An' I'll milk the kye, and we'll hae a feast." "Come on, Jock," said Rab, the second loon, and the leader in mischief. "I'll race ye for the loaf." "You needna do that," said Lieb calmly. "The door's lockit." So as Lieb went along, she talked to her brothers as soberly as though they were models of good behavior and all the virtues, telling them what she was going to do, and how she would expect them to help her. By the time she got them into the mill yard, she had succeeded in stirring their enthusiasm, especially that of Jock, to whom, with a natural tact, she gave the wand of the office of sergeant, a rank which, on the authority of Sergeant Macmillan, the village pensioner, was understood to be very much higher than that of general. Sergeant Jock foresaw much future interest in the disciplining of his brothers, and entered with eagerness into the new ploy. The out-of-doors livestock was also committed to his care. He was to drive the cows along the roadside, and allow them to pasture on the sweetest and most succulent grasses, while Rab scouted in the direction of the village for supposititious policemen who were understood to take up and sell for the Queen's benefit all cows found eating grass on the public highway. Immediately after Jock and Rab had received a hunch of the Arkland loaf and their covenanted drink of milk, they went off to drive the cows to the lock road, so that they might at once begin to fill up their lean sides. Benny, the youngest, who was 8 past, she reserved for her own assistant. He was a somewhat tearful but willing little fellow, whose voice haunted the precincts of Millarg's mill like a wistful ghost. His brothers were constantly running away from him, and he pattering after them as fast as his fat little legs could carry him, roaring with open mouth at their cruelty, the tears making clean watercourses down his grimy cheeks. But Benny soon became a new boy under his sister's exclusive care. "Noo, Benny," she said, "you and me is going to clean the hoose. Jock and Reb will no be kenning it when they come back." So, having filled the tub with water from the mill lade and carried every movable article of furniture outside, Lieb began to wash out the house and rid it of the accumulated dirt of years. Benny carried small bucketfuls of water to swill over the floor. Gradually the true color of the stones began to shine up, and the black incrustation to retreat towards the outlying corners. "I'm going doon to the village," she said abruptly. "Benny, you keep scrubbing along the walls." Lieb took her way down rapidly to where Joe Turner, the village mason, was standing by a newly begun pigsty or swinery, stirring a heap of lime and sand. "Gee way oot o' that!" he said instantly, with the threatening gesture which every villager except the minister and the mistress of Arkland instinctively made on seeing a Millarg. This it is to have a bad name. But Lieb stood her ground, strong in the consciousness of her good intentions. "Maister Turner," she said, "could you let me hae a bucketful or twa whitewash for the mill kitchen? And I'll pay you in hen's eggs. Our hens are laying fine, and your mistress is fond o' an egg in the morning." Joe stopped and scratched his head. This was something new, even in a village where a good deal of business is done according to the rules of truck or barter. "What are ye going to do with the whitewash?" he inquired, to get time to think. "There was little whitewash in use about Millarg's mill in your father's time." "But I'm going to bring up the boys as they should," said Lieb with some natural importance, sketching triangles on the ground with her bare toe. "And what's whitewash got to do with that?" asked Joe with some asperity. Lieb could not just put the matter into words, but she instinctively felt that it had a good deal to do with it. Whitewash was her badge of respectability, both inside the house and out, in which Lieb was at one with modern science. "I'll gie 3 dozen o' eggs for 3 bucketfuls," she said. "And who div I ken that'll ever see any o' the eggs?" asked Joe. "I've brocht a dozen with me noo," said Lee promptly, producing them from under her apron. Lieb got the whitewash that very night, and the loan of a brush to put it on with. Next morning the farmer of the Cray received a shock. There was something large and white down on the loch side, where, ever since he came to the Cray, he had seen nothing but the trees which hid Millarg's mill. "I misdoobt it's gone to be terrible weather. I never saw that hoose o' tyke Millarg's aff our hill afore," he said. The minister came by that day and stood perfectly aghast at the new splendors of the Millarg mansion. Hitherto, when he had strangers staying with him, he took them another way, in order that his parish might not be disgraced. Not only were the walls of the house shining with whitewash, but the windows were cleaned. A piece of white muslin curtain was pinned across each, and a jug with a bunch of heather and wild flowers looked out smiling on the passers-by. The minister bent his steps to the open door. He could see the 2 Millarg cows pasturing placidly, with much contented head tossing on the roadside, while a small boy sat above, laboring at the first rounds of a stocking. From the house came the shrill voice of singing. Out of the firwood over the knoll came a still smaller boy, bent double with a load of sticks. In the window, written with large sprawling capitals on a leaf of a copybook under the heading, "Encourage earnest endeavor," appeared the striking legend: "Sewing and mending done. Good cow's milk. Sticks for firewood cheap. New Laid Eggs by Elizabeth McLurg. The minister stood regarding, amazement on every line of his face. Lieb came out singing, a neatly tied bundle of chips made out of the dry debris of the sawmill in her hand. "Elizabeth," said he, "what is the meaning of this?" "Will you be pleased to step in?" said Lieb. The minister did so, and was astonished to find himself sitting down in a spotless kitchen, the walls positively painfully white, the wooden chairs scoured with sand till the very fibre of the wood was blanched, and on a floor so clean that one might have dined off it, the mystic whorls and crosses of whiting which connect all good Galloway housekeepers with runic times. Before the minister went out of Milorg's mill, he had learned the intentions of Lieb to make men of her brothers. He said, "You're a woman already, before your time, Elizabeth," which was the speech of all others best fitted to please Lieb Milorg. He had also ordered milk and eggs for the manse to be delivered by Benny, and promised that his wife would call upon the little head of the house. As he went down the road by the loch side he meditated, and this was the substance of his thought: "If that girl brings up her brothers like herself, Tyke Milor's children may yet be ensamples to the flock. And as to this, we shall see." Selection: Sawney Bean and the Cave of Death, from The Gray Man, by Samuel Rutherford Crockett. Copyright 1896 by Harper & Brothers. For a moment in the darkness I stood dazed, and my head swam. For I bethought me of the Earl's words, and I knew that my fate stood upon tiptoe. For here in the finding of this box lay all my life, and it might be my love also. But again another thought crossed the first, damming back and freezing the current of hot blood which surged to my heart. The Caird's words in the Grieve's kitchen came to me: "You will find the treasure of Kelwood in the cave of Sawney Bean, in the head of Benanbac, over against Benerard." If this were to be, there was little doubt that we stood in instant and imminent danger of our lives. Yet I could not bring myself to leave the treasure. Doubtless I ought to have done so, and hastened our escape for the sake of the girls, but I thought it might be possible to convey the chest out, and so bring both our quests to an end at once: that for the treasure by the recovery of the box which had been lost and lost upon the red moss, and that of vengeance by the certain condemnation of the Auchendranes upon Marjorie's evidence. The next moment great fear took hold on me. All that I had heard since my childhood about the unknown who dwelt upon the shore side, and lived no man knew how, ran through my mind. His monstrous form, his cloven feet that made steads on the ground like those of a beast, his huge hairy arms clawed at the finger ends like the claws of a bear. I minded me of the fireside tales of the travelers who had lost their way in that fastness, and who, falling into the power of his savage tribe, returned no more to kindlier places. I minded also how none might speak to the prowler by night or get answer from him; how every expedition against him had come to naught, because that he was protected by a power stronger, warned and advised by an intelligence higher than his own. Besides, none had been able to find the abode or enter into the secret defences where lurked the man-beast of Benerard. And it was in this abode of death that I, Launce Kennedy, being, as I supposed, in my sane mind, had taken refuge with two women, one the dearest to me on earth. The blood ran, pingling and pricking in my veins. My heart cords tightened as though it had been shut in a box and the key turned. Hastily I slipped down, and upon a pretext took the Dominie aside to tell him what it was that I had found. "Ye have found our dead warrant, then? I wish we had never seen your treasures and banded boxes," said he roughly, as if I had done it with intent. And in truth I began to think he was right. But it was none of my fault, and we had been just as badly off in that place if I had not found it. After that I went ranging hither and thither among all the passages and twinings of the cave, yet never daring to go very far from the place where we were, lest I should not be able to find my way back. For it was an ill place, where every step that I took, something strange swept across my face, or slithered clammily along my cheek, making one grue to his bone marrows. I am as fond of a nimble fetch of adventures as any man, as every believing reader of this chronicle kens well by this time, but I want no more such experiences, specially now that I am become a peaceable man, and no longer so regardlessly forward as I was in thrusting myself into all stirs and quarrels up to the elbows. Then, in a little, I went soft-footed to where Marjorie and Nell had bestowed themselves. When I told them how we had run into danger with a folly and senselessness which nothing could have excused, save the great necessity in which, by the hellish fury of our enemies, we had been driven, it was cheerful to hear their words of trust, and their declaration that they could abide the issue with fortitude. So we made such preparations as we could, as preparing our pistols and loosening our swords. Yet all had to be done by touch in that abode of darkness and black unchristian deeds. It was silent and eerie in the cave. We heard the water lapping further and further from us as it retreated down the long passage. Now and then we seemed to catch a gliff of the noise of human voices, but again when we listened it was naught but the wind blowing every way through the passages and halls of the cave, or the echo of the wing beatings of uncanny things that battened into the roofs and crevices of the murderous cavern where we abode, unfathomed, unsounded, and obscure. But we had not long to wait ere our courage and resolution were tested to the uttermost. For presently there came to us clearly, though faintly at first, the crying and baying of voices, fearful and threatening, yet more like the insensate howling of dogs or shut-up hounds in a kennel than human creatures. Then there was empty silence, through which again the noise came in gusts, like the sudden deadly anger of a mob. Again, more sharp and edged with fear, like the wailing of women led to their unpitied doom. And the sound of this inhuman carnival approaching filled the cave. The direful crying came nearer and nearer, till we all cowered pale-faced together, save Marjorie alone, who, having been, as it were, in hell itself, feared not the most merciless fiends that had broken loose therefrom. She stood a little apart from us, so far that I had not known her presence but for the draught of air that blew inward, which carried her light robe towards me, so that its texture touched my face, and I was aware of the old subtle fragrance which in happy days had turned my head in the gardens of Colman. But Nell Kennedy stood close to me, so close that I could hear her heart beating, and the little sound of the clasping and unclasping of her hands, which made me somewhat braver, especially when she put both her hands about my arm and gripped convulsively to me, as the noises of the crying and howling waxed louder and nearer. "I am vexed that I flouted you, Launce," she whispered in my ear. "I do not care what you said to Kate Allison. After all, she is not such a truth-telling girl, nor yet very by ordinary bonny." I whispered to her that I cared not either, and that I was content to die for her. Thus we sat waiting. Suddenly there was a pause in the noise which filled the cavern below. I thought they had discovered us, but Marjorie moved her hand a little to bid me keep down. So very carefully I raised my head over the rock, so that through the niche I could as before look down upon them. The water door of the cave was now entirely filled by a black bulk in shape like a monstrous ape. Even in the flickering light I knew that I had seen the monster before. A thrill ran through me when I remembered the man beast with which I had grappled in the barn of Colzian the night I outfaced the Gray Man. And now by the silence and the crouching of the horde beneath me, I learned also that their master had come home. The thing stood a moment in the doorway as though angered at something. Then he spoke, in a voice like a beast's growl, things which I could not at all understand, though it was clear that his progeny did, for there ensued a rushing from side to side. Then Sawney Bean strode into the midst of his den. He stumbled and set his foot upon a lad of 9 or 10, judging by the size of him, who sprawled in the doorway. The imp squirmed round like a serpent and bit Sawney Bean in the leg, whereat he stooped, and catching the lad by the feet, he dashed his head with a dull crash against the wall, and threw him like a dead rabbit in the corner. The rest stood for a moment aghast, but in a trice, and without a single one so much as going to see if the boy were dead or only stunned, the whole hornet's bike hummed again, and the place was filled with a stifling smell of burning fat and roasting victual, upon which I dared not let my mind for a moment dwell. When Sawney Bean came in, he had that which looked like a rich cloth of gold over his arm, the plunder of some poor butchered wretch belike. He stood with his trophy, examining it before the fire. Presently he threw it over his shoulders with the arms hanging idly down, and strode about most like a play actor or a mad person, but manifestly to his own great content and to the admiration of his followers, who stood still and gaped after him. When he had satisfied himself with this, I saw him look towards our place of refuge. A great spasm gulped my heart when I saw him take the first step towards us, for I knew that it was his forbidden treasure house in which we lurked. So I thought it had come to the bitter push. But something yet more terrible than the matter of the boy diverted for the moment the monster's attention. The lad whom he had cast to the side had been left alone, none daring to meddle. But now, as he passed him, Sawney Bean gave the body a toss with his foot. At this, quick as a darting falcon on the stoop, a woman sprang at him from a crevice where she had been crouching. At least by her shape she was a woman, with long elf locks twisting like snakes about her brow. She held an open knife in her hand, and she struck at the chieftain's hairy breast. I heard the knife strike the flesh, and the cry of anger and pain which followed. But the monster caught the woman by the wrist, pulled her over his knee, and bent back her head. It was a horrid thing to see, and there is small wonder that I can see it yet in many a dream of the night. And no doubt also I shall see it till I die, hear it as well. Then for a long season I could look no more. But when I had recovered me a little, and could again command my heart to look, I saw a great part of the crew swarm like flies, fetching, carrying, and working like bees upon spilled honey from the corner where had been the bodies of the lad and the woman. But it was not in the ordinary way that they were being prepared for burial. In the center of the cave was Sawney, with some of the younger sort of the women pawing over him and bandaging his wounded shoulder. He was growling and spitting inarticulately all the time like a wildcat. And every time his shoulder hurt him, as the women worked with it, he would take his other hand and strike one of them down, as though it was to her that he owed the twinge of pain. Presently the monster arose and took the gold brocade again in his hand. I thought that of a certainty now the time was come, and I looked at Nell Kennedy. God knows what was in my eyes. My heart was like to break, for the like of this pass was never man in. That I should have to smite my love to the death within an hour of the first kiss and the first owning of her affection. But she that loved me read my thought in mine eyes. She bared her neck for me, so that I could see its tender whiteness in the flicker of the fire. "Strike there," she said, "and let me die in your arms, who are my heart's love, Launcelot Kennedy." I heard the beast man's step on the stair. I looked from Nell's dear neck to her eyes, and back again to her bosom. I lifted my hand with the steel in it, and nerved myself for the striking, for I must make no mistaking. And even in that moment I saw a dagger also in Marjorie's hand. Suddenly a tremendous rush of sound filled the cave. The dagger fell from my hand, and Nell and I clasped one another. The clamor seemed to be about us and all round us. Roaring echoes came back to us. The bowels of the earth quaked. Yet methought there was something familiar in the sound of it. I turned me about, and there, standing erect with all his little height, was the Dominie. His cheeks were distended, and he was blowing upon his great war pipes such a thunderous pibroch as never had been heard in any land since the pipes skirled on the red Harlaw. What possession had come upon his mind I know not, but the effect I can tell. The pack of fiends that caroused and slew beneath stood stricken a moment, in amaze at the dreadful incomprehensible sounds. Then they fled helter-skelter, yelly-hooing with fear, down the narrow seaway, from which the tide had now fully ebbed. And when I looked over, there was not a soul to be seen. Only over the edge of a cauldron the body of the murdered woman, or at least a part of it, lay, a bloody incentive to haste out of this direful cave of death. The Dominie stepped down as though he had been leading a march, strutting and passaging like the king's piper marching about the banqueting table at Holyrood. I declare the creature seemed fey. He was certainly possessed with a devil. But the fearlessness of the man won into our veins also, for with steel or pistol in each of our hands we marched after him, ready to encounter aught that might come in our way. Aye, and even thus passed out of the cave, hasting down the long passage without a quiver of the heart, or a blenching of the cheek, so suddenly and so starkly, by way of sudden hope, had the glorious music brought the hot blood back to our hearts, even as it had stricken our cruel foes with instant terror. Thus dry-shod we marched out of the cave of Sawney Bean, and not so much as a dog barked at us. But when in the gray of a stormy morning we reached the cliff's edge, we heard inland the wild voices of the gang yelling down the wind, as though the furies of fear were pursuing them and tearing at their vitals. What they expected I know not, but I guess that they must have taken us for whatever particular devil they happened to believe in, come to take them quick to their own place, which, after all, could not be much worse than the den in which we had seen them at their disport, nor could all the torturing fiends of lowest hell have been their marrows in devilish cruelty. So once more the world was before us, and strangely quiet it seemed, as if we had died in stress and riot, and been born again into an uncanny quiet. There remained now for us only the bringing to pass of righteous judgments upon the wicked ones who had compassed and plotted all this terrible tale of evils. These murders without end, the hellish cruelties and death-breeding deceits, must not fall alone on the crazed outlaw and his brood, for the chief criminals were those that were greater than Sawney Bean and his merciless crew. End of Section 30. Section 31. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Section 31. George Crowley, 1780 to 1860. The versatile Irishman, George Crowley, turned to literature as his means of livelihood when about 30 years old. He had been educated in his native town of Dublin, where he had graduated from Trinity College when only 15. Even thus early he had distinguished himself as a classical student, and for grace in extempore speaking. He next studied for the ministry, and in 1804 was ordained, and obtained a small curacy in the north of Ireland. But George Croly had a great fund of ambition, which kept him dissatisfied in this humble position. Hopes of preferment were several times held out to him, but they all failed; and tired of disappointment, he gave up his curacy in 1810 and moved to London with his mother and sisters. There he soon found an opening in journalism, and became dramatic critic on the New Times, and a regular contributor to the Literary Gazette and Britannia. He also wrote for Blackwood's Magazine, and as fellow contributor met the young lady whom he afterwards married. In spite of his scholarship and great facility in expression, Croly's cannot be called an original mind. His verse is mostly a reflection of the literary influences he experienced. A certain exaggeration of emotion, the romance of Byron and Moore, then in highest favor, appealed to him, and he emulated it in his most ambitious poems. Paris, 1815, although much weaker, strongly suggests Childe Harold. Like Moore, his imagination delighted in Oriental color and richness, and he often chose Eastern subjects, as in The Angel of the World. The Traditions of the Rabbins has been called an imitation of De Quincey, and indeed a portion of it is wrongly included in the collection of De Quincey's works. His Life and Times of George IV. Is more valuable as entertaining reading than for historical significance. To religious literature he contributed a Commentary on the Apocalypse, and a book upon Divine Providence, or the Three Cycles of Revelation. But although he loved literature and had read extensively, Croly's appreciation of it seems to have been entirely emotional. He could not analyze his impressions, and his critical work is vague enthusiasm rather than suggestive discrimination. He essayed drama successfully. Catiline, in spite of bombastic reminiscences of Marlowe, has tragic strength and richly rhythmic verse. Pride Shall Have a Fall, a clever exposure of social weaknesses, was successfully given at the Covent Garden Theatre. Although happy in authorship, Croly was anxious to resume his clerical profession, and in 1835 gladly accepted the rectorship of St. Stephen's Church, Walbrook, where a fashionable congregation accorded him a great reputation for eloquence. He was less successful in 1847, when appointed afternoon lecturer at the Foundling Hospital. The orphans and servant maids failed to appreciate his flowery periods and emotional fervors. He was evidently quite beyond them, and soon resigned in disgust at their ingratitude. Croly's poems and several other works, highly praised when they appeared, have been nearly forgotten. His fame rests now upon his fiction, Tales of the St. Bernard, Marston, and Salathiel the Immortal. The last especially, with the enduring fascination of the Wandering Jew legend, is always interesting. It has been often said that no one else has told the story so well. All the romance-loving side of Croly's nature comes out in the glowing descriptions of Eastern scenery, and in the appeal to heroic sentiment. The fantastic figure of Nero, ancient passions and vices, a spirit of former barbarity interwoven with ideality, the tragedy of unending human life, are curiously impressed on the picturesque pages. Selection: The Firing of Rome, from Salathiel the Immortal, by George Croly. Intelligence in a few days arrived from Brundusium of the Emperor's landing, and of his intention to remain at Antium on the road to Rome, until his triumphal entry should be prepared. My fate now hung in the scale. I was ordered to attend the imperial presence. At the vestibule of the Antian palace my careful centurion deposited me in the hands of a senator. As I followed him through the halls, a young female richly attired, and of the most beautiful face and form, crossed us, light and graceful as a dancing nymph. The senator bowed profoundly. She beckoned to him, and they exchanged a few words. I was probably the subject, for her countenance, sparkling with the animation of youth and loveliness, grew pale at once. She clasped both her hands upon her eyes, and rushed into an inner chamber. She knew Nero well, and dearly she was yet to pay for her knowledge. The senator, to my inquiring glance, answered in a whisper, "The Empress Poppaea." A few steps onward, and I stood in the presence of the most formidable being on earth. Yet whatever might have been the natural agitation of the time, I could scarcely restrain a smile at the first sight of Nero. I saw a pale, undersized, light-haired young man sitting before a table with a lyre on it, a few copies of verses and drawings, and a parrot's cage, to whose inmate he was teaching Greek with great assiduity. But for the regal furniture of the cabinet, I should have supposed myself led by mistake into an interview with some struggling poet. He shot round one quick glance on the opening of the door, and then proceeded to give lessons to his bird. I had leisure to gaze on the tyrant and parricide. Physiognomy is a true science. The man of profound thought, the man of active ability, and above all the man of genius, has his character stamped on his countenance by nature. The man of violent passions and the voluptuary have it stamped by habit. But the science has its limits; it has no stamp for mere cruelty. The features of the human monster before me were mild and almost handsome. A heavy eye and a figure tending to fullness gave the impression of a quiet mind, and but for an occasional restlessness of brow, and a brief glance from under it, in which the leaden eye darted suspicion, I should have pronounced Nero one of the most indolently tranquil of mankind. He remanded the parrot to his perch, took up his lyre, and throwing a not unskilful hand over the strings, in the intervals of the performance languidly addressed a broken sentence to me. "You have come, I understand, from Judea. They tell me that you have been, or are to be, a general of the insurrection. You must be put to death. Your countrymen give us a great deal of trouble, and I always regret to be troubled with them. But to send you back would only be encouragement to them, and to keep you here among strangers would only be cruelty to you. I am charged with cruelty. You see the charge is not true. I am lampooned every day. I know the scribblers, but they must lampoon or starve. I leave them to do both. Have you brought any news from Judea? They have not had a true prince there since the first Herod, and he was quite a Greek, a cutthroat, and a man of taste. He understood the arts. I sent for you to see what sort of animal a Jewish rebel was. Your dress is handsome, but too light for our winters. You cannot die before sunset, as till then I am engaged with my music master. We all must die when our time comes. Farewell. Till sunset may Jupiter protect you." I retired to execution, and before the door closed heard this accomplished disposer of life and death preluding upon his lyre with increased energy. I was conducted to a turret until the period in which the Emperor's engagement with his music master should leave him at leisure to see me die. Yet there was kindness even under the roof of Nero, and a liberal hand had covered the table in my cell. The hours passed heavily along, but they passed, and I was watching the last rays of my last sun, when I perceived a cloud rise in the direction of Rome. It grew broader, deeper, darker as I gazed. Its center was suddenly tinged with red. The tinge spread. The whole mass of cloud became crimson. The sun went down, and another sun seemed to have risen in his stead. I heard the clattering of horses' feet in the courtyards below. Trumpets sounded. There was confusion in the palace. The troops hurried under arms, and I saw a squadron of cavalry set off at full speed. As I was gazing on the spectacle before me, which perpetually became more menacing, the door of my cell slowly opened, and a masked figure stood upon the threshold. I had made up my mind, and demanding if he was the executioner, I told him that I was ready. The figure paused, listened to the sounds below, and after looking for a while on the troops in the courtyard, signified by signs that I had a chance of saving my life. The love of existence rushed back upon me. I eagerly inquired what was to be done. He drew from under his cloak the dress of a Roman slave, which I put on, and noiselessly followed his steps through a long succession of small and strangely intricate passages. We found no difficulty from guards or domestics. The whole palace was in a state of extraordinary confusion. Every human being was packing up something or other. Rich vases, murrhine cups, table services were lying in heaps on the floors. Books, costly dresses, instruments of music, all the appendages of luxury, were flung loose in every direction, from the sudden breaking up of the court. I might have plundered the value of a province with impunity. Still we wound our hurried way. In passing along one of the corridors, the voice of complaining struck the ear. The mysterious guide hesitated. I glanced through the slab of crystal that showed the chamber within. It was the one in which I had seen the emperor, but his place was now filled by the form of youth and beauty that had crossed me on my arrival. She was weeping bitterly, and reading with strong and sorrowful indignation a long list of names, probably one of those rolls in which Nero registered his intended victims, and which, in the confusion of departure, he had left open. A second glance saw her tear the paper into 1,000 fragments, and scatter them in the fountain that gushed upon the floor. I left this lovely and unhappy creature, this dove in the vulture's talons, with almost a pang. A few steps more brought us into the open air, but among bowers that covered our path with darkness. At the extremity of the gardens my guide struck with his dagger upon a door. It was opened. We found horses outside. He sprang on one. I sprang on its fellow, and palace guards and death were left far behind. He galloped so furiously that I found it impossible to speak, and it was not till we had reached an eminence a few miles from Rome, where we breathed our horses, that I could ask to whom I had been indebted for my escape. But I could not extract a word from him. He made signs of silence, and pointed with wild anxiety to the scene that spread below. It was of a grandeur and terror indescribable. Rome was an ocean of flame. Height and depth were covered with red surges that rolled before the blast like an endless tide. The billows burst up the sides of the hills, which they turned into instant volcanoes, exploding volumes of smoke and fire, then plunged into the depths in 100 glowing cataracts, then climbed and consumed again. The distant sound of the city in her convulsion went to the soul. The air was filled with the steady roar of the advancing flame, the crash of falling houses, and the hideous outcry of the myriads flying through the streets, or surrounded and perishing in the conflagration. Hostile to Rome as I was, I could not restrain the exclamation, "There goes the fruit of conquest, the glory of ages, the purchase of the blood of millions! Was vanity made for man?" My guide continued looking forward with intense earnestness, as if he were perplexed by what avenue to enter the burning city. I demanded who he was, and whither he would lead me. He returned no answer. A long spire of flame that shot up from the hitherto untouched quarter engrossed all his senses. He struck in the spur, and making a wild gesture to me to follow, darted down the hill. I pursued. We found the Appian choked with wagons, baggage of every kind, and terrified crowds hurrying into the open country. To force a way through them was impossible. All was clamor, violent struggle, and helpless death. Men and women of the highest rank were on foot, trampled by the rabble, that had then lost all respect of conditions. One dense mass of miserable life, irresistible from its weight, crushed by the narrow streets, and scorched by the flames over their heads, rolled through the gates like an endless stream of black lava. We turned back, and attempted an entrance through the gardens of the same villas that skirted the city wall near the Palatine. All were deserted, and after some dangerous leaps over the burning ruins we found ourselves in the streets. The fire had originally broken out upon the Palatine, and hot smoke that wrapped and half blinded us hung thick as night upon the wrecks of pavilions and palaces. But the dexterity and knowledge of my inexplicable guide carried us on. It was in vain that I insisted upon knowing the purpose of this terrible traverse. He pressed his hand on his heart in reassurance of his fidelity, and still spurred on. We now passed under the shade of an immense range of lofty buildings, whose gloomy and solid strength seemed to bid defiance to chance and time. A sudden yell appalled me. A ring of fire swept round its summit, burning cordage, sheets of canvas, and a shower of all things combustible flew into the air above our heads. An uproar followed, unlike all that I had ever heard, a hideous mixture of howls, shrieks, and groans. The flames rolled down the narrow street before us, and made the passage next to impossible. While we hesitated, a huge fragment of the building heaved as if in an earthquake, and fortunately for us fell inwards. The whole scene of terror was then open. The great amphitheatre of Stadilius Taurus had caught fire. The stage with its inflammable furniture was intensely blazing below. The flames were wheeling up, circle above circle, through the 70,000 seats that rose from the ground to the roof. I stood in unspeakable awe and wonder on the side of this colossal cavern, this mighty temple of the City of Fire. At length a descending blast cleared away the smoke that covered the arena. The cause of those horrid cries was now visible. The wild beasts kept for the games had broken from their dens. Maddened by affright and pain, lions, tigers, panthers, wolves, whole herds of the monsters of India and Africa, were enclosed in an impassable barrier of fire. They bounded, they fought, they screamed, they tore. They ran, howling round and round the circle. They made desperate leaps upwards through the blaze. They were flung back, and fell only to fasten their fangs in each other, and with their parching jaws bathed in blood, died raging. I looked anxiously to see whether any human being was involved in this fearful catastrophe. To my great relief I could see none. The keepers and attendants had obviously escaped. As I expressed my gladness, I was startled by a loud cry from my guide, the first sound that I had heard him utter. He pointed to the opposite side of the amphitheatre. There indeed sat an object of melancholy interest, a man who had either been unable to escape, or had determined to die. Escape was now impossible. He sat in desperate calmness on his funeral pile. He was a gigantic Ethiopian slave, entirely naked. He had chosen his place, as if in mockery, on the imperial throne. The fire was above him and around him, and under this tremendous canopy he gazed, without the movement of a muscle, on the combat of the wild beasts below, a solitary sovereign with the whole tremendous game played for himself, and inaccessible to the power of man. I was forced away from this absorbing spectacle, and we once more threaded the long and intricate streets of Rome. As we approached the end of one of these bewildering passages, scarcely wide enough for us to ride abreast, I was startled by the sudden illumination of the sky immediately above, and rendered cautious by the experience of our hazards, called to my companion to return. He pointed behind me, and showed the fire bursting out in the houses by which we had just galloped. I followed on. A crowd that poured from the adjoining streets cut off our retreat. Hundreds rapidly mounted on the houses in front, in the hope by throwing them down to check the conflagration. The obstacle once removed, we saw the source of the light. Spectacle of horror! The great prison of Rome was on fire. Never can I forget the sights and sounds, the dismay, the hopeless agony, the fury and frenzy that then overwhelmed the heart. The jailers had been forced to fly before they could loose the fetters or open the cells of the prisoners. We saw those gaunt and woebegone wretches crowding to their casements and imploring impossible help, clinging to the heated bars, toiling with their impotent grasp to tear out the massive stones, some wringing their hands, some calling on the terrified spectators by every name of humanity to save them, some venting their despair in execrations and blasphemies that made the blood run cold, others, after many a wild effort to break loose, dashing their heads against the walls or stabbing themselves. The people gave them outcry for outcry, but the flame forbade approach. Before I could extricate myself from the multitude, a whirl of fiery ashes shot upwards from the falling roof, the walls rent into 1,000 fragments, and the huge prison, with all its miserable inmates, was a heap of red embers. Exhausted as I was by this restless fatigue, and yet more by the melancholy sights that surrounded every step, no fatigue seemed to be felt by the singular being that governed my movements. He sprang through the burning ruins. He plunged into the sulphurous smoke. He never lost the direction that he had first taken, and though baffled and forced to turn back 100 times, he again rushed on his track with the directness of an arrow. For me to make my way back to the gates would be even more difficult than to push forward. My ultimate safety might be in following, and I followed. To stand still and to move were equally perilous. The streets, even with the improvements of Augustus, were still scarcely wider than the breadth of the little Italian carts that crowded them. They were crooked, long, and obstructed by every impediment of a city built in haste after the burning by the Gauls, and with no other plan than the caprice of its hurried tenantry. The houses were of immense height, chiefly wood, many roofed with thatch, and all covered or cemented with pitch. The true surprise is that it had not been burned once a year from the time of its building. The memory of Nero, that hereditary concentration of vice, of whose ancestors yellow beard the Roman orator said, "No wonder that his beard was brass when his mouth was iron and his heart lead." The parricide and the poisoner may yet be fairly exonerated of an act which might have been the deed of a drunken mendicant in any of the 50,000 hovels of this gigantic aggregate of everything that could turn to flame. We passed along through all the horrid varieties of misery, guilt, and riot that could find their place in a great public calamity. Groups gazing in woe on the wreck of their fortunes, rushing off to the winds in vapor and fire. Groups plundering in the midst of the flame. Groups of rioters, escaped felons, and murderers, exulting in the public ruin, and dancing and drinking with bacchanalian uproar. Gangs of robbers trampling down and stabbing the fugitives to strip them of their last means. Revenge, avarice, despair, profligacy, let loose naked, undisguised demons, to swell the wretchedness of this tremendous infliction upon a guilty and blood-covered empire. Still we spurred on, but our jaded horses at length sank under us, and leaving them to find their way into the fields, we struggled forward on foot. Selection: A Wife's Influence, from Catiline, by George Crowley. Aurelia. One hope there is, worth all the rest, revenge. The time is harassed, poor, and discontent. Your spirit practised, keen and desperate. The Senate full of feuds, the city vexed with petty tyranny, the legions wronged. Catiline scornfully. Yet who has stirred? Woman, you paint the air with passion's pencil. Aurelia. Were my will a sword. Catiline. Hear me, bold heart. The whole gross blood of Rome could not atone my wrongs. I'm soul shrunk, sick, weary of man, and now my mind is fixed for Scylla, there to make companionship rather of bear and tiger, of the snake, the lion in his hunger, than of man. Aurelia. I had a father once who would have plunged Rome in the Tiber for an angry look. You saw our entrance from the Gaulish war when Scylla fled? Catiline. My legion was in Spain. Aurelia. We crept through Italy, a flood of fire, a living lava, rolling straight on Rome. For days before we reached it, the whole road was thronged with suppliants, tribunes, consulars, the mightiest names of the state. Could gold have bribed, we might have pitched our tents and slept on gold. But we had work to do. Our swords were thirsty. We entered Rome as conquerors, in arms. I by my father's side, cuirassed and helmed, Bellona beside Mars. Catiline with coldness. The world was yours. Aurelia. Rome was all eyes. The ancient tottered forth. The cripple propped his limbs beside the wall. The dying left his bed to look and die. The way before us was a sea of heads, the way behind a torrent of brown spears. So on we rode, in fierce and funeral pomp, through the long living streets that sunk in gloom, as we, like Pluto and Proserpina, enthroned, rode on like a twofold destiny. Catiline sternly interrupting her. Those triumphs are but gewgaws. All the earth, what is it? Dust and smoke. I've done with life. Aurelia coming closer and looking steadily upon him. Before that eve 100 senators and 1,500 knights had paid in blood the price of taunts, and treachery and rebellion. Were my tongue thunder, I would cry revenge. Catiline in sudden wildness. No more of this. Into your chamber, wife. There is a whirling lightness in my brain that will not now bear questioning. Away! Aurelia moves slowly towards the door. Where are our veterans now? Look on these walls. I cannot turn their tissues into life. Where are our revenues, our chosen friends? Are we not beggars? Where have beggars friends? I see no swords and bucklers on these floors. I shake the state. What have I on earth but these two hands? Must I not dig or starve? Come back. I had forgot. My memory dies, I think, by the hour. Who sups with us to-night? Let all be of the rarest, spare no cost. If 'tis our last, it may be, let us sink in sumptuous ruin, with wanderers round us wife. One funeral pile shall send up amber smoke, we'll burn in myrrh or blood. She goes. I feel a nameless pressure on my brow, as if the heavens were thick with sudden gloom. A shapeless consciousness, as if some blow were hanging o'er my head. They say such thoughts partake of prophecy. He stands at the casement. The air is living sweetness, golden sun. Shall I be like thee yet? The clouds have passed. And, like some mighty victor, he returns to his red city in the west, that now spreads all her gates, and lights her torches up in triumph for her glowing conqueror. Selection: The Lily of the Valley by George Crowley. White bud, that in meek beauty so dost lean, Thy cloistered cheek as pale as moonlight snow, Thou seem'st beneath thy huge high leaf of green, And eremite beneath his mountain's brow. White bud, thou art emblem of a lovelier thing, The broken spirit that its anguish bears To silent shades, and there sits offering To heaven the holy fragrance of its tears. End of Section 31. Section 32 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 10. Section 32. George Cupples, 1822 to 1891. Although the Scotch Lowlands were settled by men of pure Anglican blood, the neighboring Highlands and the original Celtic inhabitants of the locality have contributed a strain from another of the primitive Aryan stocks to the great enrichment in fervor and emotional expressiveness of the people. The Scotchman retains the energy, perseverance, and executive masterfulness of his brothers in Yorkshire and Northumberland, but has, in addition, a vein of romantic imagination and a touch of Celtic excitability. He may be dour and canny, and yet not destitute of an instinct for music and color. His name may contain the Celtic mac, or call, or the English tun, or sun, but even when his name comes from one source, his genius may derive from the other. Stevenson's name is English, but his literary work has the Celtic vividness, brilliancy, pathos, and sense of congruous form. Carlyle's name is Celtic, but in him lies the grim hardness of the Norse seafarers, and the deification of duty, and the impulse to subordinate form to substance, characteristic of the Saxon. The Scotchman is born to a rich inheritance of tradition, English wars, border forays, centuries of turbulent life embalmed in legend and ballad. He lives on the scene of action of historical personages, who become as real to him as Holyrood or Arthur's Seat. Scotch national consciousness lies deep in the soul of Scotchmen, though the kingdom be merged into Great Britain, and gives them an individuality and pride of lineage which colors their literature. They are loyal to the Bruce even when they sing God Save the Queen. Blackwoods of the middle of the century, though reckoning the Englishmen Bulwer Lytton and De Quincey among its honored contributors, was an intensely Scottish magazine, and its Scottish staff was marked by a distinctive literary tone, a compound of boyish high spirits and old-fashioned conservatism, such as we sometimes notice in the cadets of a noble house, to whom their family traditions are sacred. but the necessity of a decorous bearing before the world not at all apparent. The wit of the Noctes is not very subtle, but it is hearty and clean, though it needs high spirits to make it seem amusing. The scholarship is not very profound, but it reaches back to traditions of gentlemanly culture and thoroughly distrusts modern preciosity. Nothing is literature in the estimation of these writers unless it is classic or Scotch. All of them are marked by a hearty love for outdoor sports, and a patriotism enthusiastic indeed, but rather circumscribed, though perhaps on that very account all the more intense. Professor Wilson is the most typical individual of these writers, and George Cupples of the next generation one of the most interesting, and on the whole the one whose literary gift was the most decided and original. George Cupples was born at Ledgerwood, August 2nd, 1822, and died October 7th, 1891. His father was a minister of the Free Kirk, and his paternal ancestors had been Calvinistic ministers for at least 3 generations. It was natural that the young man should be intended for the same profession, but he did not feel drawn to it, and when about 17 went to sea for 2 years. Although of a firm physical constitution, the life of the seaman wearied him, and he resumed his education at the University of Edinburgh. He fell naturally into a literary career, and though much of his work was journalistic, he was reckoned in his day a critic of true insight. His novels are his best title to reputation, and show a vein of genuine creative power. Cupples combined some of the sterling and attractive traits of the cultured Scotchman of the period into a genuine, manly, and winning personality. Though slightly whimsical, his peculiarities were of the kind that endear a man to his friends, and Cupples numbered among his Dr. John Brown, Dr. Sterling, Blackwood, and many others of the cultivated Scotchmen of the period. The Green Hand, which came out in Blackwood from 1848 to 1851, is one of the best sea stories ever written. If we put Stevenson's Treasure Island first for balance of description and narration, and sureness in the character touches, The Green Hand and Tom Cringle's Log are close seconds. Cupples' book is perhaps slightly overloaded with description, and deficient in technical construction as a narrative, but it is nevertheless a story which we read without skipping, for the descriptive pages are highly charged with the poetic element, and bear the unmistakable marks of being based on actual observation. Life in a sailing vessel has closer contact with the elemental moods of nature than in a steamer, where the motive power is a mechanical contrivance with the tiresome quality of regularity. To be in alliance or warfare with the wind, and dependent on its fitful moods, brought an element of variety and interest into the seaman's life which steam navigation, with its steadily revolving screw and patent valves, must always lack. Of this Cupples avails himself to the fullest extent, and it would be difficult to find a better presentation of the mysterious life and vastness of the ocean, and of the subtle impression it makes on those brought in daily contact with it, not excepting Victor Hugo's Toilers of the Sea. This is due to the fact that he spent 2 years before the mast when a young man. Especially noticeable, too, is his admirable use of adjectives denoting color, which are descriptive because they image truly the observations of a man of genius, and are not, as in so much modern writing, purple patches sewed on without any real feeling for the rich and subtle scheme of nature. In calling up to the imagination the sounds of the sea, the creaking of the blocks, the wind in the rigging, the wash of the water on the sides, the ripple on the bow, and the infinite variety of the voice of the waves, Cupples shows true poetic power. It is not too much to say that The Green Hand does not suffer from the fact that one of the parts stands in the magazine in juxtaposition to De Quincey's vision of sudden death. Chilo Jock and the Weird of Wanton Walls is a transcript from the boy life of the author. It appeared in Macmillan's Magazine in the autumn numbers of 1860. It is but a short sketch of a group of simple people in a secluded border parish, but the quality of the writer is shown as well in small things as in great ones. In it, the wintry scenes especially are given with broad and sure touches, for the author is a genuine lover of nature. But the characters of Kirsty the nurse and of Chilo Jock, the half-savage herd boy, who knows so well the wild creatures of the woods and fields that he has even given names to the foxes, show the feeling for human nature and the ability to embody it which marks the artist. Chilo Jock's Scotch is said to be an absolutely perfect reproduction of the vernacular, and it might be said that this book, like some of our modern Scotch stories, would be better if the dialect were not quite so good. The peculiar qualities of the author are not seen to such good advantage in another book of his, Scotch Deerhounds and Their Masters. He was a breeder and unquestioned authority on the grand dog, and accumulated a store of curious information on its origin and history. But his enthusiasm for this noble breed, or race as he loves to call it, and it certainly is the finest and most striking of all the varieties of the friend of man, led him into some strange vagaries. One would almost suspect him of holding the theory that dogs domesticated man, so high does he rank them as agents of early civilization. His etymology and his ethnology are alike erratic. He holds that every ancient people in whose name can be found the combinations gal, alb, or iber, or any other syllable of a Celtic word, was of the Celtic family, and that the Scotch deerhound and the Irish greyhound are descendants of the primeval Celtic dog. In this way he proves that the Carthaginians and the shepherd kings of Egypt were undoubtedly Celts, for their sculpture shows that they hunted with large swift dogs that sprang at the throat of their prey. On the other hand, every tribe that owned large clumsy dogs that barked is probably non-Celtic. Mr. Cupples' contempt for such dogs is too intense for definite statement, and he evidently thinks that the tribe that owns them cannot hope to rise very high in the scale of civilization. This is certainly Philo-Celtism run mad, and is the more remarkable because Mr. Cupples could discover no Celtic strain in his own ancestry. He gave his dogs, however, Celtic names, as Luath, Shulach, Maida, Morna, Malvina, Oscar, etc. It would have been quite impossible for him to disgrace one of his tall, swift, venatic hounds with so Saxon a name as Rover or Barkis. But his enthusiasm is so genuine, and there is such a wealth of curious information in his pages, that his book has a charm and a substantial value of its own. The other work of Mr. Cupples was, like that of most of the journalistic men of letters of the period, largely anonymous. His essay on Emerson, contributed to the Douglas Jerrold's Magazine, is very highly spoken of. Personally, Mr. Cupples must have been a man of great simplicity and charm, a happy combination of the genuine and most agreeable traits of that hardy and outspoken variety of man, the literary Scotchman. Selection: In the Tropics, from The Green Hand, by George Cupples. I looked up the after hatchway. It seemed still quite dark. and a patch of the deep dark blue sky showed high over the square opening, with 2 or 3 keen sparks of stars, green ones and blue ones. You'd have thought the latter, short as it was, went up to somewhere clean above the world. But the moment I got on deck I saw it was really lighter, the heavy fog creeping slowly astern off the ship on both hands, the white mist rolling faster over it before the sea breeze against her bows, which had swung seaward by this time from the tide, that rushed like a mill stream upon both her tight cables, while the muddy river water, bubbling, eddying, and frothing away past, spread far up in the middle into the dark astern. Such a jabbering, croaking, hissing, shrieking, and yelling too, as burst into one's ears out of the dark, as if whole legions of monkeys, bullfrogs, parrots, parakeets, and what not, were coming together full upon us from both sides, one band nearer than the other, till the heavy boom of the surf round the point, and the roar of the tide coming in over the shallows about the river mouth, pretty well drowned it. The sudden change was a good relief, babble though it seemed after the closeness below, with what had been going on. And I looked ahead toward the sea, which lay away out off our larboard bow, round the headland, and over the opposite point, a cold watery streak of light showing it from where the breakers rose, plunging and scattering along the sandy bar to the steady gray line of horizon, clipped by one of the 2 brown chops we had got into. It looked dreary enough as yet, the mouth of it being wider than I'd fancied it from seaward at night, though even with full water over the long spit of sand in the middle, there was no draught at all for the Indiaman, except by the channel betwixt it and the bold point on our right, and pretty narrow it appeared from our present berth, heaving as it did with the green swell that set in, while meantime the mist scudding across the face of the headland let me see but the hard lump of bare black rock underneath. In less time than I've taken to speak, however, the full space of sky aloft was turning clear. The sea far away suddenly shone out blue, with the surges tipped white. You saw a sparkling star high over it sink slowly in, and the fog spread off the water near us, till here and there you caught the muffled up shape of a big tree or 2 looming through, not half a mile off our starboard quarter. The mist creeping over the headland till the sharp peak of it stood out against its shadow on the shoulder of a hill beyond, and old Bob Martin's single clump of cocoas on the rise, waving in landward from the brisk sea breeze. One passenger after another came peeping sleepily out of the companion hatch at the men clearing away the wreck of the spars and swabbing the quarter deck down. But scarce had Smith, one of the young writers, reached the poop, when he gave a shout that covered both poop ladders in no time, with people scrambling over each other to get up. Next minute you'd have fancied them a knot of flamingoes with their wings out, as the bright red daybreak brought out the edge of the woods far astern, through a hazy lane in the purple mist, topped so with stray coconut trees and cabbage palms, dabbled like brushes in the color, that they scarce knew them to be woods at all, and not a whole lot of wild savages, fresh from other business of the kind, coming down with all sorts of queer tools upon us. More especially when one heard such a chorus of unaccountable cries, whistling, and screaming, as seemed to struggle with the sound of the sea ahead of us and the splash alongside. The huge round sun struck hot crimson along the far turn of the beach, with all manner of twisted blots upon him, as it were, and the very grass and long reeds seemingly rustling into his face, so one didn't for the moment know him either, while the muddy chocolate-colored eddies, sweeping and closing beyond the ship's rudder, glittered and frothed up like blood, and every here and there, along the streak of light, the head of a log or a long branch came dipping up terribly plain. No wonder the old Seringapatam had apparently turned tail to it all, ready to bolt if she could. Almost as soon as you took your hands off your eyes, though, and could see without a red ball or two before them, there was the nearest shore growing out toward our starboard bulwark all along, crowded with wet green woods, up into steaming high ground. All to eastward a dazzle of light, with 2 or 3 faint mountain peaks shooting up far off in it, and a woody blue hill or so between, while here and there a broad, bright, hazy spoke off the sun came cutting down into the forest that brought a patch full of long, big leaves, 10 times greener than the rest, and let look off the deck into the heart of it among the stems over the bank. The jabber in the woods had passed off all at once with the dusk, the water deepening over the bar, and the tide running slower, so that everyone's confused face turned breathless with delight, and it grew stiller and stiller. The whole breadth of the river shone out by this time, full and smooth, to the opposite shore 3 times as far away, where the wood and bulrushes seemed to grow out of the water. A long, thick range of low, muddy-looking mangroves, with a cover of dark green, rounding from the farthest point one saw, down to some sandy hummocks near the mouth, and a ridge of the same drifted up by the wind off the beach. Beyond that side there was nothing apparently but a rolling sweep of long, coarse grass, with a few straggling coconut trees and baobabs, like big swollen logs on end, and taken to sprouting at top, a dun-colored heave of land in the distance, too, that came out, as it got hotter, in a long, desert-like, red brick dust sort of a glare. The sole living things to be seen as yet were some small birds rising up out of the long grass, and the turkey buzzards sailing high over all across, as if on the lookout. The air was so cool and clear, however, from the tornado overnight, not a cloud in the sky, and the strange scent of the land reaching us as the dew rose off it. You could see far and wide, with a delicious feeling of it all, that kept everyone standing there on the spot where he first gained the deck, even the men looking over their shoulders with the ropes in their fists, and the fresh morning breeze lifting one's hair. Selection: Napoleon at St. Helena, from The Green Hand, by George Cupples. I had to get fairly off the saddle, rather sore I must say, with riding up St. Helena roads after so many weeks at sea, and flung myself down on the grass with little enough fear of the hungry little beast getting far adrift. This said crag, by the way, drew my eye to it by the queer colors it showed, white, blue, gray, and bright red in the hot sunlight, and being too far off to make out clearly, I slung off the ship's glass I had across my back just to overhaul it better. The hue of it was to be seen running all down the deep rift between, that seemingly wound away into some glen toward the coast, while the lot of plants and trailers half covering the steep front of it would, no doubt, I thought, have delighted my old friend the Yankee, if he was the botanizing gentleman in question. By this time it was a lovely afternoon far and wide to Diana's Peak, the sky glowing clearer deep blue at that height than you'd have thought sky could do, even in the tropics. The very peaks of bare red rock being softened into a purple tint far off around you. One saw into the rough bottom of the huge Devil's Punch Bowl, and far through without a shadow down the green patches in the little valleys, and over Deadwood Camp. There was nothing, as it were, between the grass, the ground, the stones and leaves, and the empty hollow of the air, while the sea spread far round underneath, of a softer blue than the sky over you. You'd have thought all the world was shrunk into St. Helena, with the Atlantic lying 3/4 round it in one's sight, like the horns of the bright new moon round the dim old one, which St. Helena pretty much resembled, if what the star-gazers say of its surface be true, all peaks and dry hollows, if indeed you weren't lifting up out of the world, so to speak, when one looked through his fingers right into the keen blue overhead. If I lived 1,000 years, I couldn't tell half what I felt lying there. But as you may imagine, it had somewhat in it of the late European war by land and sea. Not that I could have said so at the time, but rather a sort of half doze, such as I've known one have when a schoolboy, lying on the green grass the same way, with one's face turned up into the hot summer heavens, half of it flying glimpses, as it were, of the French Revolution, the battles we used to hear of when we were children, then the fears about the invasion, with the Channel full of British fleets, and Dover cliffs, Trafalgar and Nelson's death, and the Battle of Waterloo, just after we heard he had got out of Elba. In the terrible flash of the thing altogether, one almost fancied them all gone like smoke, and for a moment I thought I was falling away off, down into the wide sky, so up I started to sit. From that, suddenly, I took to guessing and puzzling closely again how I should go to work myself if I were the strange Frenchman I saw in the brig at sea, and wanted to manage Napoleon's escape out of St. Helena. And first, there was how to get into the island and put him up to the scheme. Why, sure enough, I couldn't have laid it down better than they seem to have done all along. What could one do but just dodge about that latitude under all sorts of false rig, then catch hold of somebody fit to cover one's landing? No Englishman would do it, and no foreigner but would set Sir Hudson Lowe on his guard in a moment. Next, we should have to get put on the island, and really a neat enough plan it was, to dog one of the very cruisers themselves, knock up a mess of planks and spars in the night time, set them all ablaze with tar, and pretend we were fresh from a craft on fire, when even Captain Wallace of the Podargus, as it happened, was too much of a British seaman not to carry us straight to St. Helena. Again, I must say it was a touch beyond me, but to hit the governor's notions of a hobby, and go picking up plants around Longwood, was a likely enough way to get speech of the prisoner, or at least let him see one was there. How should I set about carrying him off to the coast, though? That was the prime matter. Seeing that even if the schooner, which was no doubt hovering out of sight, were to make a bold dash for the land with the trade wind in a night 11 hours long, there were sentries close round Longwood from sunset, the starlight shining mostly always in the want of a moon, and at any rate there was rock and gully enough betwixt here and the coast to try the surest foot aboard the heap, let alone an emperor. With plenty of woods for a cover, one might steal up close to Longwood, but the bare rocks showed you off to be made a mark of. Phew! But why were those same blacks on the island, I thought? Just strip them stark naked and let them lie in the Devil's Punch Bowl, or somewhere beyond military hours, when I warrant me they might slip up, gully by gully, to the very sentries' backs. Their color wouldn't show them, and savages as they seemed, couldn't they settle as many sentries as they needed? Creep into the very bedchamber where Bonaparte slept, and manhandle him bodily away down through some of the nearest hollows before anyone was the wiser? The point that still bothered me was, why the fourth of the blacks was wanting at present, unless he had his part to play elsewhere. If it was chance, then the whole might be a notion of mine, which I knew I was apt to have sometimes. If I could only make out the fourth black, so as to tally with the scheme. On the other hand, then I thought it was all sure. But of course this quite palled me, and I gave it up to work out my fancy case by providing signals betwixt us plotters inside and the schooner, out of sight from the telegraphs. There was no use for her to run in and take the risk, without good luck having turned up on the island. Yet any sign she could profit by must be both sufficient to reach 60 miles or so, and hidden enough not to alarm the telegraphs or the cruisers. Here was a worse puzzle than all, and I only guessed at it for my own satisfaction, as a fellow can't help doing when he hears a question he can't answer, till my eye lighted on Diana's Peak, near 3,000 feet above the sea. There it was, by Jove! 'Twas quite clear at the time, but by nightfall there was always more or less cloud near the top, and if you set a fire on the very peak 'twould only be seen leagues off. A notion that brought to mind a similar thing which I told you saved the Indiaman from a lee shore one night on the African coast. And again, by George, I saw that must have been meant at first by the negroes as a smoke to help the French brig easier in. Putting that and that together, why, it struck me at once what the fourth black's errand might be, namely, to watch for the schooner, and kindle his signal as soon as he couldn't see the island for mist. I was sure of it. And as for a dark night coming on at sea, the freshening of the breeze there promised nothing more likely. A bright white haze was softening out the horizon already, and here and there the egg of a cloud could be seen to break off the sky to windward, all of which would be better known afloat than here. The truth was, I was on the point of tripping my anchor to hurry down and get aboard again, but on standing up, the head of a peak fell below the sail I had noticed in the distance, and seeing she loomed large on the stretch of water, I pretty soon found she must be a ship of the line. The telegraph over the alarm house was hard at work again, so I e'en took down my glass and cleaned it to have a better sight, during which I caught sight for a minute of some soldier officer or other on horseback, with a mounted redcoat behind him, riding hastily up the gully a good bit from my back, till they were round the red piece of crag, turning at times as if to watch the vessel. Though I couldn't have a better spy at him for want of my glass, I had no doubt he was the governor himself, for the sentries in the distance took no note of him. There was nobody else visible at the time, and the said cliff stood fair up like a lookout place, so as to shut them out as they went higher. Once or twice after, I fancied I made out a man's head or two lower down the gully than the cliff was, which, it occurred to me, might possibly be the botanists, as they called themselves, busy finding out how long St. Helena had been an island. However, I soon turned the glass before me upon the ship, by this time right opposite the ragged opening of Prosperous Bay, and heading well up about 14 miles or so off the coast, as I reckoned to make Jamestown harbor. The moment I had the sight of the glass right for her, though you'd have thought she stood still on the smooth, soft blue water, I could see her whole beam rise off the swells before me, from the dark side and white band, checkered with a double row of ports, to the hamper of her lofty spars, and the sails braced slant to the breeze, the foam gleaming under her high bows, and her wake running aft in the heave of the sea. She was evidently a 74. I fancied I could make out her men's faces peering over the yards toward the island, as they thought of Bonaparte. A white rear admiral's flag was at the mizzen royal masthead, leaving no doubt she was the conqueror at last, with Admiral Plampin, and in a day or two at farthest the heave would be bound for India. I had just looked over my shoulder toward Longwood, letting the Conqueror sink back again into a thing no bigger than a model on a mantelpiece, when all at once I saw someone standing near the brow of the cliff I mentioned, apparently watching the vessel, with a long glass at his eye, like myself. 'Twas farther than I could see to make out anything, save so much. And ere I had screwed the glass for such a near sight, there were 7 or 8 figures more appearing half over the slope behind. while my hand shook so much with holding the glass so long, that at first I brought it to bear full on the cracks and blocks in the front of the crag, with the large green leaves and trailers on it, flickering idly with the sunlight against my eyes, till I could have seen the spiders inside, I dare say. Next I held it too high, where the Admiral and Lord Frederick were standing by their horses a good way back. The Governor, as I supposed, sitting on his, and 2 or 3 others along the rise. At length, what with kneeling down to rest it on one knee, I had the glass steadily fixed on the brow of the rocks, where I plainly saw a tall, dark-whiskered man in a rich French uniform, gazing to seaward. I knew him, I sought too well by pictures, however, not to be sadly galled. Suddenly a figure came slowly down from before the rest, with his hands behind his back and his head a little drooped. The officer at once lowered the telescope and held it to him, stepping upward as if to leave him alone. What dress he had on I scarce noticed, but there he was standing, single in the round, bright field of the glass I had hold of like a vice, his head raised, his hands hiding his face, as I kept the telescope fixed fair in front of me. Only I saw the smooth, broad round of his chin. I knew, as if I'd seen him in the Tuileries at Paris, or known him by sight since I was a boy. I knew it was Napoleon. During that minute the rest of them were out of sight, so far as the glass went. You'd have supposed there was no one there but himself, as still as a figure in iron, watching the same thing, no doubt, as I'd done myself 5 minutes before, where the noble 74 was beating slowly to windward. When I did glance to the knot of officers 20 yards back, 'twas as if one saw a ring of his generals waiting respectfully, while he eyed some field of battle or other, with his army at the back of the hill. But next moment the telescope fell in his hands, and his face, as pale as death, with his lip firm under it, seemed near enough for me to touch it. His eyes shot stern into me from below his wide white forehead, and I started, dropping my glass in turn. That instant the whole wild lump of St. Helena, with its ragged brim, the clear blue sky, and the sea, swung round about the dwindled figures above the crag, till they were nothing but so many people together against the slope beyond. 'Twas a strange scene to witness, let me tell you. Never can I forget the sightless, thinking sort of gaze from that head of his, after the telescope sank from his eye, when the Conqueror must have shot back with all her stately hamper into the floor of the Atlantic again. Once more I brought my spyglass to bear on the place where he had been, and was almost on the point of calling out to warn him off the edge of the cliff. Forgetting the distance, I was away. Napoleon had stepped, with one foot behind him, on the very brink, his 2 hands hanging loose by his side with the glass in one of them, till the shadow of his small black cocked hat covered the hollows of his eyes, and he stood, as it were, looking down past the face of the precipice. What he thought of no mortal tongue can say, whether he was master at the time over a wilder battle than any he'd ever fought. But just then, what was the surprise it gave me to see the head of a man, with a red tasseled cap on it, raised through among the ivy from below, while he seemed to have his feet on the cracks and juts of the rock, hoisting himself by one hand round the tangled roots, till no doubt he must have looked right aloft into the French Emperor's face, and perhaps he whispered something, though for my part it was all dumb show to me, where I knelt peering into the glass. I saw even him start at the suddenness of the thing. He raised his head upright, still glancing down over the front of the crag, with the spread hand lifted, and the side of his face half turned toward the party within earshot behind, where the Governor and the rest apparently kept together out of respect, no doubt watching both Napoleon's back and the ship of war far beyond. The keen sunlight on the spot brought out every motion of the 2 in front. the one so full in my view that I could mark his look settle again on the other below, his firm lips parting, and his hand out before him like a man seeing a spirit he knew, while a bunch of leaves on the end of a wand came stealing up from the stranger's post to Napoleon's very fingers. The head of the man on the cliff turned round seaward for one moment, ticklish as his footing must have been. Then he looked back, pointing with his loose hand to the horizon. There was 1 minute between them without a motion, seemingly. The captive emperor's chin was sunk on his breast, though you'd have said his eyes glanced up out of the shadow on his forehead. And the stranger's red cap hung like a bit of the bright-colored cliff under his 2 hands holding among the leaves. Then I saw Napoleon lift his hand calmly. He gave a sign with it. It must have been refusing. It might have been agreeing, or it might have been farewell. I never expect to know. But he folded his arms across his breast with the bunch of leaves in his fingers, and stepped slowly back from the brink toward the officers. I was watching the stranger below it, as he swung there for a second or two, in a way like to let him go dash to the bottom, his face slewing wildly seaward again. Short though the glance I had of him was, his features set hard in some bitter feeling or other, his dress different too, besides the mustache being off, and his complexion no doubt purposely darkened. It served to prove what I'd suspected. He was no other than the Frenchman I had seen in the brig, and mad or sensible, the very look I caught was more like that he faced the thunder squall with than aught beside. Directly after, he was letting himself carefully down with his back to my glass. The party above were moving off over the brow of the crags, and the governor riding round, apparently to come once more down the hollow between us. In fact, the 74 had stood by this time so far in that the peaks in the distance shut her out. But I ran the glass carefully along the whole horizon in my view for signs of the schooner. The haze was too bright, however, to make sure either way, though dead to windward there were some streaks of cloud risen with the breeze, where I once or twice fancied I could catch the gleam of a speck in it. The Podargus was to be seen through a notch in the rocks too, beating out in a different direction, as if the telegraph had signaled her elsewhere. After which you heard the dull rumble of the forts saluting the conqueror down at Jamestown as she came in. And being late in the afternoon, it was high time for me to crowd sail downward, to fall in with my shipmates. End of Section 32.